Chapter 2837. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao finally arrived. Just behind them, the clouds and clouds in the sky changed dramatically, and all the scenery was engulfed in it. It was like a giant mouth that wanted to swallow everything. Quick, senior brother, quickly find a phoenix totem. That's the entrance to the Kai family's ancestral shrine. Xiao Hua had already searched nearby, but he didn't find any traces, so he flew over and urged. Okay. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao both agreed and hurriedly flew in two different directions. While Li Zongbao was flying, he occasionally looked back, and when he saw the sky full of celestial phenomena, he was slightly stunned and whispered, This seems to be a kind of array." Xiao Hua was right next to him, and he hurriedly replied, Senior brother Li, what time is it? Quickly find the entrance. If you can't find the entrance. Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua was stunned again, and a kind of fear appeared on his face. He shouted, Damn it, it can't be. If we can't find the entrance, we will. Quick. Even Li Zongbao had an epiphany, and he hurriedly said, Definitely. This Kai family's ancestral shrine is so important. How can it be easy to enter? If you don't have absolute confidence and don't have the ability to enter the ancestral shrine, this ancestral shrine, I'm afraid it's a dead end. Damn Qingyang Kai family. Xiao Hua cursed. No wonder they didn't care when my wife took the jade pendant that leads to the ancestral shrine, so that's why. Li Zongbao also hurriedly flew away, and he didn't know if he noticed, but Xiao Hua actually called Fairy Hong Xia wife in front of him for the first time. When he first saw the island, when it was time to find it, he felt that it was extremely difficult. How could a small phoenix totem be easy to find? Xiao Hua, who had no sense of direction, searched for a long time, but he didn't have the slightest clue. At this time, the sky above the island was filled with countless remnant clouds and endless darkness. The previous scenery of the lake and mountains had now turned into wreckage floating in the air. Obviously, Scroll had reached the island and her life was at stake. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Hua frowned. This young master is known as the person with the best luck in the Dawn Rain continent. How can I not have a way? Holy shit, discerning eyes. Xiao Hua suddenly slapped his forehead as he came to a realization. Xiao Hua didn't know what happened to his Dharma eye after the last lightning tribulation, but it gradually became blurry. Xiao Hua had already forgotten about it. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma eye. Sure enough, everything in the Dharma eye was blurry, as if it was covered by a thin veil, making it difficult to see clearly. However, although it was indistinct, he could still see through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A small, slender, and long brilliance appeared extremely far away. Senior martial brother Lin Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hastily flew towards the location of the brilliance while shouting loudly. Big brother, Xiao Mao was the first to come over after hearing the sound. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, Quickly go and find your senior sister. The totem is just ahead. Yes, Xiao Mao trusted Xiao Hua the most. He didn't even ask how Xiao Hua knew that she was in front. He quickly flew into the sky to look for Red Dawn Fairy. When Xiao Hua arrived, he discovered that this was a low-lying area. That one zhang tall phoenix totem was actually stuck in the depths. If Xiao Hua didn't see it, how could he find this place? Seeing the totem, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his Dharma eye and looked down again. It was an extremely small, thumb-sized brilliance that went straight down. How do I go in? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Not long later, Red Dawn Fairy indeed followed Xiao Mao and flew over. Li Zongbao also rushed over. Xiao Hua, it's all thanks to you. Seeing that the phoenix totem was so hard to find, Red Dawn Fairy couldn't help but rejoice that she brought Xiao Hua over. Saw you. Why didn't you consider this situation earlier? Xiao Hua couldn't help but grumble. Red Dawn Fairy said apologetically, Xiao Hua, wait a moment, I'll explain slowly. As she spoke, Red Dawn Fairy put her fair index finger in her mouth and bit it. A smear of blood flowed out from the tip of her finger. Red Dawn Fairy squatted down and smeared the blood on the eyes of the phoenix totem. Buzz buzz, when the blood from her finger landed on the eyes of the phoenix, it immediately emitted a blood-red glow. The eyes actually moved slightly, and the blood-red glow began to spread towards the totem. Phew, Red Dawn Fairy let out a sigh of relief. She looked up and saw that the wave-like dark clouds were not far away from them. She then said, Xiao Hua, I've prepared a lot before coming here, but the ancestral shrine of the Kai family is very mysterious. This totem and the scroll just now were not recorded in the jade amulet. It might have been passed down orally by the patriarch. I'm not a direct descendant of the Kai family of Qingyang, so I can't know about this secret. Also, Million Mountain Meng, I've deliberately investigated it in the Sky Patrol City, but who would have thought? Million Mountain Meng actually looks like this. It's completely different from what I've imagined. Big brother, Xiao Mao laughed, I seem to have been born here. I don't even know what Million Mountain Meng looks like, let alone senior sister. Besides, if the Sky Patrol City can spy on Million Mountain Meng, doesn't that mean that everyone knows about the war between the Soul Cultivators and the Sword Cultivators? Xiao Mao then said, by the way, I wonder if Miss Jiuxia has delivered the communication talisman? The Sword Dao War should be ending soon, right? How can it be so fast? Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I think it'll take a while more. If the nascent Soul Masters receive the news and know about the Sword Cultivators' intentions, I'm afraid the war will really end. Our Dao sect will be able to recoup the losses of the first stage. I hope that's the case. Li Zongbao did not seem optimistic. What? Xiao Hua was about to ask this question. Suddenly, a rumbling sound that sounded like the collapse of a mountain was heard from above their heads. Countless hurricanes swept across the sky like a mountain pressing down on them. Hurry, hurry. The four of them could not help but shout in their hearts. When they looked at the totem again, it was already filled with blood threads and gradually began to spin. Clang, the sound of metal clanging resounded through the entire area. A clear light soared into the sky. That light spun rapidly, creating an extremely strong suction force. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't resist and were sucked into it. Even the hurricane that was already pressing down on everyone's heads was pulled in. When the hurricanes fell into the brilliance suddenly retracted. When the brilliance fell into the depression, the phoenix totem that was previously revealed had already disappeared. Moreover, the entire island was torn into pieces by the hurricanes. No trace of it could be seen anymore. Then, when he looked at the 100 miles deep depression in Mount Meng, as the scroll was rolled up, all the sceneries disappeared, and the place returned to its original barren state. It seemed that no one would know that the four cultivators of the Dao sect had been here. No one would know that there was actually a fallen ancestral temple of a cultivator clan in Million Mountain Meng. Even if Yiyu was thousands of miles away, he would not know that the Xiao Mao that he had been thinking about was actually not far away from him. Yiyu was different from before. The black clothes he was wearing were not sword armor. They were actually similar to what Xiao Mao was wearing now. The only difference was that there were fewer tassels on the black clothes and the patterns were different as well. Of course, Yiyu was not flying on his sword. Instead, he was riding on a huge spirit beast. This spirit beast had a wingspan of over 200 feet. Its head was a few feet in size and looked extremely ferocious. From its wide mouth, drops of beast saliva that were larger than a fist dripped down from its sharp teeth, emitting an unpleasant stench. Yiyu stood firmly on the head of the spirit beast. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked in a low voice, that guy's actions, are they really so difficult to find out? Beside Yiyu were the disciples who had flown into Million Mountain Meng with him. These disciples had also changed their attire. One of the disciples who was closer to Yiyu smiled bitterly when he heard Yiyu's question. Master, this lowly one seems to have told you a few times, right? Night Rain's tone was cold. That disciple's face was filled with fear and he hurriedly said with a smile, all right, Sect Master knows. After I received Sect Master's orders, I quietly approached Xiao. You should know that these cultivators of the Dao sect have powerful divine abilities. This lowly one is far from being a match for them. This lowly one did not dare to get too close and could only follow from afar. So far, this lowly one did not even know how far away he was. Furthermore, this lowly one did not really understand the language of Meng Mountains. It was only later, when Ah-san brought a native from Kenji village, that this lowly one was able to find out more about that person's actions. When Alu said this, he carefully looked at Yiyu's face. When he saw that Yiyu did not show any reaction, he had no choice but to continue. However, he had already said this many times, so he was not afraid of making a mistake. He looked at the flapping wings of the spirit beast under his feet and said smoothly, that person seemed to have not gone straight to Shebi village after entering Meng Mountains. He did not even go to Shang village. Instead, he quietly headed toward a small village called Baiyan village. Furthermore, the strange thing was, that person's information disappeared from Baiyan village. It was as if he had never been there. Naturally, this lowly one did not dare to go to Baiyan village myself. I could only ask that native to help me find out. At this point, Alu rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Master, perhaps that person has already gone back? This lowly one heard from that native that a few days ago, Baiyan and village was attacked by beetles nearby, and village. On top of that, there was also the sound of heavenly thunder that rushed out of Ming Mountains. Could it be that that person saw how terrifying Ming Mountains were and how they could not deal with the beetles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, so they went back with their tails between their legs? Humph, how is that possible? Yi Yu turned his head and said coldly, "Why did that person come to Ming Mountains? Do you think he came here with me like you? What kind of bullshit relationship do that terrifying phoenix, Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, and the others have with Ming Mountains? If that person did not know about his origin and the secret of this place, would he travel thousands of miles to Ming Mountains? You must know, the journey from Sky Patrol City to Ming Mountains is extremely arduous. If he did not know that everything here is under his control, would he be willing to take the risk? Please forgive me if there are any mistakes." Chapter 28:38. My lord, Alu showed a flattering expression and said with a smile, "You've already taken control of Shibai village. Even if that person returns to Ming Mountains and Shibai village, what can he do? Don't you just need to say a few words for everything? How can you be afraid of him? What do you know?" Yi Yu sneered, "This is Ming Mountains, not the sword domain. Strength doesn't determine everything. It wasn't easy for me to build such a good foundation here. How can I let that little kid ruin everything? Do you know that all mistakes start from a trace of carelessness?" Then Yi Yu shifted his gaze from the distance and looked at Alu with a smile in his eyes, asking, "What else?" "What else?" Alu was startled and quickly said with a smile, "My lord, I've already told you so many times. What's there to hide? You won't suspect that I am that person." "Hee, of course I won't suspect you." Yi Yu laughed, but then said with a deeper meaning, "However, the situation now is different from before. What I need is someone who can do things honestly. Alu, you've followed me for so long. You should know my temper. I've already given you several chances, but you don't seem to have grasped them even once." "My lord," Alu's expression changed greatly. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down on the soul beast and wanted to argue. "Achi, tell him where that person is." Yi Yu didn't even look at Alu and said to the disciple who had been standing there silently and looking into the distance. "Yes." Hearing Yi Yu's order, Achi hurriedly bowed and said, "This lowly one has received orders from my lord to split up with Alu. This lowly one knows that this matter is very important to my lord, so I didn't dare to neglect it. I personally made a trip to the Jing Apple village. First, I invited a native that this lowly one knew to go to the Bai and stronghold to inquire. In addition, this lowly one was afraid that this native wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information, so I spent some effort to invite a somewhat famous soul warrior in the Jing Apple village." At this point, Achi hesitated and glanced at Alu. "Continue." Yi Yu ordered indifferently. "Yes." Achi clenched his teeth and said, "I didn't get any useful information from that aborigine. It seems that those aborigines are very supportive of that person, and they all kept their mouths shut, as if that person disappeared before he even reached Bai and village. But, from the mouth of that soul warrior, this humble one learned a completely different piece of information." See, when Alu heard this, he fell to his knees with a plop. His forehead was covered with sweat as he cried out, "My lord, this lowly one was negligent. This lowly one made a mistake. Please punish me, my lord." Lil 7 glanced at Lil 6, and a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. He said again, "After hearing this news, I really understand why the Lord values this matter so much, and also why the Lord wants to send me to the Bai and stronghold. If the Lord doesn't know about this, I'm afraid the Lord will be abnormally passive." Then, Achi roughly explained the situation of Xiao Mao and the others in Bai and village. Other than the incident in Su Garden, most of the information was the same. Finally, Achi said, "The 5 people who entered Ming Mountains seemed to have a conflict. That extremely beautiful woman flew out of Ming Mountains, and the terrifying phoenix actually used the lightning escape technique to chase after her. My lord, you are really wise. That woman's cultivation seems to be far superior to the terrifying phoenix. If they fought at Drifting Cloud Lake, we would definitely die. When the terrifying phoenix returned, that woman didn't appear again. Clearly she had left Ming Mountains. That person also left not long after, but that soul warrior didn't know where they went. Because when that person left, other than Elder Wu and G-Man, no one else knew. The other soul warriors only guessed because they couldn't see that person. Of course, this humble one also asked that soul warrior to make some more inquiries when he returned to Jing Apple village. After all, that is the only way to Shibai and village. But from the information brought by the soul beast a few days ago, they didn't pass by Jing Apple Village. My lord, please punish this humble one for not being able to find out more specific movements. Alu, Yiyu smiled and said, did you hear that? What do you think is the difference between what you found out and what Achi found out? Alu's sweat fell like rain. He was very clear in his heart that he had really made a mistake this time. Night Rain had placed too much importance on this matter. She actually sent Achi to investigate after him. She was afraid that she would reveal that person's whereabouts. And he had been too careless, only sending a native to investigate and ended the matter carelessly. Of course, from his point of view, it wasn't considered carelessness. It was just that he hadn't thought it through. My lord, it's all my fault. Alu didn't dare to argue and hurriedly said, it's all my fault. However, if this humble one was in Achi's place, this humble one would definitely be able to do better. You're right. Yiyu said lightly, if it was any other time this lord wouldn't punish you like this. But it's different today. You've seen it yourself. That man has won the hearts of the natives. And, to tell you the truth, that man is the descendant of the great god Shibai. His bloodline is extremely pure and he is my enemy. Once the news of his arrival in Meng Mountains is spread out, all the natives of Shibai village will have to bow their heads and listen to his orders. So, the ones we can use are only a few soul warriors. Remember, only those soul warriors who have cultivated some soul spells will have different thoughts from the natives. We can only use this. This is a moment of life and death for this lord. This lord won't allow any mistakes. Yes, everyone's heart trembled as they answered in unison. As for Alu, Yiyu said lightly, along the way, why would this lord ask you so many times for no reason? This lord has given you so many chances. My lord, my lord? Alu suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he quickly knelt down and begged. Too bad, you're always slacking off and you're still like this today? Yiyu's face suddenly turned ferocious. If it wasn't for Achi's probing today, this lord would still be in the dark, right? My lord. Alu shouted, my lord please, puff. A pale golden sword beam came out of Yiyu's mouth and pierced into Alu's forehead. Alu didn't have any chance to resist or dodge. Yiyu put away the small sword and kicked Alu's corpse off the soul beast. Then he glanced at the others and snorted coldly, all of you have lived peacefully outside of Meng Mountains for nearly 10 years. Now this is a moment of life and death. If this lord succeeds, then I'll settle down in Meng Mountains. But if this lord fails, all of you won't be able to live either. All of you will have to rack your brains and follow this lord to kill that man. Otherwise all of you will end up like Alu. Yes, everyone bowed their heads and replied. As for Yiyu, he raised his head and looked in the direction outside of Meng Mountains. Then he viciously said, third uncle, oh third uncle. Back then you made it very clear that bastard's everything was taken care of by you. That's why this lord was tricked into coming here. But now that little bastard is still alive in this world. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Coo 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 coo. While Yiyu was talking to himself, the soul beast under his feet let out an extremely strange sound. After the sound of the beast's cry faded away, the sound of the beast's cry became louder and louder. It didn't stop for a moment and it sounded like a frog singing in a pond. Following that, several strange-looking soul beasts began to appear within 100 kilometers of the city. On the back of each soul beast stood several strangely dressed soul warriors. Of course, the clothes of these soul warriors were different from each other. 30% of the soul warriors wore clothes that were similar to Yiyu's, with only a small difference. The other 70% of the soul warriors wore clothes that were completely different from Yiyu's. These soul warriors' clothes were very neat and tidy. They were symmetrical on both sides and had very few decorations. In the middle of their smooth robes, there was even a silk ribbon that looked like a belt. Even more strange was the fact that these soul warriors had their hair tied together. Some of them had their hair tied up with hairpins, while others had their hair tied up with a cloth. Coo coo coo, the sound of a pigeon's cry could be heard again. Then, a giant soul beast with pure white feathers over its body flew over from the distance. On the back of this soul beast was a man wearing white soul armor. He held a bone fan in his hand and had a smile on his face as he flew towards Yiyu's location. Seeing this man coming over, Yiyu hurriedly put on a smile on his face. With a tap of his foot, the soul beast flapped its wings and slowly came to a stop in midair. It's been a long time since we last met. Fu Man Ho Yen pays his respects here. The soul warrior didn't speak the strange language of Meng Mountains, but the language commonly used in sword domain. Greetings, old brother Ho Yen, Yiyu said with a smile. The last time I saw old brother was 10 years ago. I didn't think that 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Old brother's magnificence is still the same as before. This one is truly envious. Haha, you're too kind. Ho Yen laughed and waved his hand. How can this little brother's stinky skin compare to Fu Man's? Who doesn't know that Fu Man of Shibai village is a brave and intelligent warrior? If Fu Man didn't have such intelligence, how could G-Man have taken a fancy to him? You flatter me, you flatter me. Yi Yu laughed. This one is only living in Shibai village. How can I compare to old brother Ho Yen, who is a direct descendant of Back Earth village? Old brother Ho Yen has found a concubine. Wouldn't your children be G-Man and Elder Wu? Ho Yan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly looked around and said, Fu Man, my wife isn't a concubine. Please be lenient with your words. Don't speak nonsense. If others know about this, I will have a miserable life. So what? Yi Yu laughed in a low voice. Chapter 2839. How could Ho Yen dare to let him continue? Then he quickly added, Oh right, I have to thank Fu Man. This place is under the jurisdiction of Shibai village, and we shouldn't have gone too deep into it. But now the battle with the sword, the sword cultivators is too intense, and I'm afraid that Shibai village can't organize too many soul warriors. That's why I've decided to send more soul warriors here. I just wanted to greet G-Man, but I didn't expect that G-Man would be willing to send Fu Man here. I'm really surprised. Ho-Tu village's reaction is Shibai village's problem, and Shibai village's problem is also Ho-Tu village's problem. Yi Yu smiled and said, I didn't expect that. The reason for the drought in Meng Mountains is because of this. Since Ho-Tu village is eradicating the evil for the people of Meng Mountains, how can Shibai village not contribute? I've just returned from Meng Mountains, and I've received G-Man's order to come here and meet you. Once this is done, you and I will both be the heroes of Meng Mountains. Let's not talk about my Fu Man, but what you think. You should be confident, right? I hope you and I can succeed. Ho Yen laughed. Also, Yi Yu's smile faded and his face turned cold. My clan was wiped out by sword cultivators. I'm the one who was born, and I've made it my life's goal to avenge my clan. Sword Realm, swordsmen, they have nothing to do with me. I'm just a Fu Man from Shibai village. Yes, Fu Man is right. It's all my fault. Ho Yen smiled and said, After this mission is over, I'll hold a banquet in Ho-Tu village to apologize. That won't be necessary. A smile appeared on Yi Yu's face as he waved his hand and said, From now on, I'll just treat myself as a member of Meng Mountains and have no other thoughts. That's why when you called me I rushed here. Not only do I want to help you, but I also want to erase the evil for Meng Mountains and return Meng Mountains to its former glory. Good. Ho Yen clapped his hands and said, The more Fu Man talks, the more I feel that I'm wrong. If Fu Man needs anything in the future, please let me know. Brother Ho Yen, are you serious? Ho Yan's words were perfunctory, but Yi Yu asked. When Ho Yen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Immediately, a trace of realization appeared on his face. He said with a fake smile, Fu Man, I feel that something is wrong. How could you leave the Shibai stronghold so easily? Even if it was little brother's message in that item, it was impossible for Fu Man to come here personally. So Fu Man was waiting for me here. Brother, I've been searching all over Meng Mountains, but I couldn't find anyone I could entrust this task to. Then when I saw brother's message, my eyes lit up. So, I immediately urged all the people in the village to come and help you. Yi Yu said with a smile. Then he looked around and whispered, Of course, if you need my help in the future, the people of Shibai village will support you unconditionally. Ho Yen rolled his eyes and looked at Night Rain and the disciples on Night Rain's back. He smiled and said, Since Fu Man is in trouble, how can I not help? Fu Man, please come over. I would like to hear what you have to say. Good. Yi Yu didn't hesitate, and with a flash of sword light, she landed on Ho Yan's soul beast. Ho Yan's soul beast spread its wings and flew away from the other spirit warriors. After Yi Yu finished speaking, Ho Yan's face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and said, Fu Man, this is your Shibai village's internal affairs. I am the heir of the Ho-Tu village. How can I casually participate? I can't. Brother. Night Rain seemed to have expected Ho Yan's reaction. A strange smile appeared on his face. He whispered, Although this is my Shibai village's internal affair, but it's also Meng Mountain's internal affair. You seem to know the relationship between Shibai village and Ho-Tu village better than I do. In fact, I don't need to say anything else. You have a lot of heirs in Back Earth Village. There are many behind you, but there aren't many ahead of you. Why did you work so hard for so many years? Is it to find the reason for the drought in Meng Mountains? If it's really so noble and simple, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll turn around and leave. After saying that, Night Rain paused for a moment. He glanced at Ho Yen, who seemed to be thinking about something. Then he smiled and said, being able to work for Meng Mountains is naturally our goal. But, if we can get the support of the people of Wu Village, get their respect, and get the position of Grand Wu under their support, then we can do more things for them. Isn't that better? As far as I know, your Ho Tu village will soon decide the next Grand Wu or Ji-Man. That Ho Ming and Ho Yi seems to have something going on. That's why Brother Ho Yen is so active in preparing for this, hoping that you can do something about the drought in Meng Mountains. If you didn't have this opportunity, you wouldn't have sent a message to Shibai village, would you? While speaking, Night Rain was observing Ho Yan's expression. Isn't this the reason why I came to you? Isn't it because we're in the same situation? You and I can only work together and support each other. Only then can we do something great in Meng Mountains. Sai, the situation of my Ho Tu village is not as simple as you think. Ho Yen finally opened his mouth. Ha ha ha. Night Rain didn't wait for him to finish. He laughed and said, simple things are complicated when you think about them, and complicated things are simple when you do them. Brother Ho Yen, I've given you my heart today, and I'm sincerely here to form an alliance with you. No matter how simple or complicated your problem is, I'll face it with you. As for me, I'm just asking you to kill a man you don't even know. This man is a cultivator. He's the enemy of Meng Mountains. What are you worried about? In fact, if I didn't want to be honest with you, I'd just say he's a cultivator. How would you know? Fine. Ho Yan's face showed a strange expression. He nodded and said, since he's a cultivator, it's fine. But if he's recognized by G-Man of Shibai village, then don't blame me. Hearing this, Night Rain was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, of course, I won't fight with my brother. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a loud beast cry sounded in the distance. It sounded a little tragic. Ho Yan's expression changed slightly and he said anxiously, Fu Man, quick, it seems that a boy has found that guy. We can't let him run away, okay? Hearing the beast cry, Night Rain's heart skipped a beat. Since he had reached an agreement with Ho Yen, he knew that this matter was very important to both him and Ho Yen. He didn't delay and flew back to his spirit beast. Without hesitation, he stepped on the ground. The spirit beast flapped its wings again and flew toward the beast cry. Ho Yan's spirit beast seemed to be even faster. It was already more than 10 feet away from him. This. Millions of people in Meng Mountains were worried about Xiao Mao's arrival at Yiyu. They did not know where Xiao Mao had gone to. At this moment, Xiao Mao was floating in an unknown space. His ears were silent, and his limbs were motionless. He was staring dumbfoundedly at the unimaginably huge phoenix above his head. Yes, the phoenix totem on the island had turned into a huge suction force. Xiao Mao couldn't resist at all and was sucked into it. Under the suction force, Xiao Mao's body kept rolling. It seemed that he couldn't stop. When the suction force disappeared, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. If he was on the ground, an irresistible suction force would pull him firmly to the ground. If he wanted to move forward, he would have to lift his feet with all his strength. Even if a cultivator could fly, it would still consume his Dharma power. However, in this place, the suction force that he was used to had completely disappeared. A feeling of freedom appeared, and this freedom made Xiao Mao unable to get used to it. His body was almost unable to move. He wanted to lift his feet, but before he could lift them, his whole body was lying down. He wanted to lift his hands, but his whole body was tilting slightly. The most terrifying thing was that the energy that was flowing freely in his meridians was now in the same state as him. It was floating in the air in his meridians, as if it didn't listen to the circulation of his heart technique. What should I do? Xiao Mao was very anxious. When he looked around, an indescribable light flashed above his head. Xiao Mao only raised his head slightly, and an inconceivable feeling arose in his heart. Above his head there was a huge phoenix. The size of this phoenix had long surpassed his imagination. 10,000 miles in size? 1,000,000 miles in size? Xiao Mao couldn't measure it, but he could clearly see that even the smallest cold feather on the phoenix was as huge as a mountain range. He was more insignificant than a little ant. Although the phoenix didn't move, a majestic aura and a light screen as vast as the sea enveloped this space. Outside this light screen, there was endless darkness. It was so dark that it made one's heart tremble, so dark that it made one's heart feel unsettled. Xiao Mao. A voice as small as an ant sounded in his ears. Oh, Xiao Mao was startled. He opened his mouth to respond, but he could only open his mouth. He couldn't make a single sound. Sound transmission. Xiao Hua's voice sounded. Xiao Mao suddenly woke up and turned his head to look elsewhere. When he saw Xiao Hua's situation clearly, he couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Hua seemed to be in an even more sorry state than Xiao Mao. His head was facing Xiao Mao and his feet were facing up. It was no different from being upside down. Moreover, the clothes that were lifted up didn't cover Xiao Hua's head. Instead, it was casually spread out like a flower in full bloom. As for the voice from before, not a single word could be heard. Chapter 2840. What are you laughing at? Xiao Hua's voice was heard again, sounding very strange. Big brother, Xiao Mao held back his laughter and said, why are you upside down? Looks very strange. My head is upside down? Are you sure? Look for yourself, it's your head that's upside down. Xiao Hua finally understood why Xiao Mao was laughing and he also started laughing. Meh. Xiao Mao was stunned and looked to his other side with difficulty. Indeed, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were standing there with their heads down, looking at his feet in disbelief. It seemed that Xiao Mao's head was really upside down. Damn it, this place is very strange. Xiao Mao laughed. How can you tell up from down? We're all upside down. While he was speaking, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly moved horizontally and flew towards a certain direction. Moreover, it was extremely slow, as if it was not strenuous at all. After flying for a moment, he suddenly stopped and then flew towards Xiao Mao again. Big brother? How can you fly? Little brother's true yuan can't move. Xiao Mao asked curiously. Hee, I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it. Xiao Hua laughed. Why can't little brother learn it? Xiao Mao asked curiously. It's very simple. I didn't use any flying technique. I just drew out the true essence from my Jindan and pushed it in one direction. Then, my body easily flew in another direction. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders with some difficulty and said with a smile. So it's like that. Xiao Mao was helpless. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth again, as if saying something to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't bother to say anything to Xiao Mao, and floated towards Fairy Hongxia's side. However, Xiao Hua only flew for about 10 feet, and a crimson-red brilliance suddenly bloomed around Fairy Hongxia's body. That brilliance was the color of blood, and was abnormally gorgeous, as if a fresh flower had suddenly appeared in the air. Although the blood-colored brilliance was poignant and beautiful, within the brilliance, Fairy Hongxia's face revealed an inexplicable expression. Xiao Hua, who was doing his best to activate his Jindan, was also stunned. Immediately, a kind of incomparable fear arose from the bottom of his heart. This is bad. Xiao Hua hurriedly looked around as if he was trying to find the source of the danger. However, before he could see anything, the blood light around Fairy Hongxia's body suddenly stretched out, like a burning pillar of fire being blown up by the wind, floating straight towards the phoenix. In the silent space, a sudden vibration was produced. A sound that directly penetrated into Xiao Hua's heart came from under his feet. Immediately after, an extremely strong gravitational force came from the phoenix. It was like a huge hand that didn't allow Xiao Hua to resist in the slightest as it firmly grabbed him and pulled him towards the phoenix with all its strength. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He had great strength to begin with, so he was very clear about the difference between magic power and strength. He knew, this kind of pure strength didn't have any fluctuation of magic power. It was basically a kind of strength between himself and the phoenix. This kind of strength was so vast and so unparalleled. Even if Xiao Hua converted all the magic power in his body into strength, he still wouldn't be able to contend against it. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Xiao Hua looked at the phoenix that was gradually being pulled closer and closer in disbelief. An indescribable vibration and gradually heat rose from his body. Not good. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. He hurriedly mobilized his magic power again. Unfortunately, the magic power seemed to be intermittent and couldn't support the protective golden light around him. Looking at Xiao Hua's surroundings, Fairy Hongxia and the rest were also in the same position as Xiao Hua. However, Fairy Hongxia's body was shrouded in a crimson glow. The glow flickered, protecting Fairy Hongxia tightly. I see. Xiao Hua understood. This blood-colored brilliance was a kind of protection. It was to protect Fairy Hongxia, who had entered this space, and also to protect the descendants of the Kai family and the Ice Phoenix bloodline. As for himself and the rest, he had no relationship with the Kai family at all. Of course, he would be listed as an enemy by the Kai family's ancestral shrine. This kind of method was the best way to eliminate the enemy and screen the descendants. Wu, a sharp sound came from Xiaohua's ears, and a faint fiery light began to appear around Xiaohua's body. It was precisely Xiaohua's protective light that was produced due to the friction with the surrounding air as it fell at an extremely fast speed. Big brother. At this time, Xiaohua also heard Xiao Mao's shout, but he saw that Xiao Mao was still following beside him with his head down. His whole body was also on fire, and Xiao Mao's clothes had already started to burn. Innate primordial water. Almost immediately, Xiaohua thought of the innate primordial water in the clear water bottle. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly tried to activate the Buddha Sarira. Xiaohua thought that the Buddha Sarira would be as simple as primordial energy. Who would have thought that the Buddha Sarira would be the same as usual? It did not take much effort to activate it. The innate primordial water was like a light blue water curtain, protecting Xiaohua and the rest. Xiaolang, let me out quickly. Unexpectedly, Fairy Hongxia said anxiously in just a moment. Under the innate primordial water, I can't sense the guidance of the ancestral phoenix statue. Okay. Xiaohua knew the power of the innate primordial water. He hurriedly withdrew it from Fairy Hongxia's side. Rumble, the vibrations grew louder and the group's speed became faster. Under the suction force, the innate primordial water was pulled into thin strips and directly crashed into the phoenix. Big brother, big brother. Xiao Mao was extremely panicked. He whispered, the speed is getting faster, much faster than our flying speed. To crash into the phoenix like this. How strong is the force? Will our bodies be able to withstand it? Don't worry. Xiaohua had experienced this before. He said calmly, flying speed is not a problem. The key is to protect yourself while flying. Didn't your senior sister also crash into the phoenix? She has the protection of the phoenix bloodline. If she also crashed into the phoenix, who in the Kai family would be able to enter the ancestral hall? According to Big Brother's opinion, there will be changes even before we crash into the phoenix. Why don't you take this opportunity to comprehend some of the flying speed? Oh, okay, Xiao Mao nodded blankly. However, in his heart he was puzzled. This flying speed. What is there to comprehend? Yes, no matter how fast this flying speed was, what could be comprehended? Not to mention Xiao Mao, even Li Zongbao couldn't comprehend the mysteries of flight. Only Xiaohua closed his eyes after speaking to Xiao Mao. He didn't release his divine sense or anything like that. He carefully experienced the changes in his body and the changes in his surroundings during this extremely fast flight. After all, in this lifetime, there were very few opportunities to fly at this speed. Even with Xiaohua's Imperial Thunder transformation, it was impossible for him to reach this speed. Even the slightest bit of understanding would be extremely beneficial for him to step into the Imperial Lightning Shock. Woo! Outside of the innate primordial water, the air was rubbing against the surface of the innate primordial water, producing an unparalleled heat. A sharp, ear-splitting sound was gradually heard. Beside the azure water light of Xiaohua and the others, Fairy Hongxia's blood-red light was also swaying, dragging an extremely long tail. The four of them split into two groups, rushing towards the phoenix like a large and small meteor. A phoenix cry resounded through the entire space. Suddenly, a strong light appeared from the phoenix's forehead. The misty light scattered over the surface of the phoenix, as if covering the sky. It rushed towards Xiaohua and the others. Light escape. Xiaohua was familiar with the sunlight on the dawn rain continent. Moreover, he had also seen the sun rise in the early morning. However, in this pitch-black space, that light had already appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was something he had never seen before. The instant he saw this light, Xiaohua was immediately stunned. He couldn't help but roar in his heart, This is light escape. The escape technique that fuses the body with light. It's a light escape technique that can be used even in the void and darkness. As long as there's light reaching a place, it can use the light escape technique. Following Xiaohua's groan as the light passed through the darkness and sprinkled on everyone's bodies like thin threads, an indescribable feeling arose in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's entire body, from his skin to his meridians, from his flesh to his bones, seemed to be filled with light. A feeling of fullness, a feeling of ascension was born. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. His chest was instantly filled with a surge of excitement, making him want to stretch out his neck and sing loudly. Boom! There was a loud sound as if Xiaohua's body had exploded inside, but also as if it had exploded outside of Xiaohua's body. Suddenly, everything came to a standstill, whether it was his body, his thoughts, or time. Xiaohua still had his eyes closed. He was unwilling to break away from the wonderful feeling just now. Although the light in his body was slowly fading away, that intense void was replacing it. Big brother? Xiao Mao called out with some hesitation. Beside him, Li Zongbao hurriedly pointed his hand and transmitted his voice. Quiet. Xiao Mao was stunned and quickly shut his mouth. However, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. A thoughtful light flashed in his eyes and he said with a smile, "It's already too late." Immediately after, Xiaohua looked around and saw that this was a space of unknown size. Outside this space, there were countless rays of light flowing, very similar to the gorgeous brilliance in the night sky of Huan country. Looking at the space, there were many specks of stars floating above. These specks of stars all had the same appearance and they were square tokens. There were faint fluctuations coming from these tokens, and occasionally, there would be faint phoenix patterns appearing from time to time. This is the Kai family's ancestral hall? Xiaohua was really stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen an ancestral hall before. An ordinary ancestral hall, like Zhongling Mountain Village, was an ancestral hall with the tablets of the ancestors placed there. A slightly more bizarre ancestral hall, like the one in Yellow Flower Ridge, was a palace with the tablets of the previous headmasters placed there, as well as the mysterious gods that were worshipped. When he came, Xiaohua had already imagined the Kai family's ancestral hall. However, he thought that Qingyang's Kai family was at most similar to Zhongling Mountain Village. This ancestral hall was a secret ancestral hall, or perhaps there was a rather large palace under the ancestral hall. Chapter 2841. However, Xiaohua did not expect the Kai family's ancestral shrine to be far beyond his expectations. How was this an ancestral shrine? It was even grander than the Shenkong Pavilion in Haoming City. Legacy realm? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the legacy realm of the Yu family in Falling Gold Mountain. Looking at this scene, the Qingyang Kai family must be the descendants of the divine beast Phoenix. Their ancestral shrine already had such a scene, then what about the so-called legacy realm of the Yu family in Falling Gold Mountain? That was the legacy realm that was known as an interface. Could this be related to the legacy realm? Xiaohua's eyes turned and looked around. In addition to these ranks, there were also colorful lights. Fairy Hongxia's figure was lying in mid-air, and this posture was used when she was practicing the flying shadow technique. Seeing Xiaohua looking around, Li Zongbao hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Junior brother, let's go down. Don't delay junior sister's comprehension." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked a few steps in the air. There seemed to be invisible stairs in the air. Sure enough, Xiaohua also walked a few steps and was actually far away from Fairy Hongxia. Hence, the three of them simply walked a few miles before stopping. Damn it, Xiao Mao was the first to speak. This Kai family is really rich. How can their ancestral shrine be so big? When I was in Xuanyin school, I really underestimated these cultivation families. Indeed. Even someone as knowledgeable as Li Zongbao nodded and said, "If junior sister didn't bring me here, I would also think that the Kai family was just an ordinary family. Why is the Kai family's ancestral shrine in Million Mountain Meng? How can it have such a grand scene? This array, what kind of divine ability is needed to set it up?" Xiaohua asked a few questions in one breath. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at each other. Both of them had the same question in their hearts, but who could answer? I only know that although this place is vast, its true size is no more than 50 kilometers. In fact, it's really the size of an ordinary clan's ancestral hall. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "However, there's an array here that's similar to the Meru array, and it's shrinking us. As for this totem, even though it's only the size of a hill in our eyes, it's comparable to the entire Dawn Rain continent." Sumeru formation? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. He asked curiously, "What kind of formation is that?" "Your storage pouch," Li Zongbao reminded. Many things, regardless of their size, can be stored in storage bags. This storage bag has a simple Sumeru array formation. So that's how it is. Xiao Mao came to a realization and looked around. What about now? Are we inside the Phoenix Totem? It should be. Xiaohua nodded. That kind of extremely high-speed flight from before was like a teleportation array. When it reached a certain level, it teleported us into the Phoenix Totem. I've encountered such a powerful restriction before. However, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. But that huge suction force from the totem just now was really powerful. I don't know how this restriction was formed. Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao's words stunned Xiao Hua on the spot. I'm afraid it's the totem's own suction force on us? Of course. This suction force doesn't have any fluctuations of energy. It's naturally formed. It could really be the suction force of the phoenix totem. A clear cry faintly rang out. In the distance, Fairy Hong Xia's body flashed brilliantly, and the crystal-clear phoenix celestial body was released. Instantly, even Xiao Hua and the rest could see that countless fireflies were flying in from outside the space. They were like moths to a flame, and they all fell into Fairy Hong Xia's celestial body. The celestial body immediately emitted the same brilliance as the phoenix totem outside the space. This brilliance was like breathing, and it was very uniform. More fireflies flew in, enveloping Fairy Hong Xia's physical body and celestial body. An extremely beautiful cocoon of light was born around Fairy Hong Xia's body. The brilliance continued to flash, and the fireflies continued to pour in. Very quickly, more than 10 days passed. The cocoon of light did not expand, but it gradually solidified. Xiao Hua and the rest closed their eyes and sat quietly in the distance, waiting for Fairy Hong Xia to emerge from the cocoon. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a sound like the rising and falling of the tide came from the cocoon of light. Cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. These cracks rapidly expanded and it collapsed rapidly. An extremely loud phoenix cry rang out again, as if there were two sounds at the same time. One was from the phoenix totem outside the space, and the other was from Fairy Hong Xia's phoenix celestial body. Following the phoenix cry, the collapsing cocoon of light suddenly retracted, and the entire cocoon of light was hidden within Fairy Hong Xia's physical body. At the same time, a five-colored brilliance flashed across the sky, and a firework flashed across the sky, landing right on top of the cocoon of light. Fairy Hong Xia's body continued to flash, and all the brilliance gathered in between her eyebrows. A blood-red phoenix the size of a thumb, spreading its wings and about to fly, appeared there. Looking at the sparkling and translucent phoenix celestial body, it had returned to its original state. The five-colored phenomenon from before had disappeared, and it looked the same as before. Moreover, the celestial body had shrunk to the size of 6 feet. Hee, Fairy Hong Xia chuckled and looked up. She opened her mouth and the five-colored brilliance fell into her mouth. Her body did not move, but with a flap of the phoenix celestial body's wings, she immediately flew to the side of Xiao Hua and the rest at lightning speed. My goodness, senior sister flew too fast. Xiao Mao and the rest had already stood up when they heard the commotion. Xiao Mao could not help but exclaim in shock. I have obtained the phoenix legacy of my Kai family. I can move freely within the phoenix enchantment. Fairy Hong Xia said proudly. Good. Li Zongbao clapped. Congratulations, junior sister, for not making a wasted trip. Thank you, senior brother. It's all because of your help that I can come here safely. Fairy Hong Xia bowed and thanked him. But what is the phoenix legacy? Can every descendant of the Kai family obtain it? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Not at all, Fairy Hong Xia chuckled. Just like junior brother Xiao Mao, if one's bloodline is not pure, how can one obtain it? Or if one's cultivation does not reach a certain level, how can one enter the ancestral shrine? Moreover, my Kai family's phoenix legacy should be different from junior brother's, who is the descendant of God Shi Bai. This phoenix legacy can only be obtained by one person in every generation. Only when this person dies, will the inheritance divine light return to the ancestral shrine and await the arrival of the next inheritor. So, amazing. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Mao and then at Fairy Hong Xia. These two people's luck seemed to be better than his. They really had a good background. Better than anyone else. Actually, I don't know about all these. Fairy Hong Xia smiled. I only wanted to come to the ancestral shrine to see if there were any opportunities. Only when I was guided by the Phoenix Legacy's divine light and merged with the Phoenix Legacy did I understand so much. Moreover, within the divine light, there are many other things which will be slowly unearthed as I cultivate. Senior sister's cultivation. Xiao Mao could not help but cast a spell. However, Fairy Hong Xia's cultivation did not seem to have any special changes. Of course, my cultivation won't have any changes in a dozen days. Fairy Hong Xia smiled. These 10 days are only the initial stages of merging with the divine light. When the divine light completely merges with me, my cultivation will gradually speed up. However, based on my estimation, I will definitely be able to step into the golden core stage by next year. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth, and the 5-colored brilliance flew out and landed in her soft hands. The brilliance gradually disappeared, revealing the true form of a phoenix feather. Hee, this is my Kai family's phoenix token. Fairy Hongxia said happily, this is a feather that my ancestors obtained from the heavenly phoenix. Its profundity is endless. Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao said happily. Hee, everyone's luck is different. Junior brother's fate seems to be more powerful than mine. Fairy Hongxia held the phoenix token and said, I thought that coming to Meng Mountains was my business, but I did not expect that junior brother's business is more important than mine. She then looked at Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao and said embarrassedly, on the other hand, Xiao Lang and senior brother came empty-handed and returned empty-handed. As long as you have a chance encounter, wouldn't you be much stronger than me? Xiao Hua naturally understood that what he had obtained was not any less than Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia. He smiled and said, senior brother Li on the other hand came here for nothing. Not at all. I even obtained a spirit item. Li Zongbao said. At this moment the space began to vibrate. A repulsive force similar to the one before was produced. Don't worry, the phoenix barrier is about to close. Fairy Hongxia said unhurriedly, only when my phoenix divine light returns will the phoenix barrier have a chance to open. We don't need to struggle, we just need to let the barrier push us out. As soon as her voice fell, everyone's figures soared into the sky, flying out at a speed even faster than Xiao Hua's imperial thunder shock. Only this time there were no sparks forming around them. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his eyes, trying to comprehend the rare speed. Gigi? After an unknown amount of time, an extremely hot aura suddenly surrounded Xiao Hua. Moreover, before Xiao Hua could open his eyes, a very familiar sound of an ape's cry came from above his head. Then an unpleasant stench rushed into Xiao Hua's mouth and nose. This is... Xiao Hua stared blankly. Before he could open his eyes and release his divine sense, a sharp sound that seemed to tear the air apart resounded from his forehead, and a piercing pain appeared on his skin. Xiao Hua's body was naturally surrounded by a protective golden light, but he did not dare to be careless. He shrank his head and curled his body into a ball. In an extremely strange posture, he flew to the side like a spinning windmill. Chapter 2842. Rip, an ear-piercing sound of silk being torn apart rang out. An extremely sharp force slashed right at Xiao Hua's right arm. Wherever the brilliance flashed, the golden light protecting his body was actually torn apart by this force, and the brilliance surrounding Xiao Hua's body was also extinguished. Fire Ape. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He immediately activated the wind escape technique, and floated several zhang away. His gaze swept across and sure enough he saw 100 zhang tall Fire Ape. This Fire Ape had an extremely ferocious face, and the wide mouth and fangs on its face were suffused with a kind of blood-red color. The Fire Ape's fur was golden yellow, and from time to time, flames would emerge from its fur, lingering around the Fire Ape. A tyrannical aura also enveloped the nearby area. Wasn't this the Golden Core Stage Fire Ape from Flaming Forest Marsh? Why did this guy run to Million Man Mountain? Xiao Hua stood in midair. He swept with his divine sense, but didn't see the figures of Li Zongbao and the others. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. His gaze once again fell on the Fire Ape and he thought very strangely. Looking at the Fire Ape again, within its wild and untamed eyes, there was clearly astonishment, as if it was as confused as Xiao Hua. However, when it clearly saw Xiao Hua's appearance, a kind of joy actually appeared in its eyes. Oh, a cheerful long howl, its bloody mouth rushed into the air, and a faint flame spurted out. Immediately after, it crossed its arms and hammered its own chest, causing sparks to fly out from its fur, as if they were blooming fireworks. Sun Moon Corona. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the ancestral artifacts of Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge. Those things seemed to have a restraining effect on the Fire Ape, and at the same time the Fire Ape seemed to be somewhat interested in the Sun Moon Corona. However, before Xiao Hua could take out the Sun Moon Corona, the Fire Ape not far away lowered its head, and stared at Xiao Hua with a fierce gaze. Flames flickered under its feet, and it flew towards Xiao Hua. Its huge fists streaked across the air and flames were also produced. It was like two fireballs were held in the Fire Ape's hand, and it rushed towards Xiao Hua. Haha, I've already met you 3 times. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. As the saying goes, there's only 1 time and 2 times, but not 3 times and 4 times. No. I'll let you know how powerful I am. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out several fire talismans. He urged his magic power and threw them at the fire ape. Roar, the fire ape seemed to have understood Xiaohua's words. It let out a loud roar and a trace of disdain flashed through its eyes. Its giant hand was like a mountain as it smashed down toward Xiaohua, who was like a toy in its eyes. Rumble, the fire talisman itself didn't have much magic power fluctuation. When Xiaohua activated it this time, it absorbed a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. One after another, huge fireballs exploded around the fire ape. That ferocious force and the fierce flames all rolled towards the fire ape. Boom, 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 the fire ape was clearly somewhat surprised, but there was no panic in its eyes. The fist that was smashing towards Xiaohua changed slightly. It hammered continuously like the beating of a drum, and hit the numerous fireballs. The fireball talismans, which even swordsmen would find difficult to dodge, were actually destroyed by the fire ape as if they were playing with fire. The last fireball was even destroyed by the fire ape's palm. Haha, it's indeed the fire ape. This fire controlling technique is innate. Ordinary people can only look up to its dust. Xiaohua sighed. He boasted that he already had some understanding of the divine fire technique, but in terms of fire controlling technique, he was clearly inferior to this fire ape. He didn't have the confidence that he could easily crush the fire talismans when they exploded. Roar, the fire ape cracked open its mouth as if it was mocking and showing off. It waved its hands and a series of fireballs were born from its hands. It threw them towards Xiaohua as if it was playing with fire. Xiaohua saw the mocking in the fire ape's eyes and his heart was also stunned. Without thinking, he waved his hand and dozens of fire talismans once again flew out. Rumble. The fire talismans exploded between Xiaohua and the fire ape. The flames soared into the sky and enveloped the surrounding area of 100 zhang. The shockwave even stirred up the dust within 100 zhang. There were even some mountain rocks that were blown away by the fireballs. The entire scene was a complete mess. Roar, this time the fire ape was completely enraged. It used all its strength to open its bloody mouth and its teeth made a jia sound. With a loud roar, its 10 zhang tall body slightly swayed and actually flashed within the flames. It quickly rushed in front of Xiaohua and its huge fist smashed towards Xiaohua's body with the sound of the wind. Fire escape. Xiaohua was even more stunned. This was the first time the fire ape used the fire escape in front of him. Even that day in the flame forest swamp, it didn't use it when it was in a dangerous situation. It seemed that the fire ape's strength had greatly improved in these past few decades. However, when Xiaohua saw the fire ape approaching him, he was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand he took out his enormous spiked club. With a woo sound he welcomed the fire ape's fist head-on. Suddenly seeing the huge wolf-tooth club, the fire ape was also slightly stunned. Looking at Xiaohua waving the wolf-tooth club that was bigger than itself like a baby, it was really frightened. Pang, a loud sound echoed. While the fire ape was still in a daze, the wolf-tooth club hit its fist. The fire ape's fist was shaken and the magic tool wolf-tooth club also let out a zzz sound. The fire ape lowered its head and looked at its fist in disbelief. Soon after, it raised its head and its eyes were already scarlet red. Roar, roar, the fire ape roared 3 times and waved its arms as if it was angry. The flames around its body also suddenly rushed out and attacked Xiaohua's head. Come? How could Xiaohua be afraid of it? He roared without fear and waved his wolf-tooth club. His body flew up and fought with the fire ape. A deafening roar sounded and flames splashed around the surroundings. Not to mention the rocks, even the dust was refined by the fire ape's flames and turned into pitch-black beads that rolled around. The mess on the rocks was also the remnants of the flames. Furthermore, countless large holes were left behind by the fire ape's fists or by Xiaohua's wolf-tooth club. After fighting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest still didn't appear. Instead, the fire ape's roars became even louder. The fire ape wasn't proficient in controlling fire and its arms had a huge strength that could tear apart tigers and leopards. In this kind of close combat, other than in a group fight, it had never suffered such a big loss. Now that it saw a cultivator who was much shorter than it and was actually in a deadlock with it, it had long lost its rationality. Its eyes were abnormally scarlet red and it opened its bloody mouth that emitted a disgusting stench, as if it would only be satisfied if it ate Xiaohua alive. Peng, Xiaohua's figure was like a light wind and flew out from under the fire ape's armpit. He didn't even turn his head and casually swung his wolf-tooth club, smashing it on the fire ape's back. Although the fire ape's skin was thick and its body was protected by flames, when sparks flew, the fire ape's figure actually staggered and fell forward. However, the fire ape actually took advantage of this moment and lifted its foot, as if it wanted to stomp Xiaohua into meat paste. Go! Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand, hitting it on the fire ape's foot. Ayo! The fire ape let out a sorrowful cry as if it was in pain. It hugged its foot and fell in midair. This fire ape is quite interesting. Xiaohua was somewhat hypocritical. However, it's too arrogant and unruly. Wu, immediately after, the fire ape pounded its own chest and opened its mouth. A turbulent pillar of fire rushed out from its mouth and enveloped Xiaohua. Haha, you want to compete with this young master in fire techniques? Xiaohua laughed loudly. The wolf-tooth club in his hand disappeared after a pause. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a cold flame, like a fire net, to meet the fire ape's attack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two types of fire fused together. However, Xiaohua's cold flame only lasted for a moment before it was broken by many thin flames. It was as if thousands of small fire snakes were licking Xiaohua's left side. This fire ape is really powerful. Xiaohua faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the magic bottle that contained the innate true fire. This magic bottle couldn't be considered a high-grade item and Xiaohua didn't really refine it. At this moment he activated his magic power and a wisp of innate true fire flickered within the magic bottle. Immediately after, a suction force was produced and the fire ape's pillar of fire was sucked into it, leaving not even a drop behind. Woo woo, a trace of astonishment flashed through the fire ape's scarlet eyes. It seemed to have seen the power of the innate true fire. However, at this moment, it was already controlled by anger. It opened its bloody mouth again and an unconcealable confinement force was produced from its mouth. Immediately after, the fire ape spat out a fiery red nidin from its mouth. The situation of this nidin was different from the first time the fire ape appeared. When the nidin was spat out in the air, the surrounding dozens of feet was enveloped by a kind of pressure. A faint confinement force was emitted from this pressure and traces of sparks were faintly discernible within this range of dozens of feet. Woo, a strange hissing sound was produced from the nidin. An enormous force mixed with extreme heat was emitted from the nidin at the same time and smashed toward Xiaohua. Come at me! Xiaohua slapped his forehead and released the pressure of the gold core to contend with the might of the nidin. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out the seal of overturning the sea. However, when Xiaohua activated the seal of overturning the sea, his heart shook and the seal of overturning the sea disappeared from his hand. Xiaohua raised his hand and slapped his forehead again. Immediately, a hurricane was produced from his forehead. That hurricane was so sharp that it was like wind blades, cutting apart the confinement of the nidin within dozens of feet. Moreover, in the air, the faintly discernible wisps of fire were blown away like candles in the wind, on the verge of collapse. What's more, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within hundreds of feet of Xiaohua condensed in the direction of Xiaohua. The huge rocks and dust that were shattered by the fight between the two were all swept up by this hurricane. The hand of a nascent soul. Chapter 2843. Previously, when Xiaohua was in the sword tomb, he had occasionally revealed his nascent soul stage hand. However, at that time it was not too mature. It could even be said that he only had a little bit of experience. During this period of time, although Xiaohua hadn't used it again, he had always been thinking about it in his heart. He had always been trying to comprehend it. With the heaven and earth sleeve as a foundation, although this nascent soul hand might not be pure, when he really used it now it was quite decent. The hurricane mixed with the gravel and sand condensed into a huge palm. It was as if a real huge hand was grabbing towards the inner core. A restraining force that could compete with or even surpass the restraining force of the inner core was born from the hand. Although it hadn't really grasped the inner core, the previously ferocious golden core had now lost all its momentum under the giant hand. The previously spiraling golden core had become sluggish, and it didn't even move in the air. Oh! At this moment, the fire ape's crimson eyes became somewhat clear. A trace of panic flashed through it. It really could not understand why Xiaohua, who it had met once before, was so powerful now. The fire ape roared angrily. The crimson inner core suddenly flashed with a circle of intense brilliance. Even though Xiaohua was far away, he still felt an indescribable heat. The nascent soul stage hand that was covering the inner core was immediately burned by this heat and dissipated. Powerful, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly flung his Taoist robe, wanting to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique to stabilize the nascent soul stage hand. At this moment, the fire ape's inner core suddenly retreated and fell into the fire ape's mouth. Moreover, the fire ape did not hesitate at all. Flames flashed under its feet, and it prepared to escape into the distance. Hee, at this time you still want to leave? Xiaohua sneered. His figure swayed, and lightning flashed under his feet as he chased after the fire ape. Roar! The fire ape did not expect Xiaohua's flying speed to be so fast. In a moment he had already arrived behind it. It hurriedly roared, and that roar shook the surroundings, echoing in the mountains. Hearing the fire ape's cry and the fire ape's anxious expression, Xiaohua suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it, this fire ape is so strange. The first time I saw it in Flaming Forest Swamp, it was with the Thunder Beast. It seemed like it was the one who lured the Thunder Beast here. But today it actually came all the way to the Meng Mountains. Could it be that there are still Thunder Beasts here? Just as he was thinking about it, a spiritual sense comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator swept over, and a hoarse voice rang out from afar. No way! As that divine sense swept past Xiaohua, a scorching and ferocious feeling spread out from that divine sense, causing Xiaohua's divine sense to feel a stinging pain. What kind of spirit beast is this? How can it be so powerful? When the fire ape sensed this divine thought, it let out a loud cry of joy and flew towards the source of the sound without caring about anything else. Humph, even if another lightning beast comes, you can forget about escaping from my hands. Xiaohua knew that this fire ape had some connection with the Misty Mountain. The powerful restriction in the Sun Moon Corona most likely needed this fire ape, and the soul seal inside had to be unsealed for Shueshue. How could Xiaohua release this fire ape? While thinking, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Sun Moon Corona appeared in his hand. Oh, an extremely sorrowful cry was heard. As soon as the Sun Moon Corona appeared, it was sensed by the fire ape. The fire ape turned its head to look at the Sun Moon Corona, which was overflowing with brilliance, and immediately let out a cry, fleeing even more desperately. Go! Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the Sun Moon Corona within the Sun Moon Corona rotated like a sun, and the Sun Moon Corona rotated around the Sun Moon Corona in the opposite direction. The Sun Moon Corona was incomparably brilliant as it chased after the fire ape. In the blink of an eye, the Sun Moon Corona caught up with the fire ape. Woo! A powerful suction force was generated from the Sun Moon Corona, enveloping the fire ape. Withdraw! Xiaohua faintly smiled. The Sun Moon Corona let out a buzzing sound, and the entire magic artifact shook. The suction force was like waves, rushing towards the fire ape's head. Oh! The fire ape raised its hand high up, covering its head. Its facial features were all distorted and it felt extreme pain. A faintly discernible fire shadow appeared on top of the fire ape's head, gradually moving towards the Sun Moon Corona. See! A hoarse cry was heard, and the divine sense in the distance became even more furious. Xiaohua felt as if the air around him was about to be ignited, and a kind of dryness that he had never experienced before gradually emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense and raised his head to look. Right at the origin of the sound, a 3 zhang tall monster with a body full of red fur was flying towards him on a red cloud. This monster was very strange. It seemed to have the shape of a human, but the movements of its limbs were very stiff, and its arms and legs did not seem to be able to bend. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that this monster's entire body was covered in red fur. The fine fur covered the monster's entire body, and not a single bit of skin was exposed. Moreover, there was a layer of fine powdery substance on top of the red fur, and it faintly emitted a phosphorescent light. This body hair was so luxuriant that it actually completely covered the monster's face, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes could be seen through the gaps of the fur. This is a human? Or a soul beast? Xiaohua thought inwardly, but his gaze once again fell on the monster's 2 enormous breasts. Those enormous breasts were no different from an ordinary girl's breasts, but they were much bigger. Oh, when Xiaohua saw this monster, the fire ape naturally also saw it. A heart-wrenching roar came from the fire ape's mouth, and it was asking for help. See, that monster also raised its head and roared, but its voice was not as loud as the fire ape's. However, Xiaohua could still hear that soft voice. As the monster's voice entered his ears, Xiaohua's mind slightly shook, and his vision became a little blurry. Good boy! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and he hurriedly used God's guidance. A strand of coolness flowed through his mind, and the thirst of his divine sense was somewhat alleviated, but his mind was still a little shaky. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent, and he hurriedly released his soul strands to block the monster's attack. The soul strands vibrated freely, blocking the monster's attack. Looking at the fire ape again, the silhouette of the fire ape that had been sucked out earlier gradually returned to its original position, and its body that was tumbling in the air also stopped. You still want to leave it this time? Even if this young master does not take your life, I will not let you go. Xiaohua sneered and pointed his finger. A few words of incantation came out, and the brilliance of the sun-moon corona changed again. The sun-moon corona gradually shrunk, and the sun-moon corona flattened, turning into something similar to a Dao crown. Go, Xiaohua pointed his finger again, and a wave of magic power surged. With a so sound, the Dao crown landed on the fire ape's head. The fire ape was greatly alarmed, and its two claws grabbed the sides of the Dao crown, exerting all its strength to take it away from its head. Tight, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose into a slight smile. This sun-moon corona method was something that he obtained when he was refining it. At that time he did not know what use it had, but today he found out that it actually had such a miraculous use. Roar! A deafening roar came out from the fire ape's mouth. The pain on the fire ape's face was even more intense than before, and its entire body fell to the ground in midair. Its two claws rapidly scratched its head and traces of blood seeped out. It was actually the fire ape's claws that had scratched it. However, that Dao crown seemed to have taken root on its head. No matter how it struggled, even if it used its head to hit the ground, that Dao crown did not move in the slightest. Boom, a light sound rang out and a flame flashed above Xiaohua's head. It was as if the true fire within Xiaohua's body had uncontrollably erupted. Moreover, an incomparable impatience suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart, and a kind of pressure that came from the inside out was about to explode. Xiaohua did not have time to deal with the fire ape. He raised his head to look again, and this time he was truly stunned. Right next to the monster, hundreds and thousands of soul beasts suddenly appeared, and on the backs of these soul beasts stood soul warriors. Damn it, this fire ape is really a genius. Xiaohua could not help but praise in his heart. Previously, you were together with the incomparably powerful thunder beast in Flame Forest Swamp, and now you've come all the way to Million Miles Mountain, and even become friends with this monster and soul beasts. If this young master really killed you, it would be a waste of my talent. Xiaohua did not have the confidence to deal with this monster, and he did not want to fight against a soul warrior. His body quickly descended, and with a wave of his hand, the universe in the sleeve was unleashed, and in an instant the fire ape was imprisoned. Under the double imprisonment of the sun-moon corona and the universe in the sleeve, the fire ape only had the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards, and the ability to control true fire. Now, like a dead animal, it was lifted up by Xiaohua. Xiaohua then took out a spirit pouch and threw the fire ape into it. After easily dealing with the fire ape, Xiaohua glanced at the monster that was still some distance away from him. That monster's limbs were stiff, and it flew rather slowly. Xiaohua might not be able to fight against this monster's strange ability, but it seemed that escaping from the monster and the soul warrior's eyes was not a difficult matter. However, seeing the numerous soul warriors flying over from all over the mountains and plains, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Oh, not good. Where are my wife and the others? Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent, and released his divine sense. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua released his divine sense, a feeling of being thrown into an oven immediately came over from his divine sense. The surroundings seemed to be filled with waves of fire, and the indescribable fire was burning. The needles forced Xiaohua to have no choice but to withdraw his divine sense. However, his Buddhist sense, which had always been useful, was also forced to withdraw by the fire. Moreover, his Buddhist sense was not as good as his divine sense, and there was actually a burning sensation. What is this monster? Xiaohua was stunned. He knew that the Million Ming Mountains were mysterious, and that it was a place that Taoist cultivators did not dare to enter. However, he still did not expect that even though they were not even in the depths of the Million Ming Mountains, and were still in the Kai family's ancestral shrine, with his strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, he was unable to deal with a monster that he had not even seen before. This won't do. Even if my cultivation is damaged, I still have to find my wife and the others' whereabouts. Xiaohua was very anxious. His figure rose into the sky and he released his divine sense again. Chapter 2844. It was really like a naked man jumping into a lake of fire. Ever since Xiaohua started cultivating, he had suffered a lot. Lightning tribulation, body sculpting, bone tempering, 10,000 years of solitude, etc. However, it seemed that he could not avoid those sufferings. He was forced to face them. But this time was different. He could have retracted his divine sense. Perhaps everything would be fine. Perhaps he could have escaped this hellish suffering. However, Xiaohua did not dare to retract his divine sense. He understood that with his poor sense of direction, he would lose track of Fairy Hongxia and the others as soon as he flew up. He could only go further and further away, and he would never be able to find them. Xiaohua could only rely on his divine sense. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the feeling of falling into a lake of fire. Even if their hands touched the flames, they would be burned. How could ordinary people reach their hands into the flame again? Although it was possible to pull chestnuts out of the fire, the process was extremely short. How could it be compared to Xiaohua's torment of jumping into the fire? That deep pain would occasionally pierce his divine sense. It was as if thousands of sharp needles were constantly attacking Xiaohua. Roar! Xiaohua roared as if he wanted to roar out the pain. He did not dare to stay in the air for long. Lightning flickered around his body as he flew towards the monster. Rumble! Xiaohua's hands danced in the air as if he had gone crazy. The dark clouds in the sky surged rapidly, gradually accumulating. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down like sharp swords. All the lightning bolts had only one target, and that was the flying monster. Hiss! The monster saw the change in the sky and stopped in midair. It looked at the sky with great astonishment, then looked at Xiaohua. When the lightning struck, the monster's body immediately landed on top of a hill. Strangely, the hillside was the same as the other places. Because of the changes in Meng Mountains, there was no vegetation growing on it. It looked like it was filled with rocks and dust. However, when the monster's feet stepped on the hillside, an indescribable yellow color appeared under the monster's feet and rapidly spread across the entire hillside. Cracks quickly appeared on the hard boulders, and after a lot of cracks, they turned into powder. It was as if the monster had absorbed the last bit of moisture on the hillside. Hiss! Xiaohua clearly saw this strange scene and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was immediately stunned, as if he had thought of something. Hitorigami! This is a drought demon. Xiaohua suddenly cried out in shock. Once the drought demon appears, the land will be dyed red for thousands of miles. Damn it, could this drought demon be the cause of the abnormal changes in Meng Mountains? No, that's not right. The drought demon was born because of the change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Rumble! Xiaohua's cry was really effective. The pain in his divine sense actually lessened a little. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly flew toward a place, wanting to get away from this drought demon. Hiss hiss! The place where the lightning fell was precisely the standing drought demon. The threads of lightning, the lightning, and the flickering lightning net all fell. However, the drought demon raised both of its hands slightly, as if it was raising fire to burn the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell on its body, causing it to fall to the ground. However, when the drought demon stood up very tenaciously, Xiaohua discovered that these heavenly lightning actually only knocked down some red hair and didn't hurt the drought demon in the slightest. Isn't this a little too powerful? Xiaohua's eyeballs were about to fall out. Although he knew that the drought demon had a head of copper and arms of iron, and that its entire body was hard, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. Wu! Hamba let out a rare cry. Xiaohua's entire body made a whoosh sound as if it was about to explode. A splitting sensation emerged from his skull. Furthermore, that divine sense that was originally already covered in burns was actually cleaved apart by a kind of sharpness that was like a fiery sword. Motherfucker, how long has it been? My divine sense was already injured by the drought demon. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He still stubbornly released his divine sense, continuing to sweep towards the distance. At this moment, the previously distant soul beasts were also flying closer. These soul beasts' bodies had some faint green brilliance. These green brilliances intertwined with each other, covering half the sky. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across some of these green brilliances, and a cool feeling entered his body. It was very pleasant. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before the green brilliance began to corrode Xiaohua's divine sense, burning even more fiercely than the fire. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily. He didn't want to get caught up in a fight with these soul warriors. His figure slightly turned and he flew towards the side of the soul warriors. Unexpectedly, when they saw Xiaohua fly away, those soul warriors acted as if they didn't know. They continued to chase in the direction they came from, which was the direction where the drought demon fell. Moreover, because the drought demon was now flying and chasing after Xiaohua, it even waved the soul weapon in its hand, causing a sky full of green brilliance to pounce towards the drought demon. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, these millions of Meng Mountain soul cultivators are here to kill the drought demon. They're not here to help the drought demon save the fire ape. However, soon after, Xiaohua was stunned. But how can these soul cultivators kill the drought demon? But at this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense seemed to have discovered something. His face changed greatly, and a surge of anger involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. His divine sense retracted in a sorry state, and the lightning around his body flickered as he flew into the distance. It was actually the imperial lightning transformation that Xiaohua rarely used. Rumble, Xiaohua wasn't the only one flying. The dark clouds and lightning that had gathered in the sky earlier were also surging with Xiaohua into the distance. It seemed like Xiaohua's anger was soaring to the heavens. And the drought demon that was chasing after Xiaohua was also chasing after him. Because the drought demon had changed direction, it ran into the soul warriors. The green brilliance that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was like a gigantic tentacle that grabbed at the drought demon. Hiss, the drought demon's eyes that were covered by its red hair revealed a look of anger. It stretched out its hand and grabbed at the air a few times. A scorching heat comparable to the hand of a nascent soul cultivator shot up into the air. Hiss, the green brilliance of the drought demon melted in an instant, as if the green brilliance was being washed away by a flood. Roar, the dozen or so soul warriors that were closest to the drought demon waved the soul weapons in their hands. The soul beasts under their feet also spat out a green brilliance, and an obscure wave of energy enveloped the drought demon. Huff, seemingly hit by the soul warriors, the drought demon shook its head slightly and opened its mouth to roar at the soul warriors. Jianghu, seeing this, the soul warriors were overjoyed. They roared to each other and urged their soul beasts to gather even more soul warriors to attack. And the soul incantations in their mouths were rapidly recited, wanting to launch a fatal attack on the drought demon. Seeing so many soul warriors blocking its way and even more so becoming more and more difficult to deal with like flies, the drought demon lost its last bit of patience. Looking at Xiaohua's already disappearing figure, it opened its mouth to roar again and stretched out its hand to grab. Bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out. Several soul warriors that were in the middle of reciting soul incantations and urging their soul beasts to attack the drought demon inexplicably exploded. All of their flesh and blood scattered down like powder. And the soul beasts they were riding also fell from the sky. The remaining soul cultivators were somewhat scared. It seemed that after chasing for half a day, only now did they realize how powerful the drought demon was. Unfortunately, how could the attack of over 1,000 people be so easily stopped? The soul warriors behind these soul warriors continued to urge their soul beasts to chase after the drought demon. Soul incantations were also released. Pa 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 pa. A series of sounds rang out. It was like swatting flies. One after another, the soul warriors' flesh and blood exploded, and one after another, their soul beasts fell from the sky. Even the soul warriors who didn't notice before instinctively heard it. After all, this wasn't a fight with swordsmen. This was a one-sided massacre. These soul warriors were simply no match for the drought demon. Roar, the drought demon opened its mouth and laughed. All of the soul warriors were so scared that they urged their soul beasts to retreat. The scene was like a rising tide forcing itself to retreat. It was quite a spectacular sight. The drought demon ignored these soul warriors and continued to fly in the direction of Xiaohua. It seemed that the fire ape was very important to it. The remaining soul warriors stood in the sky for a moment. Seeing no trace of Yi Yu and Ho Yen, they looked at each other and urged their soul beasts to chase after the drought demon again. But this time, they only dared to stay far away. Activating the green defensive brilliance, no one dared to fly half a step. Where did Yi Yu and Ho Yen go? When the two of them were killing the drought demon, they naturally commanded the soul warriors to attack. However, the drought demon didn't want to fight them and they couldn't kill it. Originally, they chased after the drought demon to see if they could find any opportunities. The direction the drought demon went was naturally where the fire ape was, and this place wasn't far from the mountain peak where Xiao Mao put down Che Qi and the two blue witch feathers. Hundreds or even thousands of soul beasts flew past. Che Qi might not have known, but Jianghu you already knew. The two soul beasts didn't have any intelligence. They just flapped their wings and flew into the air, leaving Che Qi jumping and shouting on the mountain peak. Yi Yu and Ho Yen were both wise people. After seeing the power of the drought demon, they knew that this trip was a failure. However, Hou Yen couldn't just turn back. He sent his subordinates back and continued to mobilize the other soul warriors while continuing to chase after the drought demon. Yi Yu, on the other hand, had already achieved his goal. He wasn't afraid to follow behind Hou Yen. While they were quietly discussing how to deal with the drought demon, the blue witch feathers had already flown close to them. At first, Yi Yu didn't care. The blue witch feathers were just ordinary soul beasts in the millions of Meng Mountains. Who knew where these two soul beasts came from? But 7 was different. He thought about it for a while and figured it out. He knew that Xiao Mao had saved the soul beast in the Bai and stronghold. Although he didn't know that Xiao Mao had brought 2 soul beasts with him, how could 2 soul beasts suddenly appear in such a barren place? 7 hurriedly reported this to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a calculative person. Once he was reminded, he immediately understood. He was overjoyed and asked for help from Hou Yen. Chapter 28:45. Hou Yen, who was still troubled, frowned even more when he heard this. In fact, he really didn't want to get involved in the matters of Shi Bai stronghold, especially such a sensitive matter. Although he agreed to help because he wanted something, there was still a sense of evasiveness in his bones. He didn't believe that in such a big Meng Mountains, he would really run into Xiao Mao this time. However, things were often so coincidental. When they really ran into each other, Hou Yen couldn't refuse anymore. He could only send his disciples to continue chasing Hamba, while he led over 100 spirit warriors and followed Yi Yu's 10 trusted subordinates to change direction. After all, the green witch feather was just an ordinary soul beast. How could it be as psychic as a soul beast commanded by a spirit warrior? After circling around, they slowly returned to the mountain peak where Qi was. Qi obviously didn't know the origin of these people. When it saw so many spirit warriors coming, it quickly stood up and bowed. However, no matter how Yi Yu and Hou Yen asked, Qi didn't reveal Xiao Mao's whereabouts. Hou Yen was helpless and didn't say much, but how could Yi Yu let it go? He only nodded slightly, and Qi immediately walked out and cut off one of Qi's arms, letting the blood flow out like a fountain. When Qi saw Xiao Mao before, it had already fainted from hunger. Now that it was severely injured, it couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Its blood soaked the dried mountain rocks. Seeing that Qi still refused to speak, Qi summoned his flying sword and sliced off the flesh on Qi's other arm piece by piece. Qi, who had gritted his teeth and remained silent, couldn't help but cry out in pain. His voice was so shrill that even the 2 green witch feathers cried out in shock in midair. Qi's last arm was almost cut into bones, but Qi still didn't ask why. Under Qi's torture, Qi only had 1 breath left to struggle. Qi didn't dare to casually kill Qi without Yi Yu's orders. Even Hou Yen, who had never regarded the lives of the Aborigines as lives, frowned when he saw such cruel means. Ahem. Hou Yen coughed and said unhappily, Fu Man, although this Aborigine is a lowly person, he is still a citizen of Meng Mountain. It's fine if you killed him, but to torture him in front of your little brother, isn't that inappropriate? Night Rain was naturally angry. He didn't expect this native to be so stubborn. This native showed him the loyalty of the natives to the descendants of Shi Bai. Hearing Hou Yen's words, he said faintly, Brother Hou Yen, this is the internal affair of our Shi Bai village. The untouchables here are my people. I am the Fu Man of the Shi Bai stronghold. There is no reason why I can't deal with this lowly commoner, right? Humph, if that's the case, Fu Man will take care of the internal affairs here. Hou Yen waved his hand and the soul beast landed. Hou Yen pretended to leave. Hey brother. Yi Yu didn't expect that Hou Yen was already regretting his decision. He hastily shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a strong wave of energy appeared in the sky. Then a light flashed in the sky. It was as if a hurricane had blown past. 3 figures appeared from the light and flew into the distance. Ah? Yi Yu was shocked at first, but when he saw them clearly, he was wild with joy. Yes, of the 3 people who appeared, Xiao Mao, whom he wanted to kill the most, was among them. Xiao Hua, whom he feared the most, wasn't here. Wasn't this what he wanted? Hou Yen. Yi Yu shouted recklessly, You and I have already agreed that the 3 of them have been sent here by the Huda goddess. Look carefully. That young cultivator is my enemy. You only need to kill him today and everything I promised you before will still count. Hou Yen was also shocked. He didn't know how these 3 people appeared here. When he heard Yi Yu's words, he was also moved. However, he was still cautious and said, It's just a few Foundation establishment cultivators, why do you need to worry about them? How about this? I'll help you stall these 2 foundation establishment cultivators. As for that, you can deal with it yourself. Okay, I'll do as brother says. When Yiyu heard this, he didn't say anything else. His soul beast roared in the air and rushed towards Xiao Mao. Several of Yiyu's confidants also urged their soul beasts to chase after Xiao Mao. Hou Yin wasn't in a hurry. He looked coldly at them and waved his hand. A soul warrior came forward and gave a few orders. The 100 soul warriors shouted a few times and waved their soul armaments. Gradually, a green light appeared and rushed towards Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. Hou Yin reached out his hand and a snow-white bone staff appeared in his hand. The soul beast under his feet also flew up. Jiji, the 2 blue shaman feathers didn't know what was going on. They flapped their wings and flew into the air to catch up with the other soul beasts. Although none of the soul beasts were blue shaman feathers, the 2 blue shaman feathers seemed to be very close to the other soul beasts. From time to time they would soar up and play with the other soul beast. The green light also wrapped around the blue shaman feathers. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain was empty except for Chia Weeping. Chia Weeping struggled painfully to get up. Almost immediately he fell to his knees and stared at the sky. He stared at the direction where the others were going and saw Xiao Mao's tall figure. Xiao Mao and the others were just as surprised. They were originally together with Xiao Hua, so their speed was roughly the same. However, just as they were about to be teleported away, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly sped up again. He actually surpassed them by more than 30 meters, disappearing into the space ahead of them. It was truly impossible for them to catch up. However, when Xiao Mao and the others reappeared in midair, they found themselves in the millions of Ming Mountains. Sure enough, Xiao Hua was separated from them. Of course, when they realized that this was where Xiao Hua was before, they heard the cries of soul beasts behind them. With a sweep of their wills, they knew that Yiyu was here. Truly, enemies are bound to meet. Li Zongbao sneered. With a clap of his hand, the immortal slaughtering whip appeared in his hand. Fairy Hongxia was even calmer. She opened her mouth and the phoenix token flew out and landed in her hand. Seeing the 2 of them take out their magical treasures, Xiao Mao did not dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, the broken golden arrow called the sun-shooting arrow was taken out from his storage bag. Yiyu. Seeing Yiyu controlling his soul beast to fly over, Li Zongbao said coldly, "You really don't give up on your evil intentions. I should have killed you before we reached the Ming Mountains." Haha, Li Zongbao, I know that your name is Li Zongbao. I already knew that day at Drifting Cloud Lake. I also knew it during the Battle of the Sword Catacomb. Yiyu laughed loudly. You, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, want to kill me? You should take a piss and look at your own shadow. If it wasn't for the terrifying phoenix by your side that day, I would have already killed all of you. How could I have kept you alive until today? Yiyu, set up a soul formation in the Sword Catacomb and help the sword cultivators of Huan Country to fight against the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries. Fairy Hongxia waved her hand, causing the 5-colored phoenix medallion to emit a 5-colored brilliance around her. Then she said coldly, "Today there are also soul cultivators fighting against swordsmen in Ming Mountains. Are you a swordsman? Or a soul cultivator?" Fairy Hongxia's voice was loud. Obviously, she wanted Hou Yin behind Yiyu to hear her. Sure enough, when he heard Yiyu setting up a soul formation for sword cultivators, Hou Yin frowned and controlled his soul beast to stop in midair. Haha, sword cultivators are the enemies of my Ming Mountains. Aren't cultivators the enemies of my Ming Mountains as well? Yiyu was not flustered at all. He laughed loudly and said, "My ancestors were sword cultivators. I have never denied this. However, my ancestors gave their all for the sake of the sword domain. Yet, when the sword cultivators won, they did not care about my ancestors' contributions and killed all of them. If not for the fact that my ancestors were not in the sword domain and were able to escape, where would I be now? Therefore, I have long stopped seeing myself as a sword cultivator. The reason why I set up a soul formation in the sword catacomb to help LV Ruochang is because I have an agreement with her. The blood souls that activate the soul formation must be the disciples of the 4 sects who killed my ancestors. I am avenging my Yi clan. Although the swordsmen are fighting against the soul cultivators of Ming Mountains, I have always had a clear conscience and have always seen myself as a member of Ming Mountains. If you want to talk about this, you are looking down on the people of Ming Mountains." Hearing this, Hou Yin was enlightened. But then he was displeased. If Yiyu had said this first, he might not have cared. Just like what Yiyu said, the life and death of cultivators had nothing to do with him. Moreover, with Yiyu's status, Hou Yin knew that Yiyu would never do anything that would harm Ming Mountains for the sake of swordsmen. However, it was Fairy Hongxia who forced Yiyu to say this. Yi Yu had the intention to hide this from Ho Yen, and this made Ho Yen feel uncomfortable. Yi, who knows what you are thinking? Fairy Hongxia saw Ho Yan's expression and her heart tightened. She hurriedly said, everyone knows that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Huan country might be one of your destinations, and these millions of Meng mountains might also be one of your bargaining chips. Haha, Yi Yu was embarrassed and angry, but on the surface he laughed and waved his hand. You little girl, who do you think you are? You're just a nameless female cultivator. If you knew my status in the village, perhaps you wouldn't say that. I naturally know that my surname is Kai and my name is Hongxia. I am the descendant of the Kai clan of Luyang. Fairy Hongxia sneered, even if I die, my surname is still Kai. It is still better than those who forget their surname and their ancestral origins, betray their ancestors and forget their ancestral origins and go to other places, right? You still call yourself Shibai Village. Shibai Village is like you. At this point, Fairy Hongxia was stunned and blurted out, Shibai Village? You are looking for... As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia turned to look at Xiao Mao, who had also come to a realization. Chapter 2846. Well said, well said. Yi was not angry at all. Instead, he clapped his hands and pointed at Xiao Mao behind Fairy Hongxia. If we're talking about people who have been forgotten by their ancestors, this Xiao Mao behind you should be the first. He has the bloodline of the great god Shibai and even cultivates Taoist techniques. He's a Taoist and he doesn't even know his name. I'm afraid he's worse than me. As he spoke, Yi Yu turned to Ho Yen and said, little brother, I've already tolerated them for a long time. I was just afraid that you might have some grudges in your heart. Now that you've heard everything clearly, I haven't hidden anything from you. Yes, we'll do as you said. Ho Yen pointed out Yi Yu's identity. I'll kill these 2 Taoist cultivators. Okay, Yi Yu nodded. Opening her mouth, the small sword was about to fly out, but Yi Yu hesitated for a moment. Clapping her hands together, the beast-like soul armament came out again. Muttering an incantation, the soul armament began to glow with a dark green light. Agree? Xiao Mao and the others had a general understanding of the situation in the shaman village. When they heard Ho Yan's words, their expressions changed slightly. They understood Yi Yu's intention. Xiao Mao's eyes narrowed and anger appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, Yi Yu must have something to do with the death of Xiao Mao's parents. Otherwise, he would not have intercepted Xiao Mao and prevented him from going to Shibai village. When did swordsmen learn to be so cunning? You actually took over a magpie's nest in Meng Mountain. Li Zongbao waved his hand and the immortal slaying whip emitted a yellow light. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered. He said coldly, I hate such evil deeds the most. Eat my whip. Li Zongbao? I heard you're a famous junior cultivator in Meng country. You're known as the #1 cultivator below the golden core stage. Ho Yen stomped his foot and the spirit beast flew over and blocked Li Zongbao's path. He said calmly, I'm Ho Yen, a citizen of Meng Mountain's Huda village. I'm here to test you and see the power of the #1 cultivator below the golden core stage. Huda village? Seeing hundreds of soul beasts gradually encircling them, making it hard for them to escape, Fairy Hongxia hurriedly said, Huda's stronghold has always been on good terms with Shibai stronghold, and the descendants of Shibai stronghold have not appeared in Meng Mountains for many years. Now that Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai, you people of Huda's stronghold should naturally be able to distinguish between the truth and the lies. This is the ancestral land of great god Shibai, why are you protecting others? If Elder Wu and Ji-Man find out about this, Ho Yen, do you think you can escape punishment? Ah. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, what qualifications do you have to discuss the internal affairs of Meng Mountains? Ho Yen naturally knew what Fairy Hongxia was trying to do. He laughed, the 2 of you are my targets. If you obediently surrender or withdraw now, I can guarantee that I will not take your lives. Bah. Li Zongbao lightly spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Evil creature, no matter how dignified your words are, it cannot hide the evil in your heart. I believe that you also need the help of this bullshit Fu man in Huda's stronghold, or else you would not do such a thing that has been forgotten by your ancestors. That's right. Xiao Mao flew out from behind Fairy Hongxia, pointing his finger at Chia weeping on a distant hillside, and said with grief and indignation, to use such cruel means to deal with the people under your command, you people do not deserve to be the people of Meng Mountains. Immediately after, Xiao Mao mumbled a dozen words in the native language of Meng Mountains. When he spoke, even though Ho Yen and the others were prepared, their expressions still changed. Even the hundreds of soul warriors flying in the air showed hesitation on their faces. Brother Ho Yen. Yi Yu naturally did not allow Xiao Mao to say anything more. He waved his hand, signaling a few of his trusted subordinates to attack. At the same time he said to Ho Yen, "If not now, then when?" "Good." Ho Yen stretched out the bone staff in his hand and ordered loudly, "My sons, these 2 Dao sect cultivators have broken into Meng Mountains. You all are under the orders of Hu, great god, to destroy the enemy. Kill them." When the soul warriors heard that they did not attack Xiao Mao directly, they were all overjoyed. They all roared and urged their soul beasts. The dark green brilliance was like 2 huge fingers, pointing at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia naturally did not dare to fly. The 2 of them looked at each other, nodded slightly, and urged their transcendence energy. Li Zongbao waved his immortal slaughtering whip, and a lifelike shadow of the whip streaked across the sky, meeting the dark green brilliance head-on. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of the whip fell into the dark green brilliance. At the moment of contact, the shadow of the whip suddenly scattered, turning into hundreds of thumb-sized whip shadows. Puff 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 puff. The immortal slaughtering whip destroyed more than half of the green brilliance that was pointing at Li Zongbao. There were even a few small green brilliance that rushed into the green brilliance and hit the soul warriors in front of them. The soul warriors were shocked. They waved the soul weapons in their hands, and the soul beasts under their feet also opened their mouths, emitting a green brilliance in an attempt to block the whip shadows. Pow pow pow, several more sounds were heard. The 4 or 5 whip shadows destroyed the green brilliance, and the whip shadows disappeared. But there were still 2 whip shadows that landed on the soul warriors. Following the screams of the 2 soul warriors, the skin of the soul warriors were torn open, and their flesh was badly mangled. They fell from the soul beasts. And the soul beasts also fell with the soul warriors. Hiss, seeing this, Ho Yen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his face showing astonishment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a foundation establishment cultivator of the Dao sect, and it wasn't that he hadn't fought with the Huan Kingdom's illusory sword. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of Li Zongbao's strength, but he didn't expect Li Zongbao to be so powerful that he could even kill a soul warrior that ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to. Looking at Fairy Hongxia, it was even more beyond his expectations. The 5-colored phoenix token in Fairy Hongxia's hands looked very beautiful. She gently waved it and a 5-colored light suddenly appeared, piercing into the dark green brilliance. In an instant, the brilliance was swept away. Although the multicolored light couldn't kill a soul warrior, it was enough to scare the soul beasts under the soul warriors into retreating several meters. This is troublesome. No wonder Yi Yu came to ask for help. Ho Yen thought to himself. After a slight hesitation, he waved his bone staff, and a faint green light appeared on his face. His mouth also muttered an incantation, and as Ho Yen chanted the witchcraft incantation, a faint layer of black gas appeared near him. At the same time, the soul warriors that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had repelled also raised their soul weapons. Their mouths also muttered the witchcraft incantation, and strands of black gas gradually appeared in the green light that connected them. Not good. Seeing such a strange situation, Fairy Hongxia's heart was alarmed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, junior brother Xiao, let's run." "Yi, you've already come here, still want to leave?" At this time Yi Yu pointed his finger, and the drop of blood on the tip of his finger had already disappeared into the single eye of the palace-guarding beast. The palace-guarding beast's entire body glowed with a green light, and its body gradually expanded. Go! Yi Yu did not even finish his sentence and immediately jumped up from the body of the palace-guarding beast, and landed on the back of the palace-guarding beast. He slapped his hand on the palace-guarding beast's forehead, and a green brilliance like the Milky Way poured down towards the 3 of them. "Humph," Li Zongbao sneered, and the immortal slaughtering whip in his hand waved again. The golden brilliance of the immortal slaughtering whip was indeed powerful, and even Yi Yu's soul technique could not block it. With just one whip, the green brilliance was dispersed. However, when the green brilliance flashed, Xiao Mao disappeared from Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia's side. A strong sword chi in the green brilliance forced Xiao Mao to move more than 10 feet away from the 2 of them. "Junior brother Xiao, don't be hasty." Fairy Hongxia dispelled the green brilliance and shouted and was about to fly to Xiao Mao's side, when she heard a gloomy wind blowing in all directions, followed by countless GGG sounds, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, that came from the left and right of them. Ah! Fairy Hongxia turned back to look, and saw that the area within 100 feet had been covered by a faint black aura. Within that black aura, countless ghost heads of various sizes were faintly discernible, bearing their fangs. Those chilling sounds were all coming from these ghost heads. Fairy Wuxia could not help but exclaim. Compared to female cultivators who were naturally frightened, Li Zongbao was considered to be better. However, looking at the ghost heads that were as small as fists and as big as rolling balls, and the bloody remains on top of them, an inexplicable chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, these ghost heads seemed to have spiritual intelligence. Each of them opened their black mouths, and bit into the green brilliance around them as if they were swallowing it, and the sounds of crunching could be heard continuously. Not good. Suddenly a chill rose from his side, and Li Zongbao did not hesitate to fling the immortal slaughtering whip in his hand. Pon, with a soft sound, the shadow of the whip lashed out, and a faint human figure appeared under the shadow of the whip, and this human figure flickered a few times before disappearing again. Hiss! Li Zongbao suddenly realized that other than the ghost heads that he could see, there were ghosts in the air that could not be seen with the naked eye. Junior brother and sister, be careful. Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, those ghost heads are just to attract attention, the formless ghosts are the real killers. Fairy Wuxia was really afraid of these ghosts, and hurriedly waved the phoenix token in her hand, and a five-colored brilliance suddenly appeared. Countless screams came from around her, and one by one, the human-shaped ghosts turned into green smoke under the five-colored brilliance and disappeared. Although Ho Yin had been chanting witchcraft incantations, and the black aura on the bone staff was getting thicker, he did not manage to control the ghosts. Instead, his face was getting darker and darker. However, when he saw the power of Fairy Wuxia's phoenix token, he could not help but be stunned. He did not even bother to chant any witchcraft incantations, and only stared at Fairy Wuxia's phoenix token with a strange expression in his eyes. It seems. Ho Yin seemed to have thought of something, but he could not be sure, or perhaps he had only heard it by chance and could not remember it clearly. This expression only lasted for a moment, and was immediately replaced by greed. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he waved his bone staff, and hundreds of hooded stronghold spirit warriors moved. Chapter 2847. Woo woo, hundreds and thousands of ghost heads rushed out from the green light. Under each ghost head there was a surge of black gas. They charged towards Li Zongbao and Red Dawn Fairy ferociously. Fight! Li Zongbao did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. He knew that all spells would be ineffective. He could only activate the celestial slaying whip to defend himself. Piak piak piak. One by one, the ghost heads were destroyed by the golden light of the celestial slaying whip and turned into streaks of black gas. This black gas then gathered with the black gas of the other ghost heads and surrounded Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao was brave, there were too many ghost heads. Inadvertently, a ghost head bypassed the celestial slaying whip and rushed towards Li Zongbao's legs. It easily bit on Li Zongbao's protective light. Ka-ka, sounds came from the ghost head's mouth. After a few bites, Li Zongbao's protective light started to flicker. Li Zongbao hurriedly waved the celestial slaying whip and easily destroyed the ghost head. However, he was still a little nervous. He was not a golden core cultivator and could not have a protective golden light like Xiaohua. This protective golden light was naturally a defensive yellow talisman. Of course, as an outstanding disciple of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao also had a defensive magic item on him. However, he did not think that this protective magic item would be able to stop the ghost heads from swallowing him. Moreover, the celestial slaying whip was still an unformed spiritual weapon. Xiaohua had already said that it had to be nurtured properly until the weapon's spirit matured. Only then would it be of great use. However, since entering the Huan Kingdom, Li Zongbao had used the celestial slaying whip more than once. It was like a fetus in its mother's arms being disturbed time and time again. How could it be born in 10 months? At this moment, after using the celestial slaying whip a few times, a gust of counterforce was generated from the celestial slaying whip. It rushed straight into his meridians and blood vessels. This counterforce was different from the one from the celestial slaying whip. During the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, Li Zongbao's cultivation level and magic power were not enough to fully control the celestial slaying whip. The counterforce was mainly damaging Li Zongbao's meridians and dantian. At this moment, the damage caused by this shapeless spirit artifact was more towards one's bloodline and mind. An indescribable sense of irritation and bloodiness gradually arose in Li Zongbao's heart. Looking at Fairy Wuxia, she seemed to have lost her usual calmness. Although the phoenix token in her hand was waved from time to time, there was no pattern to it. It was as though she was dancing purely out of fear. They couldn't form a regular attack. Therefore, even though this five-colored light was very powerful and could block the ghostly heads and formless ghostly spirits better than the immortal slaughtering whip, the ghostly heads outside the light were gradually killed. However, even more ghostly heads and ghostly spirits were still pouncing on the light and devouring it. Furthermore, looking at how Fairy Hongxia's arm was moving slower and slower, it was obvious that her magical power was running out. Whiz! A long and thin cry rang out from about 100 feet away from Fairy Hongxia. The palace-guarding beast under Yiyu raised its slender neck and its body glowed with a green light. The green light then gathered in front of the palace-guarding beast's chest. Following that, the palace-guarding beast spat out a half-chi-long green soul sword from its mouth and flew towards Xiao Mao, who was holding the shooting sun arrows in his hands. Xiao Mao had been channeling his magical power all this while. Although he had not fully accumulated his power, the soul sword was already flying towards him. He did not dare to be careless. A golden light shot out and the shooting sun arrow flew towards the green soul sword. Woo! The shooting sun arrow disappeared in a flash and reappeared in front of the soul sword. The tip of the arrow seemed to have boundless strength, as though it could split the air in half. But what was extremely strange was that the soul sword at the tip of the arrow did not seem to be there at all. It passed through the shooting sun arrow and continued flying towards Xiao Mao. Furthermore, after passing through the shooting sun arrow, the speed of the soul sword suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 5 zhang away from Xiao Mao's forehead. Oh no, Xiao Mao saw that the shooting sun arrow that he had been accumulating power for a long time had missed its target. His heart turned pale with fright. An inescapable sense of control emerged from the soul sword and covered his forehead. A feeling of being unable to escape arose spontaneously. Damn it, this Ming Mountain spirit art is too strange. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. He knew that he could no longer escape, therefore he decided not to evade. He channeled the shooting sun arrow and flew towards Yiyu without hesitation. He wanted to perish together with her. The sound of a beast's cry could be heard. Suddenly, a huge green shadow descended from the sky and blocked in front of Xiao Mao. It was the huge green witch feather. Yes, the green witch feather was not sentient. It had been playing with many spirit beasts. But when it saw that Xiao Mao was in danger, how could the green witch feather not give up its life? However, this soul sword was not an ordinary flying sword. Although the green witch feather's body was huge, the soul sword flew past the green witch feather and easily shattered its soul. The green witch feather only stopped flapping its wings for a moment and fell straight down from the sky. And it was obvious that the green witch feather's soul was too weak. After the soul sword was destroyed, it did not dim much. It only paused for a moment before thrusting towards Xiao Mao again. In the blink of an eye, it was less than half a foot away from Xiao Mao's forehead. Just as the soul sword struck down the blue sorcerer feather, the shooting sun arrow arrived in front of Yiyu. Yiyu was shocked when he saw the shooting sun arrow emitting a powerful ripple of mana and an indescribable, terrifying aura of death. He quickly opened his mouth and threw out his dagger. With a crack, the dagger and the shooting sun arrow were both deflected. Xiao Mao's shooting sun arrow, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was actually on par with Yiyu's dagger, a mirage sword cultivator. Even though the shooting sun arrow was deflected, it did not slow down. Several spirit beasts next to Yiyu were unable to dodge in time and were all pierced by the shooting sun arrow. They did not even have time to scream before they fell from the sky. The spirit warriors were also heavily injured. Damn it! Yiyu's heart ached. These soul warriors' cultivation levels were about the same as those at the early stage of the Foundation establishment and the peak of the aura refining stage, but they were loyal. It wasn't easy for him to train a few of them in the Shibai village. Kill, Yiyu roared in his mind. The spirit beast under his feet swung its tail and the soul sword pierced Xiao Mao's forehead. Ga, the other green witch feather cried out. It was a bit confused as it watched its mother fall from the sky. Then it looked at Xiao Mao, then at the corpse of the older green witch feather and quickly fell down. With a boom, the corpse of the green witch feather fell to the ground. There was a large cloud of dust, but in the battle no one saw it. Little green witch feather fell down and let out a few ga-ga sounds. Using its beak, it saw that its mother was ignoring it. It was a bit helpless. Then it turned its head to look at Xiao Mao. Then it flew to a distant mountain peak. There Chechi was kneeling in a pool of blood and looking at Xiao Mao with great sincerity. Chechi's mouth was still muttering, but no one knew if he was praying or doing something else. Those trembling legs, those arms that had already turned into white bones, he didn't know what kind of power was supporting him bitterly. Chechi's eyes were fixed on the soul sword piercing Xiao Mao's forehead. His heart was already in a knot. Needless to say, Xiao Mao's life was what Chechi was most concerned about. It had long surpassed his own life. The soul sword was like a bolt of green lightning that instantly pierced Xiao Mao's forehead. The moment the soul sword entered his body, a trace of sorrow flashed through Xiao Mao's eyes. The desire to control life and death had never been so strong. The desire to control power had never been so strong. Perhaps only in the face of death, in the face of complete despair, could one's most primitive desire be aroused. Facing Xiao Mao, a smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. Cultivators had no special ability to resist the soul sword. Unless they were golden core or nascent soul cultivators, or their own heavenly talisman patterns could block it. As for foundation establishment cultivators, only death awaited them. Who knew that when the soul sword entered Xiao Mao's forehead, a cluster of green light bloomed from the spot where the soul sword entered. It was like a blooming morning glory. On the petals of the soul sword, many small green seal runes swam out. The change in Xiao Mao's forehead stunned Yi Yu. The soul sword that had just disappeared flew out from the green seal runes and attacked the palace-guarding beast under Yi Yu's feet. Moreover, the soul sword's trajectory was exactly the same as before, but its speed was several times faster. Before Yi Yu could react, the soul sword rushed into the palace-guarding beast's mouth. Oh! The palace-guarding beast cried out in pain. Its entire body rapidly shrank and green light flashed. Yi Yu's face was abnormally pale. Not only was he shocked, but he was also heavily injured because of the soul sword. At this time he couldn't care about anything else. He activated the soul sword under his feet and stood in the air. As soon as Yi Yu came to a stop, the palace-guarding beast transformed back into a soul armament. Cracks began to appear all over the surface of the soul armament, and when the wind blew by, the soul armament was reduced to dust. As Yi Yu tried his best to suppress the pain in his head. He sucked in a breath of cold air and rejoiced at how lucky he was. For the sake of face, he used the soul armament to kill Xiao Mao in front of Ho Yen and the other soul warriors. If he had used his own soul technique to kill Xiao Mao, then, it wouldn't have been the palace-guarding beast's soul armament that would have been reduced to dust. It would have been Yi Yu himself. Third uncle. Yi Yu came to a sudden realization. It must have been because of Xiao Mao's strange phenomenon that his third uncle couldn't kill Xiao Mao. Oh? Yi Yu wasn't the only one who was surprised by this. Even Xiao Mao himself didn't know what was going on. An indescribable feeling of soreness came from his glabella. After the soul sword was repelled, the soul sword slowly returned to Xiao Mao's glabella and disappeared as if it was never there in the first place. Whoosh, there was a flash of golden light as the shooting sun arrow landed in front of Xiao Mao again after killing several soul cultivators. Ha ha! Yi Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the shooting sun arrow. You really are the descendant of God Shibai. Normal soul techniques can't hurt you. But even without a soul technique, I can still kill you. Chapter 28:48. As he spoke, Yi Yu's sword flashed and a dragon-shaped sword appeared from his body. Gusts of wind blew and countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed towards Yi Yu's dragon-shaped sword. Roar, as the orange-yellow sword light soared into the sky from Yi Yu's body, an extremely complete dragon-shaped sword intent flashed within the sword light. An enormous and indescribable aura spread out from the dragon-shaped sword, enveloping an area of several dozen meters around it. The dragon-shaped sword was extremely ferocious and was very similar to Yi Yu's arrogant face. The entire dragon-shaped sword circled in the air and flew towards Xiao Mao. Under the dragon-shaped sword, Xiao Mao's entire body was covered by the aura. The aura was like a tidal wave that completely drowned him. There was no room for him to breathe. Go! Xiao Mao knew that this was a critical moment. The dragonization manual in his meridians was activated and his true yuan rushed into the shooting sun arrow like a flood. Instantly, the tip of the shooting sun arrow emitted a strong golden light. The entire arrow flew into the air and destroyed the sword will. It then shot towards the head of the dragon-shaped sword will. When Xiao Mao sent Night Rain's soul sword back, Ho Yan's bone staff also slowly drew a line in the air. The appearance of the green seal text really gave Ho Yan a fright. However, when he saw the green seal text disappear, Ho Yan's eyes flashed with a pensive light. The bone staff in his hand just happened to draw an oval in the air. As Ho Yan lifted the bone staff, it was as if he was opening a lid. A thick black gas flew out from the oval. Ao, a mournful ghostly cry came from the black gas, causing Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were surrounded by the ghostly heads, to tremble in fear. Wu, a thick black shadow rushed out from the black smoke. A ghost head that was several times larger than all the previous ghost heads opened its pitch-black mouth and revealed itself. Hiss hiss. The ghost head spun a few rounds in the air and laughed loudly. Ho Yan's face was a little pale, but he still chanted an incantation and pointed the bone staff in his hand. A green light fell on the ghost head, and the ghost head suddenly trembled as if it was extremely afraid of Ho Yan. It flew towards the direction the bone staff was pointing at. The targets of the ghost heads were naturally Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. When the ghost heads charged into the group of ghost heads, they were not in a hurry to attack Fairy Hongxia's five-colored light. Instead, they opened their mouths wide and swallowed a dozen ghost heads nearby with crunching sounds. In an instant, the ghost heads were scared out of their wits. Evil creature. Ho Yan cursed and pointed the bone staff in his hand again. The ghost head quickly flew up and rushed towards Li Zongbao, who was not protected by the five-colored light. You're courting death. Li Zongbao's red flashed across his face again. Bang. The ghost head's head was head. However, the two ghost heads laughed at the same time and turned back into two complete ghost heads. They then bit at Li Zongbao from two different directions. Attack. Li Zongbao waved his hand again and destroyed the two ghost heads at the same time. Although part of the ghost heads were destroyed by the immortal slaying whip, the remaining part formed another four ghost heads and charged at Li Zongbao again. Sigh, what a pity about this spiritual artifact. Seeing that the immortal slaughtering whip could not kill the ghost heads, Li Zongbao sighed. He knew that a spiritual artifact would not be this powerful. It was just that his magic power was not enough and the spiritual artifact was not completed yet. However, he also knew that if he could not escape this calamity today, this spiritual artifact would not be completed in this lifetime. Where did Xiaohua go? Instantly, Li Zongbao thought of Xiaohua again. He can ignore my life, but does he dare to ignore Fairy Hongxia's life? Li Zongbao was in danger and Xiao Mao was even worse. The shooting sun arrow was the dragon-shaped sword will that hit Night Rain. Although the golden light on the shooting sun arrow was destroyed by the dragon-shaped head, the dragon body was not damaged and still pierced towards Xiao Mao. Before the dragon-shaped sword will could get close, another green witch feather cried out from mid-air. The smaller green witch feather also flew down. Different from the older green witch feather, there was a person sitting on the smaller green witch feather. It was the dying Chiu weeping. Ping, with a muffled sound, the dragon-shaped sword will hit the green witch feather. There was no suspense at all. Although the green witch feather's body was big, the sword will that formed the dragon-shaped sword will cut the green witch feather into pieces and even cut through the corpse. As for Chiu weeping, the sword will cut through his body and he ended up like the green witch feather. The poor native Chiu weeping. Although he was saved by Xiao Mao from the mouth of another native, he still could not escape the fate of being killed by Meng Mountain Soul warriors. This devout native, until his death, his eyes were still filled with determination and conviction as he stared at Xiao Mao. He could not bear to look away for even a moment. The deaths of the green witch feather and Chiu weeping were not without effect. At least the dragon-shaped sword will was blocked. However, just as the dragon-shaped sword intent faded, a sharp sword beam rushed out from the dragon's body. It was none other than Night Rain's intrinsic sword. It had been hidden under the sword intent in an attempt to sneak an attack on Xiao Mao. The origin sword had just flown out and the corpses of the green witch feather and Chiu weeping had not yet landed when a faint, scarred divine will swept over from afar. This divine will was so weak that it was like an old man in his twilight years. It was weak, but from this divine will, there was a tenacity and persistence. However, when the divine will swept over the corpses of the green witch feather and Chiu weeping, this divine will was ignited in an instant. A feeling of extreme anger came from this divine will. At the same time in the distant sky, there was a faint rumbling of thunder. Hurry, the terrifying phoenix is coming. Night Rain felt the divine will and immediately urged, this guy is almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. He's really strong. Oh, nascent soul cultivator? Ho Yan was stunned and quickly asked, Fu Man didn't seem to have mentioned it before? Heh, as Yu controlled her life-bound dagger to attack Xiao Mao, she replied, he's almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator, but he's still not a nascent soul cultivator. Do you really think he'll be able to escape the combined might of us soul warriors? What's the point of mentioning it now? Ho Yan was too lazy to argue with Night Rain. He waved the bone staff in his hand again, and the 8 ghost heads that had been destroyed by Li Zongbao roared and rushed towards Li Zongbao. Go! Xiao Mao saw the origin sword flying in front of him. He tried his best to dodge while making hand seals to control the sunshot arrow to attack Night Rain. It was a completely suicidal attack. Night Rain explained to Ho Yen while dodging the sunshot arrow. In a hurry, she didn't have the strength to kill Xiao Mao in an instant. Roar! The 8 ghost heads entangled Li Zongbao's slaughtering immortal whip. The other ghost heads found a gap and rushed in front of Li Zongbao. They opened their mouths to bite at Li Zongbao's protective magic treasure. The brilliance around Li Zongbao's body was extremely bright. It seemed that he was about to fall into a dangerous situation. Rumble! The sound of thunder streaked across the sky. It was even faster than the white horse galloping across the crevice. However, when the heavenly thunder was about 10 miles away, 2 streaks of green and red sword light shot towards Night Rain like shooting stars. Flying swords. At this time, Night Rain's dragon-shaped sword intent was already activated. The orange-yellow brilliance illuminated the sky as it roared and pierced towards Xiao Mao. Seeing the 2 flying swords flying towards him, he couldn't help but sneer. It was a kind of contempt coming from the corner of his mouth. Yes, what was the difference between using flying swords in front of a sword cultivator and displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert? Especially when the 2 flying swords were about 10 feet away from Night Rain, the green and red sword rays suddenly bloomed. The 2 sword rays, one on the left and one on the right, actually formed a heart shape in the air. The heart shape became increasingly elongated and actually turned into the shape of a sword. Night Rain laughed even more. He had never seen a sword intent that was shaped like a sword before. However, the heart sword was filled with anger and hatred. An indescribable fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. Yes, this was the killing intent in Xiao Hua's heart towards Night Rain. It was born when he saw Che Qi being killed by Night Rain. Although Xiao Hua risked his spirit sense to search for Fairy Hongxia and the rest, if he saw Fairy Hongxia injured by Night Rain, the killing intent in his heart might not be so deep. Even if he saw Xiao Mao being injured by Night Rain, he wouldn't be so angry. Because this kind of injury was caused by a battle of life and death. It was an injury caused by an enemy of the same level. Xiao Hua might not have any other thoughts. However, what he saw was Che Qi, a native, who was practically unarmed and defenseless against Night Rain. Yet he was brutally killed by Night Rain. This native didn't have any special feelings for Xiao Hua. However, when this native fainted from hunger, he was almost eaten by his companions. When this native was saved by Xiao Mao, he didn't mention anything about being eaten by his companions. Xiao Hua didn't think that this native didn't know the situation at that time. Furthermore, when he was welcoming Xiao Mao to Bai and Stronghold, he was incomparably sincere, almost treating Xiao Mao as his own sky. Xiao Hua didn't know the situation of Che Qi's family, nor did he know if he had any children. However, when Xiao Mao asked Che Qi to lead the way, the gratitude in Che Qi's eyes was enough to move Xiao Hua. Looking at Che Qi's shattered corpse and that white bone right arm, how could Xiao Hua not know that this native had been interrogated by Night Rain? Of course, Xiao Hua didn't know how this native answered. However, if this native was forced to reveal Xiao Mao's whereabouts, would he have suffered such heavy injuries? Besides, how could Che Qi know the whereabouts of Xiao Mao and the rest? Although Xiao Hua only saw the scene after Che Qi's death, he saw a lot. He saw Qing Shi Huiyu's loyalty, saw Che Qi's sincerity, saw their determination to die for Xiao Mao. Although this native was a native, his heart was more honest and noble than a spirit warrior. If Xiao Hua didn't kill Night Rain, he wouldn't be able to face this native. Therefore Night Rain must die. Xiao Hua must kill Night Rain. The anger of the heart sword was the anger in Xiao Hua's heart. Chapter 2849. Yu didn't know the origin of Xiao Hua's anger, nor did he care about the newly born heart sword. However, as soon as the heart sword was born, a sharp sword chi rushed out from the heart sword. A nearly invincible sword chi rushed out from the heart sword, not at all inferior to his own soaring dragon sword intent. The ridicule on Yiyu's face froze. Whoosh! As soon as the heart sword was born, it met the incoming soaring dragon sword intent head-on. The 2 sword intents collided, and a wave of chi soared to the sky. After a loud bang, the orange sword chi and the green and red sword chi scattered like tiny snakes. Yiyu's body couldn't be controlled under the power of the sword chi and involuntarily flew back. A dark red color appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. Transform. Transform into a sword. Yes, the sword chi of the heart sword defeated Yi Yu's disdain. This sword intent was something he was familiar with and desired. How is this possible? Yi Yu whispered and hurriedly urged the somewhat chaotic sword chi in his body. This Xiao Hua is still several li away. He is a Dao sect cultivator. At this moment, a sharp pain came from his Naiwan palace, as if a sharp awl had pierced deep into his body. Hiss, Yi Yu just sensed it, and at the same time he hurriedly urged a secret technique to block Xiao Hua's soul stab. Not waiting for him to counterattack. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts flew close to the sky and fell down. Each lightning bolt was like a sharp sword, and it struck the hundreds and thousands of ghost heads. Those ghost heads turned into green smoke under the heavenly lightning, and slowly disappeared. Oh! The ghost head that attacked Li Zongbao heard the thunder, and although it wasn't hit by the heavenly lightning, it still slightly trembled. Obviously it was extremely afraid of the thunder. Seeing this, Ho Yin frowned and shouted a few times. He waved his bone staff, and a burst of black chi rushed into the ghost head. The ghost head seemed to have eaten a spirit herb and suddenly swelled up. With a crunch, it bit on Li Zongbao's defensive brilliance, and the brilliance was instantly annihilated by more than half. Under Ho Yan's command, the soul cultivators that surrounded Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia immediately split into 80%, and flew towards Xiao Hua on their respective soul beasts. However, they didn't dare to use the ghost heads, and instead sent out beams of green light, to block Xiao Hua's soul formation technique, and to block Xiao Hua. Senior brother, don't panic. Fairy Hongxia was already somewhat weak, but she still managed to wave the Phoenix command to protect Li Zongbao. Don't worry about me. Li Zongbao said coldly. Protect Xiao Mao first. While speaking, Li Zongbao waved his slaughtering immortal whip, and destroyed a ghost head. Okay, Fairy Hongxia knew that Li Zongbao was in a critical situation, but he wasn't Night Rain's target. Xiao Mao was not only someone Night Rain wanted to kill, but also the descendant of Meng Mountain's Shibai. He was the hope of the people of Shibai village, and his safety couldn't be lost. But when Fairy Hongxia waved the Phoenix command, the green and red heart swords flew in front of Xiao Mao. The 3-foot-long heart swords were like a white jade pillar that supported the heavens, and firmly protected Xiao Mao. Darling Xiao is here. Fairy Hongxia's heart relaxed for no reason, and she looked into the distance. Xiao Hua's figure was already in sight. Facing the dozens of soul warriors and soul beasts, he didn't hesitate to take out the soul-absorbing bell. The toad, under the control of the soul strands, struck the soul-absorbing bell. With a loud clang, the dozens of soul warriors swayed slightly, and the green light that filled the sky suddenly flashed. But only for a moment the green light seemed to go crazy. It rushed into the soul-absorbing bell, and with a ka-cha-cha sound the soul-absorbing bell cracked open. Then the toad began to tremble rapidly. Like sand being blown away by the wind, the toad turned into fine dust and fell to the ground. It was just like Night Rain's guardian beast was defeated. What's more, the strands of soul strands that Xiao Hua used to control the soul strands were suddenly hit by a strong force. All of the strands of soul strands couldn't help but dance with the strong force, and this dance was transmitted to the mysterious dark clouds. Damn it, the soul armaments I picked up are trash. Startled, Xiao Hua hurriedly pulled out his strands of soul strands and tried to absorb them into the dark clouds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In just a moment, the dark clouds in Xiao Hua's mind seemed to have been hit by a heavy punch. It shook for a moment, and in front of Xiao Hua the entire world was shaking. Trying to be clever but making a fool of myself. Xiao Hua resisted the nausea and discomfort with great difficulty. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Several more bolts of heavenly lightning fell, striking the several dozen spirit warriors. Threads of lightning flickered within the green light, slowly melting the green light. Roar, the dozens of soul warriors struggled to use their soul arrays to block the lightning. Roaring in unison, they waved their soul armaments, and at the same time, their soul beasts attacked in order to stop Xiao Hua. Humph, Xiao Hua snorted coldly. After looking at the dozens of soul warriors, he saw Night Rain controlling her flying sword. Furthermore, Night Rain himself flew out. While Xiao Hua was controlling his sword intent from afar, the sword energy around his body was also surging. Clang, the sound of a sword shook the heavens. Xiao Hua's figure slowly transformed into a sword and suddenly swung it in the air. Kacha, a crisp sound came from the collision between the sword and the soul arrays of the soul warriors. The green light of the soul arrays was cut in half by Xiao Hua's sword. Good, seeing the soul arrays broken, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Swordsmen really are the nemesis of soul warriors. Immediately after, Xiaohua's figure gradually returned to normal. The sword light retracted, and like a cool breeze, he flashed past the dozens of frightened soul warriors and flew to the sky behind Night Rain. Now Night Rain had already activated the dragon-shaped sword intent to attack Xiaohua's sword. Then, with a wave of his hand, a cluster of sword light came out and chopped straight at Xiao Mao, who was about to activate the shooting sun arrows. Night Rain, you will pay with your life for Qi. Xiaohua sneered. With a clap of his hand he took out the yin-yang sword gourd. The executioner's elemental light rushed out, and the green and red elemental light came straight down, twisting towards Night Rain's neck. The executioner's elemental light was Xiaohua's sharpest move. Even something as strong as the executioner's elemental light would be defeated, let alone Night Rain. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and prepared to look at Hou Yin, who was controlling the ghost head to deal with Li Zongbao. However, just as the green and red sword lights were about to land, a flat disc that was several feet in size suddenly flew out from Night Rain's hand. This disc seemed to be made of metal, but it wasn't. It seemed to be made of wood, but it wasn't made of wood. There wasn't any light coming from it, and it didn't seem to be made of anything. But under the green and red elemental light, this thin disc had some specks of light on it. These specks of light weren't elemental light, but rather fluorescent. These specks of light were like starlight. These specks of light were moving in a mysterious way, and as the green and red elemental light came closer, the specks of light grew darker and darker. Clang! The executioner's elemental light was blocked by this strange disc. And the disc was spinning slightly as if it wasn't damaged at all. What kind of soul armament is this? Xiaohua was stunned. Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia, who was standing next to Xiao Mao, hurriedly called out, "This is the 5-elemental astrolabe that was used to set up the 5-elemental sword array in the sword catacomb." So that's what it is. Xiaohua understood. He had heard from Li Zongbao that after the 5-elemental sword array was broken by Fairy Hong Xia, the 5-elemental astrolabe flew away with Liao Quebec. But somehow, it ended up in Night Rain's hand. Xiaohua laughed coldly. "Night Rain, even if you have the 5-elemental astrolabe, do you think you can escape from me?" While speaking, Xiaohua clapped his hands and a dragon roar resounded. The seal of overturning the sea was summoned as well. The yellow coiling dragon was activated by Xiaohua's mana and flew straight into the air. The seal in its mouth also enveloped Night Rain from afar. The powerful sealing force came from the seal of overturning the sea. This. Night Rain stared dumbfoundedly at the heart sword in front of Xiao Mao. Then he looked at the sword gourd in the air and finally at the seal of the overturning sea. He finally understood how terrifying Xiaohua was. When had he ever seen a cultivator or swordsman who could control 3 magic treasures and swords at the same time? Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. "My wife, you go and help senior brother Li. I will chop off the head of this soul cultivator, swordsman. Yes, Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. She saw Xiaohua toss out the dozens of sparkling fire talismans. She knew what Xiaohua was going to do. Sure enough, when Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao flew towards Li Zongbao, dozens of huge fireballs exploded in the Night Rain. Not only did the 5 elements astrolabe shake violently, but even the dragon-shaped sword wool was also shaken to the point that it dissipated. Night Rain, who was inside the sword gourd, was pushed left and right by the shockwave, as if he could not control his body. "Bastard, I'll take your life." The smoke dissipated, and Yi Yu rushed out of the air wave with a somewhat ashen face. His divine sense swept over, but he didn't see Xiaohua's figure. Just as he felt that something was wrong, he heard Xiaohua's sneer from above his head. It was precisely Xiaohua who had used the Demon Realm's concealment technique to ambush him from behind. That huge wolf-tooth club carried a woo sound as it smashed towards Yi Yu's back. "Go!" Night Rain panicked and hurriedly urged the 5-elemental astrolabe to block Xiaohua's wolf-tooth club. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. He did not see Xiaohua's right hand holding the wolf-tooth club. That hand was already open. Withdraw. The moment the wolf-tooth club touched the 5-elemental astrolabe, Xiaohua used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. In an instant, he cut off the connection between Night Rain and the 5-elemental astrolabe. Then, before Night Rain could be surprised, the 5-elemental astrolabe mysteriously disappeared from the air. "Kill!" Xiaohua's face showed a sinister smile. The yin-yang sword gourd in the air flashed slightly, and the soul-slaying vital light flew out again. Seeing that Night Rain had lost the 5-elemental astrolabe under Xiaohua's sneak attack, and was about to fall under the soul-slaying vital light. An extremely hot and violent shockwave came from behind Xiao Hua and the others. Moreover, Xiao Mao exclaimed again. Chapter 2850. Xiao Hua had no time to kill Night Rain. He hurriedly looked back and saw that Hitorigami was already less than 2 li away from them. Although it was only 2 li away, most of the ghost heads around Xiao Hua's group had disappeared. The green light was also destroyed by Hitorigami's heat wave. The hundreds of spirit soldiers and soul beasts that were chasing them did not dare to approach Hitorigami. As for Hou Yin, who wanted to kill Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, his expression was extremely ugly. Although the ghost heads he controlled were still struggling in the heat wave, they seemed to be extremely afraid of Hitorigami. However, all of this was nothing. What puzzled Xiao Hua the most was that Hanba, who was originally chasing after him, was now looking at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao seemed to be imprisoned by something. Although he was holding the shooting sun arrow in his hand, other than his earlier exclamation, he could not move at all. Even the dozen or so soul warriors that had been attacking Li Zongbao from all sides were now nothing more than blossoms of blood. Slowly they fell to the ground. Clearly this was done by Hitorigami, who was 2 li away. This is bad, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Hitorigami has taken a fancy to Xiao Mao. I'm afraid he's going to be used as a mistress. As he thought about it, Xiao Hua glared fiercely at Night Rain, who had used the opportunity while he was distracted to check on Xiao Mao, and who had managed to activate his sword light to escape into the distance. He pointed at the yin-yang sword gourd, and the spirit extermination primordial light from the sword gourd immediately flew out and surrounded Xiao Mao, trying to break free from the force that was imprisoning Xiao Mao, who knew that when the green and red sword flashed, Xiao Mao was still unable to move. It was as if there was no imprisonment at all. Ouch! At this moment, Fairy Hongxia screamed and could not help but hold her forehead. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, "Don't release your soul sense." Just as he finished speaking, a burning feeling was born. Xiao Hua looked at Hitorigami, who was flying very close to him, and helplessly put away the seal of turning the sea and yin-yang sword gourd, leaving only the soul-slaying dream and mountain splitter around him. What should I do? Xiao Hua took out the wishful staff and was also unable to hit anything. Xiao Hua panicked. This Hitorigami's methods were really strange. He had no idea how to deal with it. Just as Xiao Hua was at his wit's end, Hou Yin, whose face was green and red, clenched his teeth. He looked at where Night Rain was fleeing in panic and pointed his bone staff at the ghost head. The ghost head let out a howl and quickly fled with Hou Yin. It didn't want to stay here any longer. Xiao Hua slightly squinted his eyes and saw that Hou Yin had also run away, but he was also unable to take care of him. At this moment, something strange happened again. Xiao Mao's figure suddenly charged towards Hitorigami. His flying speed was extremely fast. How can this be? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He immediately used the wind escape technique and chased after Xiao Mao. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to take Xiao Mao into his space. But right at this time, Xiao Mao's figure suddenly vanished. Xiao Hua's universe and sleeve technique actually missed. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He didn't know whether he had taken Xiao Mao into his space or not. At this time, that incomparable heat suddenly surged. Xiao Hua's heart swelled as if his whole body was about to explode. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. His entire surroundings immediately became cool and cool again. Looking into the distance, Hitorigami, who had been approaching earlier, had also disappeared. At this time, even if Xiao Hua didn't look at his space, how could he not know that Xiao Mao must have been taken away by Hitorigami? However, Xiao Hua still cautiously looked into his space. There was no sign of Xiao Mao's figure. Xiao Lang, junior brother Xiao? Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao's voices rang out at the same time. The two of them stared blankly at the scene that was abnormally lively just a moment ago. It was a matter of life and death. Now it was abnormally quiet. There was no sign of a fourth person. They didn't know what to say. There, Xiao Hua opened his left hand slightly and quickly looked. He pointed in a direction and said, "Quickly chase. Let's go." Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia naturally didn't know that Xiao Hua's transcendence vision had seen a streak of bright red in the distance. They looked at each other and both of them activated their transcendence energy and followed Xiao Hua in that direction. Xiao Hua kept his transcendence vision open, not daring to be distracted. He was afraid that he would accidentally lose track of Hitorigami. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Hua didn't have a sense of direction. As they flew forward with Xiao Hua, they paid attention to the direction. However, Xiaohua's lightning escape technique was so fast. How could Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia catch up to him? In just a moment, Xiaohua's figure disappeared from their eyes. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had no choice but to release their divine senses. Luckily, as Hitorigami's figure disappeared, the burning heat also disappeared. The two of them could still see Xiaohua through their divine senses. They saw that Xiaohua wasn't chasing in a straight line. Instead, he was moving left and right as if he was playing hide and seek with someone. Luckily, Xiaohua's lightning escape technique was really impressive. He could still change directions in such a hurry. However, it was obvious that even if Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia could catch up to Xiaohua with their divine senses, with Xiaohua's speed, he would sooner or later rush out of the range of their divine senses. Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly and turned to look at Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao's expression was calm, his eyes were obviously red. Follow junior brother Xiao. Li Zongbao casually swung the immortal slaughtering whip in his hand. Now that Xiao Mao is in danger, junior brother Xiao can't not go and save him. With your phoenix token and my immortal slaughtering whip here, there shouldn't be any danger for now. Fairy Hongxia knew that Li Zongbao's words were reasonable. However, she was still worried. Not to mention that she had seen so many ghostly heads earlier, which had frightened her. Even Hitorigami's ability to burn divine senses and separate Xiao Mao made her worried for Xiaohua. Indeed, not long after, Xiaohua escaped from their divine senses and they couldn't find any trace of him. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia didn't dare to go in any other direction. They only chased in the direction where Xiaohua disappeared. Xiaohua naturally knew that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were in an awkward situation. However, he really couldn't have the best of both worlds. His divine senses were severely injured. Not only did he not dare to release them, but he also felt waves of discomfort coming from the Buddha's Saraira. He could only release his Buddhist senses. However, he couldn't find any trace of Hitorigami. At this moment, he could only use his Buddhist senses to search for traces of Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. He could only use his Dharma eyes to track the faint bright red in the distance. Logically speaking, Xiaohua's lightning evasion was already extremely fast. Previously, he should have been able to surpass Hitorigami by a lot. However, it was strange now. After chasing for a long time, he still couldn't get close to the bright red. It was as if Hitorigami didn't take Xiaohua seriously at all. Moreover, the bright red in front of him was always vague and indistinct. It even hid from time to time. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. How could he distinguish the direction? He only chased after the bright red light. After chasing for more than half a day, the surrounding scenery changed greatly. The original barren land gradually disappeared. Large patches of vegetation began to appear. Of course, these vegetation were also extremely withered and yellow. They were all on the verge of death. The mountain peaks became steeper. Between the mountains there were more obvious ravines. The deep pits must be the pools and streams from before. Similarly, there were many millet stalks lying on the ground. Some were more than a foot tall, while others were only an inch long. These millet stalks didn't have any ears. They were no different from the withered and yellow vegetation nearby. If it was any other day, Xiaohua might have scattered the millet stalks. However, his body was like a bolt of lightning as he whizzed past. He didn't have any intention to investigate. Even so, after Xiaohua's body streaked across a ravine, he suddenly stopped. The lightning around him didn't stop. In fact, it suddenly expanded. He flew forward for more than 1,000 feet and arrived at another ravine. Immediately after, Xiaohua's entire body was like a headless fly as he flew extremely quickly within a radius of 100 zhang. There were even a few times when Xiaohua's body escaped into the ravine. However, after tossing and turning like this for the time it took to finish a meal, Xiaohua finally stopped in midair. His eyes quickly spun around as if he wanted to find something in this place. That's right, just a moment ago, an indistinct bright red flew to this place and suddenly disappeared. It disappeared without any warning. Xiaohua had already searched this place for a long time. Within his Dharma eyes and Buddhist perception, there were no traces of it. There were no burning marks. It was as if Hamba had never come to this place. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that he had lost Hamba? Hamba had calmly escaped in front of his eyes. In fact, Xiaohua had a faint feeling that the so-called bright red might be Hamba's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But now what could Xiaohua say? He had been flying for a long time. Not only did he not catch up to Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao who were behind him had also disappeared. Ah! Xiaohua looked up to the sky and shouted. He was really vexed. However, that voice reverberated in the distance. There were many echoes. Every echo seemed to be the mountains mocking Xiaohua. Right, how could this young master forget? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the fire ape in his spirit storage bag. Without hesitation, Xiaohua patted his hand and took out the fire ape from his spirit storage bag. At this moment, the fire ape was wearing a Taoist crown on its head. It looked left and right in astonishment. Its expression was even more like a monkey wearing a crown. When the fire ape saw Xiaohua, its eyes were completely red. Its face revealed its extreme viciousness. Flames appeared on its hands without hesitation and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. He pointed his finger and chanted an incantation. Roar, roar, roar. The sun and moon corona above the fire ape's head shone brightly and gradually tightened. An incomparable pain emerged from the fire ape's forehead. That pain was bone-piercing and heart-piercing. It directly pierced into the fire ape's soul. The fire ape screamed miserably and rolled on the ground, smashing rocks and other objects into pieces. Chapter 28:51. Looking at the fire ape's painful appearance, the anger in Xiaohua's heart lessened. He stopped and roared, "Where is the drought demon? Quickly bring me to find it." Xiaohua called out 3 times in a row, but the fire ape was still moaning on the ground. It didn't answer and didn't fly up. There was still an obvious untamed look in its eyes. "Since you don't want to speak, then you can wait for death." Xiaohua sneered and chanted the incantation again. Roar, the fire ape roared again. Its voice was already clearly hoarse. Even its rolling on the ground slowed down. "You still won't speak?" Xiaohua stopped the incantation and said indifferently. "Gigi." The fire ape rolled its eyes. It seemed to have compromised. It carefully climbed up from the ground, arched its claws and pointed in a direction in front. "Oh, where is it?" Just as Xiaohua was about to raise his head, a sharp wind suddenly came from his lower body. A black shadow smashed towards Xiaohua's lower body faster than a stick. Damn it, Xiaohua was angry. He leaned his body slightly and dodged the black shadow with extreme agility. Moreover, he stretched out his hand and easily caught the black shadow. This black shadow was furry and somewhat prickly. It was the fire ape's tail. Xiaohua pulled his hand and the fire ape's several zhang tall body immediately fell down. Xiaohua's other hand slightly clenched and smashed towards the fire ape's lower back with all his strength. Boom, a loud sound was heard. A series of sounds came from the fire ape's body. Roar, it was even louder than the previous scream. The fire ape couldn't help but cry out. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaohua wasn't stingy. He raised his leg and stepped on the fire ape's thigh. His right hand continuously struck towards the fire ape's waist. Sparks flew out from the fire ape's fur. Moreover, the place where Xiaohua hit was twitching. It was obvious that the fire ape was in extreme pain. However, Xiaohua was firmly stepping on it. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move. Roar, another loud cry. A stream of crimson-red blood flowed down from the fire ape's body. Evil creature, why aren't you leading the way? Seeing this, Xiaohua withdrew his fist and flew into the air as he cursed. Gg, the fire ape mumbled a few times. How could Xiaohua be impatient? He started chanting again. Awoo, the fire ape could not help but hold its head and wail again. However, this time it was quick-witted again. It hurriedly flew up, stepped on flames and flew away. Xiaohua coldly snorted. His mouth didn't stop as he chased after the fire ape. However, after flying for about 100 miles and arriving at a few mountain peaks, the fire ape stopped moving forward. It hung its arms pitifully and looked helpless. I still have to die. Xiaohua sneered and chanted another incantation, causing the fire ape to roll around in the valley for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. The fire ape was about to roll its eyes, but it still didn't fly up. Obviously, the fire ape also couldn't find the whereabouts of Hanba. Xiaohua was speechless. He fiercely kicked the fire ape and kept it into his spirit storage pouch. Then he looked around. Under the fire ape's lead, he had already flown far away. He released his Buddhist perception and roughly looked around. Within 200 miles, there was no sign of Fairy Hongxia or Li Zongbao. Damn it, what is this? Xiaohua was angry. He raised his head and roared. Ah! Following Xiaohua's roar, countless heavenly lightning fell from the sky from his hands. Rumble. It was like rain falling down. Kacha. Tens of hundreds of thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck the mountain peaks around Xiaohua. Countless mountain rocks were smashed and rolled down the mountain. Countless dust flew up and covered the entire mountain peak. Even the countless withered trees and vegetation were ignited and turned into powder. They were blown up into the sky along with the dust. Xiaohua turned to look at the mess that he had created. Xiaohua slightly vented the anger in his heart. Biting his dry lips, Xiaohua turned around and was about to fly back to find Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, several beast cries sounded. A few ripples similar to divine perception swept over. Then a clear voice sounded, "Where did this Dao sect cultivator come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Ming Mountains? Are you tired of living? Spirit warrior? Soul perception?" Hearing this voice, Xiaohua turned his head to look. Between the two mountains, a white-winged spirit beast similar to the one Ho Yen was riding was flying over. On top of it was a woman wearing strange clothes. She was waving a bone staff in her hand and looking at Xiaohua coldly. This woman had dark skin and was very skinny. Although her eyes were big, her sharp mouth and monkey cheeks made Xiaohua feel uncomfortable. "Of course it's me." When Xiaohua saw the spirit warrior, an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. He was too lazy to use his divine perception. With a wave of his hand, tens of heavenly lightning bolts appeared in the sky. With a rumbling sound, they came crashing down on the female spirit warrior. "You dare!" Seeing so many heavenly lightning bolts, the woman's face changed greatly. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. A black gas was emitted from the bone staff. Tens of fist-sized ghost heads rushed out and lined up above the woman's head. Clearly they were trying to block the heavenly lightning bolts that were similar to Xiaohua's anger. Third sister. At this time, tens of similar spirit beasts appeared behind the woman. On top of these spirit beasts were tens of spirit warriors. When these spirit warriors saw the heavenly lightning above the woman's head, they all turned pale with fright. Without the slightest hesitation, they waved the bone staff in their hands. Hundreds of ghost heads appeared near the female spirit warrior and rushed up into the air. Rumble, 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 lightning flashed. In the instant that the 100 ghost heads appeared, they came crashing down. Under the tens of heavenly lightning bolts, the ghost heads didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle. In an instant they disintegrated. However, the black smoke that came out of the ghost heads and the green light that came out of them were barely able to block the heavenly lightning. "Hee, enemies really do meet on a narrow road." Xiaohua sneered, "Just now, a spirit warrior that fought me to the death left, and now you've sent over 10 more. This young master will send you all on your way." Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't say anything else. He slapped his hand and the yin-yang sword gourd flew out. With a point of his finger, the green and red executioner's primordial light soared into the sky. It was aimed at the neck of the female spirit warrior who had already lost her soul. The executioner's primordial light was extremely fast and sharp. The faint black smoke and the thin green light couldn't block it at all. Although the female spirit warrior was extremely ugly, her slender neck had a string of small white bones. It was dark and somewhat alluring. But this allure was powerless under the executioner's primordial light. It could only show the deathly whiteness of her life. "Xiaohua, have mercy." Seeing that the female spirit warrior's head was about to roll down under the executioner's primordial light, an anxious and pleasantly surprised voice came from afar. "Ah?" Xiaohua was stunned. He hurriedly pointed his finger. With a SI sound, the two executioners' primordial light stopped. It had just touched the female spirit warrior's skin. Traces of blood flowed down the female spirit warrior's pitch-black neck and dyed her pure white bones red. The female spirit warrior was already stunned. She didn't dare to move in the slightest. "You are..." Xiaohua raised his eyes to look. Behind the female spirit warrior, a similarly dressed woman flew out on a soul beast. But this woman's skin was white and her face was also pretty. Moreover, in Xiaohua's eyes, this face gave birth to a familiar feeling in his heart. But Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He couldn't think of where he had seen this woman before. "I am..." A trace of joy flew out from the woman's face. But this joy disappeared in a flash. She said with a smile, "You'll have to guess who I am. But I know that you are Xiaohua. Your name. I already knew it." This. Xiaohua was really at a loss. "But shouldn't you first release this concubine servant girl?" The woman said with a smile, although her mouth was a bit rude, "But it wasn't to the point where fellow Taoist Xiao would take her life as soon as you saw her, right?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao?" Xiaohua was even more stunned. What kind of spirit warrior would call a cultivator fellow Taoist? Looking at this woman's increasingly familiar face, Xiaohua couldn't think of where he had seen her before. Seeing the disappointment on this woman's face, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. He hurriedly said, Io? You're Zai? How are you a woman? You can still remember? The woman laughed. But then she shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, this concubine's name is Ziming, not Zai. Zai is only this concubine's twin brother. Aha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He clapped his hands and said, I knew it. If it really was Zai, there's no way I wouldn't recognize him. While speaking, Xiao Hua pointed a finger. The death beam flew back into the yin-yang sword gourd. When the death beam left the woman's neck, she instantly collapsed on the soul beast. Her bones were soft and her muscles were numb. It was difficult for her to get up. In this world, not everyone could face life and death calmly. Xiaohong, why aren't you thanking young Master Xiao? Ziming scolded the woman. The woman struggled to get up, but she couldn't. She could only whisper, this servant thanks, don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and bowed. This has nothing to do with you. It's all this Xiao's fault. I'm the one who should apologize. Good, Ziming clapped his hands and said, young Master Xiao, no wonder Zai has been praising you since he came back from Sky Patrol City. It turns out that you're really as magnanimous and pure as he said. This kind of apology is easy to say, but it's extremely difficult to do. Sai, don't mention it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and waved his hand. It's clearly this Xiao's fault. How can it be this lady's fault? How can this kind of thing affect one's character? Then Xiao Hua looked at Ziming and hesitated for a moment before saying, this Xiao always thought that Zai was a disciple of an aristocratic family in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. I really didn't expect him to be a citizen of Meng Mountain. How is he now? Chapter 2852. Yes, he's very good. Ziming said with a smile. As soon as he came back, he excitedly talked to me about young Master Xiao. He said that the trip to Sky Patrol City was worth it. I didn't expect that there would be a dragon among men like young Master Xiao in the Dao sect. Ahem, Xiao Hua's face was a little red. He coughed twice and said, Zai is also the only confidant I've met in my life. I came to Million Mountain Meng to see Zai, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. If Ziming leaves Zai's message, I'll go see him when I'm free. Ziming only came to her senses now. Looking at the curious maidservants around her, she waved her hand. Most of these maidservants had smiles on their faces as they controlled their soul beasts to hide. Seeing that all the maidservants had left, Ziming smiled and said, young Master Xiao, I'm very curious. How did you come to Million Mountain Meng? If you don't have any special secrets, why don't you tell me? No matter what, I'm still a person of Meng Mountain. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Xiao Hua frowned and hesitated. He and Ziyi had met by chance and had only met once. Although they could be considered close friends, it was not to the extent of entrusting their lives to each other. Although Ziming and Ziyi were twin siblings, they were not the same person after all. Besides, Ho Yan's soul beast was the same as Ziming and the others. Even the bone staff and the ghost head were the same. Who knew what kind of relationship Ziming had with Ho Yan? Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Ziming smiled and said, I'm Zai's twin brother. Usually, our hearts are connected. Young Master Xiao doesn't need to be afraid. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Ziming, you're not Zai. If Zai was here, I would naturally be honest with you. But you're Ziming. Although you're my twin brother, do you think I can explain it to you? As expected. Ziming wasn't angry when she heard that. Instead, she smiled and said, Zai said, Tiske young Master Xiao is really unique. Most people would avoid saying such offensive words or they would say it in a roundabout way. Young Master Xiao, on the other hand, is so straightforward. You've really opened my eyes. The Xiao regards Zai as a close friend. It is precisely because of this kind of magnanimous heart and this kind of straightforward words that Ziming and Ziyi are so similar that this Xiao can't not speak to Ziming like this. If Ziming feels that this is inappropriate, I ask for Ziming's understanding. Xiao Hua didn't hold back and said straightforwardly. You flatter me. Ziming pursed her lips and smiled. Young Master Xiao is someone my younger brother admires, so I naturally admire him. How about this, young master? Think about it and see if there's anything I can help you with. A fence and 3 poles. I have some people who can help with small matters. All right. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before telling him about Xiao Mao being kidnapped by Hamba. As for Ho Yin and Yi Yu, he didn't mention a single word. What? Hamba? Ziming was stunned when he heard this. This item has been extinct in Meng Mountains for many years. How is it possible? At this point, Ziming suddenly realized something and smiled apologetically. Young Master Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I've been busy with other things recently and haven't been in the shaman village. The appearance of Hamba is really too strange. I have to think about it. Also, don't worry, young master. I'll immediately pass down the order to immediately let the spirit warriors of my shaman village search for Hamba's whereabouts. Once they find it, they'll immediately inform young master. As he spoke, Ziming tapped the spirit beast under his feet with the bone staff in his hand. The spirit beast let out a GG sound as if it was summoning the maidservant who had just left. Then Ziming raised his head and smiled at Xiaohua. Looking at Ziming's grin, Xiaohua's heart was slightly warmed. Ziming's smile was almost exactly the same as Ziye's. It immediately reminded him of that day in Sky Patrol City, when the two of them were singing loudly under the wind and snow. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years had passed. The sword battle was coming to an end, and this mysterious Ziye's face was also revealed. Alas, fate makes fools of people. I thought Ziyi was a disciple of a cultivation family. Although there's a difference in status, he's still a confidant. I didn't expect Ziyi to be a soul cultivator. But he and I. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Ziyi has already made it clear that a hero shouldn't ask about his origin. He already knows that I'm a cultivator of the Dao sect. From what I see now, Ziyi might be a person from the shaman village who's not inferior to Xiao Mao's background. He's much more honorable than me. He didn't care about my origin and bent over to befriend me. What else do I have to think about? Isn't this kind of friendship that doesn't ask about one's origin and origin much purer than those with ulterior motives? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. He also looked at Ziming as if he also saw Ziming as Ziyi. Ziming blushed a little under Xiaohua's gaze. He glanced down and whispered, "By the way, young Master Xiao, aren't you participating in the sword battle in Sky Patrol City? Why, did you suddenly come to Meng Mountains?" It's a long story. Xiaohua understood and didn't hide it anymore. Just as he was about to speak, there was a burst of chirping and a group of maidservants flew back with smiles. Immediately after, Ziming's face became serious and he gave the order. Among the dozen or so servant girls, other than a few who were slightly older, the others were all sent out by Ziming. The girl who had almost been killed by Xiaohua was also among them. When Ziming gave the order, he used the language of Ming Mountains, which was similar to what Xiao Mao had said earlier. When the maidservants heard this, their faces showed respect and they quickly left to carry out the order. After everyone was sent out, Ziming smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, if you have time, why don't you go to a place with me? If there's news about Xiao Mao, it'll be convenient for me to inform you. Otherwise, Ming Mountains is so big. Although you have a message talisman, it won't be easy for you to find him." This. Xiaohua hesitated and said, "Actually, Xiao Mao isn't the only one who came with me to Ming Mountains. There's also Li Zongbao from Utopia faction and Hongxia Fairy from Huanhua sect." I was going to say, Ziming laughed and said, "Young master doesn't need to say anything. If you don't want to go with me, I won't force you." However, from what Ziyi said, young master seems to be an expert in alchemy. Although the place I'm going to has nothing to do with alchemy, there are still some connections. If young master can go, you might be able to gain something. So it's like that. Xiaohua was a little surprised. He knew that Ziming meant well. But the problem was Xiao Mao's life and death were uncertain. How could he go with Ziming with peace of mind? Ziming seemed to understand Xiaohua's hesitation and said, "That Hamba is an ancient iron corpse. He has the bloodline of the Hembai and is very good at hiding. With young master's cultivation, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. Only us Ming Mountain Soul Warriors can use special soul techniques to find clues. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack, why don't you let my subordinates go? Once there's news, it won't be too late for young master to go." Ancient iron corpse? Hembai bloodline. Xiaohua was slightly surprised and thought, isn't Xiao Mao also of the Hembai bloodline? Right, wasn't that Hamba chasing after me? I'm afraid it wanted to find the fire ape. But when it saw Xiao Mao, it immediately abandoned the fire ape and took Xiao Mao away. If it had a strange killing intent towards Xiao Mao, it would have killed him just now. Then it must have something to ask of Xiao Mao. Since that's the case, Xiao Mao's life might not be in danger. Of course, what Ziming said is very true. How am I going to find him? Even if I kill that fire ape, it won't be able to find Hamba's whereabouts. Why don't I let her subordinates go and find him? Once there's news, I'll hurry over. After making up his mind, Xiaohua smiled and said, I can naturally go with Ziming to that place. However, my fellow Taoist also wants to go, is that okay? Of course it's okay. Ziming's face was very happy and said, Master Go Qin is an expert. In her eyes there's not much difference between cultivators, swordsmen and soul warriors. If you go, she might be very happy. Master Go Qin? Xiaohua stared blankly. Ziming knew she had a slip of the tongue and said with a smile, we'll talk about this on the way. Since we have to go anyway, there's no need to hide it from the young master. Then Ziming looked around in an exaggerated manner and asked, but where are the two fellow Taoists of the young master? At this point, Xiaohua drooped his head like a defeated rooster and said, I was only focused on chasing Hanba and lost them. Ziming smiled and said, it's okay. Watch this concubine's methods. As he spoke, Ziming took out his bone staff and began to chant. Xiaohua could tell that his voice was an extremely difficult dialect of Ming Mountain. However, as the dialect was being chanted, rays of green light appeared. These green lights were touched by the bone staff and turned into fireflies. As the fireflies disappeared into the air, wisps of black smoke emerged. In the end, the black smoke condensed into hundreds of ghost heads in midair. Although these ghost heads were small, their faces were clear. They had small noses and small eyes and looked very cute. They were completely different from the ghost heads summoned by Ho Yen and the others. Looking at Ziming giving orders in a low voice with a smile, the many ghost heads scattered and flew away, like a group of naughty children or a group of sparrows looking for food. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why are they all ghost heads? Why are Ziming's ghost heads so cute? Young Master Xiao, in a moment there will be news of young Master Li and Miss Hongxia. Ziming saw Xiaohua smile and said shyly, Thank you, Ziming. Xiaohua couldn't help but say, I wonder if Ziye's ghost heads are also so cute? When you see Ziyi you can ask him yourself. Ziming covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Xiaohua with interest. Xiaohua smiled and didn't ask any more. Chapter 2853. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a lot of ghost heads flew back one after another. They gathered in front of Ziming and started chattering. Xiaohua was baffled when he heard this. However, from Ziming's smiling face, Xiaohua knew that there was news about Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. Sure enough, Ziming raised his head and said, Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The two esteemed guests are about 100 miles away. Good. Ziming, please wait a moment. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew in the direction Ziming pointed, somewhat impatiently. Master. Xiaohua had just flown up when a woman hurriedly said, This person is a Tao sect cultivator. Master's going to visit Master Qin Qin. How can you bring them along? I know that Master's matter is extremely important. This is the last chance. If Master angers the Master, everything will be for naught. I naturally know this. Ziming looked at Xiaohua's back and said faintly, In this world, who knows the origin? Who knows where to go? Who knew who they would meet here? Who is the one who sent us off? This world is so big to actually meet him here. At this point, Ziming smiled faintly and said, Actually, this person is an extremely famous alchemist in the Tao sect. Perhaps he will be of some use to me. If you bring him along, perhaps you will have some confidence in this matter. I understand. The woman suddenly understood and nodded and retreated. Ziming snorted coldly and shook his head as he watched the maidservant leave. He seemed to be extremely disdainful. Subsequently, many more ghost heads returned, but Ziming did not ask any more questions. He gently tapped the bone staff and the ghost heads turned into black smoke and fell into the bone staff. After a while, 3 figures appeared in the distant horizon. It was Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. Ziming raised her head, and her right eyebrow slightly raised. An indescribable feeling appeared in her bright eyes. Seeing Ziming behaving in such a manner, Fairy Hongxia smirked as well. A hint of enmity could be seen in her eyes, and the expression on her face spoke for itself. On the other hand, Ziming no longer had the same expression as before. He cupped his hands and said, Brothers, please? I am a woman, I can't be considered a brother. Without waiting for Li Zongbao to reply, Fairy Hongxia lightly said, If it's convenient for you, just call me Tao friend. That's not impossible. Ziming said with a smile, Since my younger brother addressed young Master Xiao as fellow Taoist that day, I will also address you as fellow Taoist. Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiaohua in annoyance. If she had not met Ziming here, Xiaohua might not have told her about Ziyi. Thinking about the mysterious Jiuxia who had just left, and then looking at Ziming who was also of noble birth and extraordinary appearance, Fairy Hongxia felt an indescribable sense of crisis. Haha, Xiaohua said helplessly, Senior Apprentice Brother Li, this is my old friend's twin sister, Ziming. That Ziyi looks very similar to her. And Junior Brother has already told us about Zai. He's a mutant. If I meet him, I will also make friends with him. Li Zongbao was straightforward, bowing and saying, since he's your old friend, then he's also my old friend. Ziming, you don't have to be so courteous. I will still have to rely on Ziming and Ziye's strength in the millions of Ming Mountains. Rest assured, young Master Li. Ziming lightly waved her hand. As long as it's young Master Zhao's matter, Ziyi will definitely do his best. Even if it's Ziming, I will definitely not shirk from it. Seeing Ziming's indifferent attitude towards Li Zongbao, and her praise for Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia also said, I hope, things will be as you said, that we can find Xiao Mao's whereabouts as soon as possible. Rest assured, Miss Hongxia. Ziming lightly said, as long as it's within Ming Mountains, Ziming will definitely be confident. I hope. Fairy Hongxia gave a tit-for-tat reply. Ziming, Xiaohua was very sensitive to Fairy Hongxia's unfriendly tone. He lightly sighed and reminded, my two Dao friends are already here, shouldn't we leave now? If we can help Ziming before we find Xiao Mao, I will also be happy. Hehe, young Master Xiao is too considerate. Ziming heard Xiaohua's words and was very happy. She said, if Ziming has anything to ask of young Master Xiao, I hope that young Master Xiao will not stand by and do nothing. Rest assured. Ziming is Ziye's elder sister. Why would I stand by and do nothing? Xiaohua hurriedly explained when he heard Fairy Hongxia's cold snort. However, no one knew whether these words were directed at Ziming or Fairy Hongxia. Hehe, young Master Xiao, please. Ziming did not care who Xiaohua was talking to. She slightly bowed, and the spirit beast beneath her flew up and came to Xiaohua's side. Oh, Ziming, please lead the way. Seeing Ziming actually inviting him onto her spirit beast, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, we will just fly by the side. How can that be? Ziming faintly glanced at Fairy Hongxia and said, esteemed guests have come from afar, how can I let you be tired? It is better for you to sit on my spirit beast. Hearing Ziming refer to herself as a concubine, Fairy Hongxia said indifferently, Ziming, we are cultivators, what is the reason for sitting on your spirit beast? We also have a flying magic item. After saying that, Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao. She had really forgotten who was the one who kept the flowing cloud flying ship. Seeing Fairy Hongxia looking at him, Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows. Although he did not say anything, the expression on his face said, how can such a precious item like the flowing cloud flying ship be with me? Indeed, Xiaohua laughed bitterly and took out the flowing cloud flying ship from the space. Under the influence of his magic power, the flying ship slowly expanded. This is the Dao Sex flying magic item? This is the first time I have seen it. Miss Hongxia, can I sit on it? Ziming ignored Xiaohua and asked Fairy Hongxia instead. This. Fairy Hongxia was at a loss for words. She could not refuse so obviously and could only hesitate. You are a spirit warrior, do you think you can sit on it? This concubine can even speak the language of cultivators. Naturally I can sit on a flying magic item. Ziming said with a smile. He urged his spirit beast to fly above the flowing cloud flying ship and jump down from the sky. His body was strong and agile. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips. Although she did not express any dissatisfaction on the surface, it was obvious that her gaze was full of disdain for this uncivilized woman who did not know etiquette. Seeing Fairy Hongxia roll her eyes after pursing her lips, Xiaohua was very tactful. After boarding the flowing cloud flying ship, he immediately hid in a corner, neither controlling the flying ship nor speaking. If it was the Shui of the past, she might have jumped on the flying ship, called out husband, and sat beside Xiaohua sweetly. But Fairy Hongxia knew that she could not do that. She just stood by the side of the flying ship and looked at the desolate surroundings, thinking about something. Li Zongbao was helpless. This flying ship could only be driven by him. Miss Ziming, please lead the way. Li Zongbao looked at Ziming, who had a strange expression on her face, and said lightly, it's in that direction. Ziming nodded and pointed in a direction. Then she gave a few instructions to the maids on the left. After the maids agreed, she said to Li Zongbao, This concubine will follow Mr. Li, these maids will follow soon. Li Zongbao responded indifferently. Then he urged the flowing cloud flying ship to go in the direction Ziming pointed. The maids rode their spirit beasts and flew behind the flying ship. In a moment they disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere on the flying ship was a little strange. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying ship, holding a jade pendant in his hand. He seemed to be comprehending a cultivation technique. Fairy Hongxia had been staring forward since she boarded the flying ship. Ziming stood in the middle of the flying ship, and did not seem unfamiliar. Only Li Zongbao was a little busy. He sat cross-legged and focused on driving the flying ship. After the time it took to eat a meal, Ziming's mouth curled up slightly. She asked with concern, "Mr. Xiao, when you met Hitorigami earlier, did it hurt your spiritual sense?" Xiao Hua heard and opened his eyes slightly. He nodded and said, "That's right. That Hitorigami's divine ability is indeed powerful. I was not careful and fell for it." "If that's the case, then it's still very fortunate." Ziming smiled and said, "But if Mr. Spiritual Sense is burned by Hitorigami for a long time, I'm afraid it will be permanently damaged." At this point, Ziming's face changed slightly. She said anxiously, "Mr. Xiao, could it be that you, darling Xiao?" Although Fairy Hongxia had been facing outside the flying ship, her ears were already perked up. When she heard Ziming's question, she sneered in her heart. She also knew about Hitorigami's divine ability. Her spiritual sense was also injured by Hitorigami, but it was fine now. However, when she heard Ziming's question and saw Xiao Hua's situation, she immediately understood. She panicked and turned around. Could it be that your spiritual sense was injured by Hitorigami?" Sigh, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and sighed. "After I separated from you all, I met Hitorigami. Without my spiritual sense, where do you want me to go to find you all?" Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with tears. She instantly thought of the time when they were in danger. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense was so weak. How could she not know that Xiao Hua was risking his spiritual sense being permanently damaged to find her? Fairy Hongxia did not want to be angry anymore. She floated to Xiao Hua's side and asked anxiously, How is your spiritual sense now? How else can it be?" Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and scanned everyone. Fairy Hongxia sensed for a moment and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment Xiao Hua's spiritual sense was very weak. It was not as vast as before. His spiritual sense even felt like it was riddled with holes. It was seriously injured. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia was so distressed that she did not know what to say. Chapter 2854. It's all my fault. Fairy Hongxia lowered her head and said, "If I didn't ask you to come to Meng Mountain, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury." "That's right, divine sense is the weapon of a cultivator's Naiwan palace. It's the most delicate. Ordinary injuries are difficult to heal, let alone such a serious injury." Ziming had made it clear that Hitorigami's injury would be permanent. Without some secret technique, it would be impossible to heal. Fairy Hongxia's expression changed. Ziming was also shocked. She frowned as if she was thinking about something. But the more she thought, the tighter her frown became. It seemed like she couldn't come up with a good idea. "It's nothing." Xiao Hua wanted to comfort her, but when he saw the concerned look on Fairy Hongxia's face, he retracted his hand slightly and kept the jade pendant in his hand into his space. He then said, "It's just a spiritual injury. Let it rest for now. Perhaps there will be a chance to heal it in the future." Master Xiao is indeed magnanimous. Ziming's eyes flashed with concern. She sighed and said, "I'm a spirit warrior. Although I've dabbled in the spells of the Dao sect, I'm not familiar with divine sense. But I know that, to heal divine sense, it's extremely difficult." Speaking of this, Ziming's eyes lit up again and he said happily, "By the way, Master Kuchin is experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe she has some secret skills. Young Master Li, let's hurry over, the sooner the better. Senior, let me help you." Fairy Hongxia heard and quickly ran to Li Zongbao's side. She sat cross-legged and channeled her magic to help Li Zongbao control the airship. "Sister, don't be anxious." Ziming whispered, "We have time. When we get to the master, I'll definitely ask her for help." "Thank you, sister." Fairy Hongxia's face reddened. She was embarrassed by her previous actions. She said, "I'll leave Xiao Hua's matter to you. However, you have to take priority. Even if Master Kuchin doesn't agree, when we return to Shi, we'll still be able to find the secret technique. Both matters are very important. Ziming smiled, and Master Zhao's matter has to be put before mine. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She didn't understand and asked curiously, Why? Forgive me for not being able to speak of this matter. Ziming shook her head slightly, then turned around to look at Xiaohua and said, However, since young Master Xiao is my younger brother's best friend, I will definitely work hard. All right, Fairy Hongxia nodded her head and looked at Xiaohua, her eyes filled with worry. Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, was overjoyed. His spiritual will was indeed severely injured, and the injuries were just as Fairy Hongxia and the rest had seen. However, in addition to his spiritual force, he also had Buddhist awareness. Even if he couldn't use his spiritual force, couldn't control magic treasures and couldn't speak, would he still have Buddhist awareness? Was there still any innate primordial water? Do you still have the wishful wand? What about Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter? Actually, the injury to his spiritual force didn't have much of an effect on his sacred art. As for the healing that Fairy Hongxia and Ziming were worried about, if it was before Xiaohua met Jiuxia, he would have to worry about it. However, with Jiuxia's sun-shrouding art, all these difficulties weren't difficult at all. That was the sun-shrouding art that was comparable to the ancient divine fire art. It specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit and strengthening one's spiritual force. Repairing the spiritual force was just a minor detail. What Xiaohua had comprehended earlier was the content of the sun-shrouding art. Previously, Xiaohua wanted to explain to Fairy Hongxia and Ziming. However, Fairy Hongxia actually took the initiative to talk to Ziming out of concern for him. Although it was his first time meeting Ziming, and there wasn't anything that Fairy Hongxia was thinking about, wasn't it better to coax Fairy Hongxia to divert her attention? Besides, this sun-shrouding art was given by Jiuxia. Would Xiaohua dare to explain it to Fairy Hongxia? When I see that Grandmaster, no matter what kind of secret technique he has, I'll just tell my wife that I got it. Xiaohua thought to himself and began to comprehend the sun-shrouding art word by word. Seeing Xiaohua close his eyes and meditate, Fairy Hongxia gradually calmed down. She knew that this husband of hers had always been mysterious. She had also practiced the god's guidance before. Even though it didn't have the effect of repairing one's spiritual will, but since Xiaohua had the god's guidance, he might have other secret techniques as well. After feeling relieved, Fairy Hongxia sighed with emotion that Xiaohua wasn't afraid of the pain of his spiritual force being burned for her. Her heart was filled with sweetness again. In such a good mood, Ziming was no longer an eyesore. Therefore, not long after, Fairy Hongxia and Ziming chatted casually and slowly became familiar with each other. Grandmaster Kuchin's residence seemed to be very far away. The flowing cloud airship flew straight for half a day, but Ziming didn't say anything to change direction. Seeing the sun gradually setting in the west and some birds and beasts starting to return to their nests, Ziming stood up and sighed. Back then, my Ming Mountain was prosperous. Under the setting sun, it was also abnormally lively. How could it be desolate now? With such a decline, it's not strange that the drought demon appeared. That. Fairy Hongxia opened her mouth and wanted to tell Ziming about the corn. But after thinking about it, this was a matter between Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. Since Xiaohua didn't tell Ziming, she didn't dare to say more. She stopped halfway. Alright, Miss Ziming. At this moment, Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Are you a citizen of Huda's stronghold? Ziming glanced at Li Zongbao. Her attitude was obviously not as warm as when she was with Xiaohua. She replied indifferently, Young Master Li seems to know the situation of my Meng Mountain very well. I just found out about it. Li Zongbao didn't think much of it and replied, the Meng Mountain region near Huan country isn't big. There are only the descendants of the great god Shibai and the great god Hutu. Since Xiao Mao is a citizen of Shibai, Ziming's accent is different from Xiao Mao's, and the extravagance is so grand, naturally you are a descendant of the great god Hutu. Yes, that's true. Ziming nodded. Meng Mountain is dominated by the descendants of the two great gods. The descendants of the other great gods are all in Meng Mountain. Or perhaps there are also some of our citizens in there. I would like to ask. Li Zongbao slightly worded his words and asked again, the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain, who are they? Young Master Li seems to be very concerned about the matters of Meng Mountain. Ziming was a little unwilling to answer. However, as a junior, if there isn't an urgent matter, I won't casually mention the name of Meng Mountain's god slayer. Otherwise I will be punished by the sacred beast. Sacred beast? Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't asked for the names of the 12 great gods, and now a sacred beast had appeared. If young Master Li is interested in these matters, you can ask Xiao Mao. Ming seemed to refuse to answer. Actually, Li Zongbao bit his lips and said in a low voice, I've heard that there is a mysterious technique in Ming Mountain that can revive the dead. And I've seen young lady Ming holding a bone staff. You should be able to control ghosts, so I would like to know if the descendants of the great god Hoodoo have such a technique? Yes, this was the main purpose of Li Zongbao's visit to Ming Mountain. Even if Ming didn't want to answer, he still had to ask. Ming was slightly stunned. She had never used the ghost-taming technique in front of Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. However, she only needed to ponder for a moment to understand that this was just Li Zongbao's guess. That's right, Ming admitted frankly, the descendants of the 12 great gods of Ming Mountain all have their own secret divine abilities. I'm the descendant of the Hoodoo Stockade, so I naturally know the ghost-taming technique. However, as far as I know, the technique that can revive the dead that young Master Li mentioned, I'm afraid it doesn't exist. At this point, Ming raised her head slightly and looked at the Ming Mountain that was gradually shrouded in darkness. She said faintly, death is like this darkness. Sooner or later it will cover the earth. Even if there is light after the darkness, but how can it be so easy to revive the dead? Li Zongbao felt a chill in his heart. However, when he heard Ming's last sentence, he became anxious again. Could it be, there is such a god in noble shaman stockade? I'm willing to beg this great god with everything I have. Humph, other than the 12 great gods, who in Ming Mountain dares to call themselves great gods? Ming sneered, besides it's a great divine ability to revive the dead. If it was an ancient great god, of course he could do it. But how could the people of today have such a divine ability? If young Master Li visits Ming Mountain and there is such a god, I'll do what young Master Li did and beg this god with everything I have. Li Zongbao was speechless. Sister. Fairy Hongxia knew what Li Zongbao was thinking. Seeing him embarrassed, she quickly said, it's very difficult to revive the dead. However, we heard about the miraculous Ming Mountain in the country of Shi. That's why we came to look for it. Could it be that sister really doesn't have a way? Ming wasn't too cold to Fairy Hongxia. After giving her a glance, Ming shook her head slightly. Humans are the spirits of heaven and earth. Their 3 souls and 6 spirits are all profound. We have inherited the witchcraft of our ancestors. Although we can temper our souls and use the power of souls to cast spells, it only touches the surface of the soul. How can we revive the dead? Ming's bright eyes moved as she looked at Xiao Hua. There was a hint of a smile in her voice as she said, in this world, there is someone as infatuated as young Master Li, who wants to find a secret technique in Ming Mountain. If I'm not wrong, she must be young Master Li's sweetheart, right? That's right. That's right. Li Zongbao admitted without hesitation, I'm willing to exchange my life for her. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia sighed. She was a little disappointed. Ming. Xiao Hua, who was far away, was happy. He had comprehended the secret technique and had a foundation. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, from your tone, it seems that many swordsmen have come to Ming Mountain to look for this secret technique? It's not just the swordsmen from Sword Domain. Many cultivators from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation have come as well. Ming replied with a smile. Moreover, Zai was invited to Sky Patrol City to help a cultivator called Tu Hong. Chapter 2855. Tu Hong. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was shocked and asked curiously, Ziyi went to Golden Spring Mountain to help Tu Hong revive Yuji? Young Master Xiao knows about this? Ming was surprised. I don't think Ziyi told you about this? Hee, Xiao Hua laughed. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. The intertwining of cause and effect is like a tangled knot. Therefore, there has never been a secret in this world that has been hidden for 10,000 years. Although Ziyi didn't tell me about Golden Spring Mountain, I have experienced life and death in Golden Spring Mountain, and I know some of Tu Hong's secrets, so I naturally know that Ziyi went to help Yuji. I see. Ming laughed. Tu Hong is a cultivator in Sky Patrol City. His dual cultivation partner, Yuji, died because of him, so he vowed to revive Yuji. Your Dao sex methods are truly miraculous. I don't know what method he used, but he was actually able to preserve Yuji's soul from dissipating. Furthermore, he even used the ice frost mirror to preserve Yuji's corpse. This way, Ziyi would be able to use some of his methods. But that Yuji didn't seem to be revived. Xiaohua had seen Yuji before and asked curiously, what methods can Ziyi use? How can he revive Yuji? Ziming pursed his lips and laughed. That day, Ziyi told the person clearly that he could only let Yuji speak and move, but he never said that he could revive Yuji. In fact, even so, it consumed a lot of Ziyi's soul power. If Tu Hong didn't have a soul treasure from Meng Mountain and paid a certain price, Ziyi wouldn't have made a trip to Sky Patrol City. At this point, Ziming laughed again. Of course, if not for the trip to Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid Ziyi wouldn't have met young Master Xiao. A soul and a spirit. Li Zongbao was a little dazed, as if he didn't even have a soul and a spirit left. Ziming, if someone has died for dozens of years, can they be like Yuji? Xiaohua hesitated and asked. He knew that if he didn't confirm this matter, Li Zongbao would never be able to let it go. Decades. Ziming was shocked. Not to mention that the 3 souls and 6 spirits have completely dissipated. Furthermore, if it weren't for the Ice Abyss mirror, I'm afraid that even the corpse would have turned into white bones. How could it possibly be refined into? At this point, Ziming did not explain and vaguely said, actually, even if you take on the appearance of Yuji, does young Master Xiao think that it's the same as a living person? Rather than that, why should we disturb the peace of the people in the underworld? Xiaohua was silent. He looked at Li Zongbao and said in a low voice, Ziming, I've always been confused about something. In this world, is there such a thing as the 9 springs? There's an underworld? What about the netherworld? Of course there is. Ziming chuckled and said, the ancestor of my Hutu village, the great god Hutu, was the god of the netherworld. She transformed her body into a world and became a netherworld master. Otherwise, how could the people of my Hutu village have the ability to control ghosts? Oh, there really is a netherworld? Xiaohua's mental energy array was activated. Then where is it? Where? How would I know? Ziming shrugged her shoulders. Her expression was actually very similar to Ziyi's. Other than the great god Hutu or the 12 great gods, I'm afraid no one knows. Then, where did Ziming summon all the ghost heads from? Xiaohua broke the pot and asked. I only need to wave my bone staff and chant an incantation. Those ghost heads will naturally come. Ziming innocently blinked her eyes and said, as for where they came from, do I need to know? That's true. Xiaohua scratched his head. Miss Ziming, I still have a question. Please enlighten me. Li Zongbao's mind calmed down and asked again, the person who died for decades, can you see her? Her situation in the netherworld? This. Ziming hesitated for a moment and said, actually, the so-called netherworld is just a title. I really don't know the specific situation. Hearing that Ziming did not directly refuse, Xiaohua knew that Ziming probably had some tricks up her sleeve. He looked at Li Zongbao and sighed, alas, this matter is related to me. Oh, is it related to young Master Xiao? Ziming was startled and showed interest. Xiaohua roughly described Kai Zhuoxiao's expression and sighed, that day my cultivation was too shallow. I watched fellow Kai fall in the fire lake but I couldn't do anything. So young Master Li is also such an infatuated person. Ziming's attitude towards Li Zongbao changed a little. She thought for a moment and said, I will naturally help young Master achieve this wish. However, this matter is not too difficult, but there are also a few difficulties. Miss, please speak. Li Zongbao was overjoyed and said anxiously, I will listen to your instructions. My Hutu stronghold has a soul treasure called Tong Ming. It can realize the face of the person who died in young Master's heart, or the situation of the so-called netherworld. Ziming explained, but this item can only be used once every 10 years and can be used by 3 people at a time. According to what I know, the last time it was used was around 10 years. But if it cannot be used, young Master will have to wait. Well said. Li Zongbao hurriedly nodded. In addition, this item is sometimes very sensitive, but sometimes it is not effective. Young Master Li should not place too much hope on it. Ziming said again. I know. If I can see Zhuoxia alive, even if there is a chance, I will not give up. Li Zongbao hurriedly said. Alright, since that is the case, I will go and see Master Kuchin. Young Master Li can follow me back to Hutu's stronghold. Tong Ming is my clan's soul treasure, and it is enshrined in the ancestral hall. Ziming smiled. Young Master Xiao can also go and see Zai. Good, Xiaohua clapped and said, I have long wanted to see Zai again. As you wish. Ziming smiled like a flower. Sister, when senior brother Li uses it, can I watch from the side? Fairy Hongxia hurriedly asked. Of course not. Ziming shook her head, but after young Master Li uses it, I can use it too. Will I disturb Wuxia? Fairy Hongxia was a little worried. Sister also wants to see Kai Wuxia? Ziming was stunned again, but then she understood. Sister's surname is also Kai? That's right, my name is Kai Hongxia. Kai Wuxia is my sister. Fairy Hongxia nodded. Ziming was a little speechless. She thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. This? Sister does not know. You can try. Then forget it, Fairy Hongxia shook her head. Don't do anything bad to sister. Up to you. Ziming nodded slightly. She had indeed never encountered such a situation. However, when she looked at Xiaohua again, Xiaohua had already closed his eyes and was preparing to meditate. Young Master Xiao, could it be that you don't have any relatives that you want to remember? Ziming was a little surprised. Because anyone who knew the effects of Huda Stronghold's Tong Ming would be pleasantly surprised or curious. They had never been as calm as Xiaohua. This. Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I really don't. That's strange. Ziming was a little curious. But Xiaohua smiled and closed his eyes again. Ziming tactfully didn't ask any more questions. She didn't have Xiaohua's drive to get to the bottom of things. The place where Master Qingqin lived was really far away. The flowing cloud airship flew for more than 10 days before they arrived at a place filled with dead trees. Along the way, Xiaohua asked Ziming a lot. After all, he was still worried about Xiao Mao. But Ziming shook her head. There was no news on the way, so she didn't know whether or not they found Hanba. Of course, Ziming's two reasons for comforting Xiaohua made Xiaohua feel a little relieved. The first reason was that if the Huda Stronghold spirit warriors couldn't find Hanba, then it was even more impossible for Xiaohua to find Hanba. And Xiaohua had seen Ho Yen of Huda Stronghold lead the spirit warriors to find Hanba, so he naturally believed Ziming. The second reason was that Ziming mentioned before. Hanba was an ancient iron corpse and had some relationship with the ancient god Shibai. And Xiao Mao was the descendant of the ancient god Shibai, so his bloodline was abnormally pure. Hanba might not have any bad intentions. Or maybe Hanba wouldn't dare to have any bad intentions. And Xiaohua had thought about this before. He guessed that Hanba must have her reasons for kidnapping Xiao Mao. Therefore Xiao Mao's life might not be in danger. But the problem was that even if Xiao Mao's life wasn't in danger, other dangers were worrying. If Hanba really kidnapped him and made him the wife of the stronghold, then it would be really unfortunate. But now they were in the millions of Meng Mountains. Even if Xiaohua knew that Ziming was comforting him, he could only listen. There was a limit to human strength. He didn't have the ability to find Xiao Mao and Hanba at any time. At this time, Xiaohua missed Jiuxia very much. It wasn't that he missed Jiuxia's beauty, but Jiuxia's seemingly omniscient ability. Maybe, after comprehending the complete sunshade art, I should also take a look at Jiuxia's divination skills. Xiaohua looked at the withered yellow below the flying boat and couldn't help but think. There are so many withered trees here. It must have been a place with lush vegetation in the past. Fairy Hongxia said from the side. Ziming heard and sighed. Yes, there used to be mountains and rivers, flowers and grass here. There were also some beautiful soul beasts and feathered birds resting here. It was really a beautiful scene. I came here with Zai a few years ago and really liked this place. But now, the weather of Meng Mountains has changed greatly. Not only are the plants withered, even people find it difficult to survive. This? Xiaohua hesitated slightly and said, this might have a solution. What did young Master Xiao say? Ziming didn't seem to understand Xiaohua's meaning. At this time Xiaohua had already thought it through. He nodded and said, what I mean is that the weather of the millions of Meng Mountains has changed greatly. The plants have withered. This is a natural phenomenon. But human survival might not be without a solution. Chapter 2856. Oh, Ziming nodded slightly. It's easy to say but difficult to do. I can be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but I haven't been able to find a solution. This is one of the reasons why I came to find Master and I Qin. Actually, Ziming, you should hurry and find Xiao Mao. Xiaohua was ready to point out. He has the ability to solve this huge problem. Oh? Is that so? Ziming was stunned, but then she suddenly realized. Right, isn't great god Shibai in charge of the weather? Xiao Mao has great god Shibai's bloodline, so he must have a solution. Ziming looked back again and smiled bitterly. My maid hasn't caught up yet. The previous order has already been passed down, so let's just wait. Alas, I'm afraid that's the only way. If Ziyi was here, Xiaohua would give the seat to Ziyi without hesitation. But Ziming wasn't Ziyi, so Xiaohua was afraid that it would affect Xiao Mao. Turn that way. Ziyi looked around casually and pointed in a direction. There's a beautiful platform after flying another 20 or so li. Just stop there. Xiaohua looked at the scenery on his left and right, which was more or less the same, and sighed in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Ziming would turn here. After flying for a while, they saw a mountain peak that looked like a platform. However, this mountain peak didn't have any trace of beauty. The entire mountain peak was jade-colored and looked like a large spirit stone from a distance. Xiaohua couldn't figure out what was so special about it. The flying boat landed on the mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was 1 li wide. It was abnormally flat, as if it had been cut by a giant axe. There wasn't a single extra stone. Naturally, there was no trace of anyone on such a flat mountain peak. Even the grass and trees were gone. Seeing Xiaohua and the others' confusion, Ziming smiled. This is the reception platform. Everyone who wants to meet Master and I Qin has to wait here respectfully for Master and I Qin's arrangements. Reception platform? Xiaohua was shocked. She's using this mountain peak as a reception platform? This Master and I Qin is really generous. Yes, Master and I Qin often says that only by using heaven and earth as a furnace and the common people as the fire can one refine the world's weapons, Ziming said with a longing expression. Heaven and earth can naturally be used as a furnace, but the common people are never fire. When Xiaohua heard this, he was unhappy and said indifferently, this kind of refining technique is a blood sacrifice. Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid that my Ming Mountain's method of artifact crafting is different from your Dao sect's. Ziming grinned, wait until you see Master and I Qin's refining skills, then you won't say that. Maybe. Xiaohua jumped down from the flying boat and looked around before replying. Sister, are you here to find Master Hua Qin to refine a weapon? Fairy Hongxia also flew down and asked tentatively. Sigh, that's right. Ziming sighed and said, this matter is very important to me and, it's so important that I can't disclose it. Therefore, I don't dare to tell you. Everything will be clear when Master and I Qin comes. All right, Fairy Hongxia saw that Ziming was very serious and did not dare to ask any more questions. She followed Ziming and sat on the mountain peak. Li Zongbao kept the flowing cloud-flying boat, glanced at Xiaohua and sat down as well. A faint hot wind blew past from time to time. The sun was hanging in the sky like a fireball, and the sunlight shone directly. Not only did it shine on the four of them, but it was also reflected by the mountain peak, making the entire mountain peak hot. The four of them sat on the mountain peak as if they were sitting in a fire. Although Xiaohua and the others were cultivators after a long time, their state of mind was also somewhat unstable. Nonsense, they had been sitting straight for half a day, and the scorching sun had already turned into the setting sun. No one would be too calm, right? Xiaohua silently circulated the sun-shrouding art that he had just comprehended, slowly repairing his divine sense. At the same time he looked around trying to see where the so-called Master and I Qin would appear from. Seeing the full moon rise and the stars twinkling, a long figure walked in front of everyone under the water like moonlight. The figure was a slightly fat old man. The old man's face was hidden in the darkness, and his white hair and beard flickered under the moonlight. His footsteps were very steady and his voice was also very rhythmic. Seeing the old man approaching, Ziming hurriedly got up and bowed. Master Qing Ming, may I ask if Master and I Qin is in the valley? I am Master and I Qin's follower and I am not a master. You can just call me Qing Ming. What surprised Xiaohua and the others was that the old man's tone was very cold. Master has ordered that you are a noble of the Huta village and you have the shaman token. You don't have to wait here and you can enter the valley by yourself. After saying that, he did not wait for Ziming to reply, turned around and left as steady and rhythmic as when he came. Good, this Master and I Qin's imposing manner is not small. Xiaohua thought to himself. Looking at Ziming again, there was no trace of unhappiness on his face. He whispered to Xiaohua, young Master Xiao, be quiet and follow me to pay respects to Master and I Qin. Xiaohua whispered to him. Hearing this, Ziming was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Out of Xiaohua's expectation, Ziming walked to the edge of the reception platform, and there was a flight of stairs that led straight to the foot of the mountain. This flight of stairs was one step after another as if there was no end to it. Qing Ming, who had just appeared, walked step by step towards the foot of the mountain. This flight of stairs was personally made by Master N.I. Qin. Ming's face was filled with respect, and he whispered, "Therefore all the people who came to pay respects to Master N.I. Qin must walk down from this flight of stairs to show their respect to Master N.I. Qin." Tisk, Xiaohua sneered and thought, "I'm afraid this guy is fishing for fame." He was worried that people would rush in to find him, so he made a flight of stairs here, and used his name to suppress others, making them obediently walk in. On one hand he gained the upper hand by a show of strength, and on the other hand he gained face for himself. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Xiaohua had not seen the Master N.I. Qin, but he was speechless and slandered this master. This flight of stairs was really very long. Xiaohua and the others walked straight for 2 hours before they arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they looked again, the flight of stairs extended into the darkness and into the valley at the foot of the mountain. "Damn it, is there a mistake?" Xiaohua whispered. "How long is it from the foot of the mountain to the bottom of the valley?" "Young Master Xiao, don't be anxious." Ming whispered, "There is still an hour. Last time, it took this concubine 3 hours to pay respects to Master N.I. Qin." "Isn't this a waste of time?" Xiaohua said coldly, "Just fly down from the mountain. This so-called Master N.I. Qin is really too arrogant." "Young Master." Ming did not have the slightest intention of complaining. Master N.I. Qin knows the purpose of this concubine's visit, and to personally receive this concubine is already very satisfied. Perhaps this time, there really is hope. If Ming was a cultivator of Dao sect, Xiaohua would have already asked her. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know how to refine soul tools, so of course he would not speak blindly. He could only curl his lips, expressing his disdain. The welcoming platform during the day was very hot, and the dark valley was cold and desolate. A sound similar to the sound of pines drifted into Xiaohua's ears, and waves of cold air blew up from the bottom of the valley. Xiaohua was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound produced by the cold wind blowing through the withered treetops during the winter. At this time all the plants in Meng Mountains were withered, and the leaves were long gone. The only things that were swaying in the cold wind were the branches that pierced into the night sky. Xiaohua did not know when it appeared, but a pea-sized lantern was shining in the depths of the valley. Although the light was small, it made people feel warm in their hearts, as if they had a goal, as if there was hope in their hearts. When Xiaohua got closer and walked down the stairs, he saw an old man in black clothes standing just a few feet away from the stairs. The light came from the candlestick held in the old man's hand. The light was small, but it was able to clearly illuminate the old man's face. Sure enough, it was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. The old man's face was ferocious. Not only was there a very deep knife wound on his face, even his ear was cut off, which made people think of a lot of things. However, this was not what surprised Xiaohua the most. What immediately attracted Xiaohua's attention was the old man's height. This old man was only 3 feet tall, and Qing Ming, who was standing respectfully beside him, was at least twice as tall as him. However, Ming did not lose his respect because of the old man's height. He quickly ran over from the stairs, bowed and said, "Ming greets Grandmaster Hua Qin." Strange. Xiaohua felt a little strange. He thought Ming would use the etiquette of Meng Mountains to kneel on the ground, but unexpectedly, Ming's etiquette was similar to that of the cultivators of Dao sect. Ming is the nobleman of Huda's stronghold. How can I be so respectful? Please get up quickly. Grandmaster Hua Qin's voice was very strange. It was a little hoarse and a little sharp. She reached out her hand to help Ming up and said with a smile, "I don't dare. Grandmaster is a senior and Ming is a junior. I don't dare to be disrespectful." Ming stood up with Grandmaster Hua Qin's hand, then pointed at Xiaohua and the others and said, "They are a few old friends of mine. They are cultivators of Shidao sect. I met them on my way here and they happened to have something important to do, so I brought them here." "Hee, it's okay." Grandmaster Hua Qin said with a smile, "Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I didn't know that you were coming, so I'm sorry for not coming out to greet you. It's a sin. Junior greets Grandmaster Hua Qin. Fairy Hong Xia and the others did not dare to be negligent. They quickly stepped forward and bowed, then reported their names. Xiaohua cast a sidelong glance at this Grandmaster, but he had no choice but to follow the two and bow. In contrast to Grandmaster Hua Qin's pleasant expression, Qing Ming's face was always covered in frost. He looked at them coldly, waiting for Grandmaster Hua Qin to order him to bring something to entertain Zi Ming and the others. Only then did he turn and leave. Then, Zi Ming and the others were led into the cave by Grandmaster Hua Qin. This cave was somewhat similar to a Dao sect cultivator's cave abode. However, the furnishings inside were mostly white bones, vines and other objects. There were also some rather large oil lamps hanging on the walls. There were no clear flower stones that were commonly seen. Chapter 2857. Since it was an oil lamp, it was hard to avoid the flickering of the flame. The flickering of light and shadow in the cave clearly showed the strangeness of soul cultivators. Deliberately mystifying. Xiao Hua snorted again. As they sat down, a few young disciples immediately served them tea. Of course, these young disciples had long faces like Qing Ming. They came and left quietly without even a smile. Little friend Xiao and Miss Hong Xia. Master Qin raised his teacup and smiled. My tea is not as good as the spirit tea of Taoist sect. Please don't mind. Please. I don't deserve it. Thank you. Li Zongbao answered briefly. He also raised his teacup and took a sip. After checking that there was nothing wrong with the tea, he swallowed it. Actually, I don't usually use tea. Master Qin was a straightforward person. It's just that some cultivators came from afar, so they asked my disciples to simply boil the mountain spring water and use it to complement the tea. Master, you're too polite. Fairy Hong Xia smiled and said, currently the millions of Meng mountains are extremely dry. It's good enough that we have spring water to boil the tea. Excellent. Master Qin sighed. This astronomical change is the beginning of a great change in the millions of Meng mountains. There will definitely be earth-shaking changes in the future. Unfortunately, those ordinary natives are innocent. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape from this catastrophe. Master. Zi Ming said anxiously, I came here today for two things. The first thing is this. All the people of Huda Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold are struggling on the line between life and death. Although some soul cultivators have already set their sights on the millions of Meng mountains and led their disciples into Sword Domain, it is still a temporary solution. No one knows if Sword Domain can save the lives of the people of the 12 great gods. I hope that Master can be merciful and bestow a miraculous method to save hundreds of millions of natives. If I had a miraculous method I would have used it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Master Qin shook his head. This is an astronomical disaster. It's not something that can be solved by humans. Seeing that Master Qin was also helpless, Zi Ming was a little disappointed. Then Master Qin asked, how's the battle between soul cultivators and swordsmen going? Perhaps killing our way into the sword domain isn't a solution, but it might be effective in the end? The war will be handled by Shang village and the others. Our Huda village and Shibai village will not participate directly. Zi Ming shook his head slightly. However, I heard that the battle went very smoothly. Those swordsmen didn't have any power to fight back under the attacks of my soul warriors. Huh? Master Qin nodded slightly and said, actually, since Meng Mountain has undergone such a great change, the sword domain and the 3 kingdoms of cultivation must have undergone great changes as well. As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongbao and the others before continuing, the Dao sect's dharma is incomparably wondrous. Perhaps there's a better way? Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hong Xia, not knowing how to reply. Zi Ming continued, I've also sent my people to the Sword region and the 3 kingdoms. Even Elder Wu and Ji Man from the lower camp have been to these places. It seems like they are different from our Meng mountains. Even if they have a solution, it's not suitable for our Meng mountains. Forgive this old man for being powerless in this matter. Master Qin sighed compassionately. His skinny figure seemed even smaller. However, Zi Ming's second request, this old man, will agree to it today. Really? Zi Ming was overjoyed. He almost jumped up and said, Master is indeed a trustworthy person. This junior thanks Master. You're welcome. Master Qin laughed. You've brought the shaman token to me 3 times. Even if this old man doesn't owe your shaman village any favors, this item is related to the prosperity of the shaman village. This old man can't refuse. However, because this is my 3rd time crafting a soul treasure, this old man has to be more cautious. I need to prepare for a few more days. Furthermore, the soul falling lamp of your Huda village is extremely mysterious. This old man doesn't have much confidence in repairing this soul treasure. You shouldn't be too happy too early. What? Master, this is already your third time crafting a soul treasure? Hearing Master Qin words, Ziming was not as happy as Master Qin said. Instead, he was extremely surprised and said, This junior thought that this was your second time crafting? If I knew this was your third time, this junior? If you knew this was my third time crafting, you wouldn't have come? Master Qin laughed and said, This third time will come sooner or later. Furthermore, this soul-falling lamp is extrememely important to you and to the Hudu village. This old man being able to repair this soul-falling lamp for the third time is also the fate of this old man in this lifetime. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was surprised. He said coldly, Master Kuqin, this is a little strange. You can only craft 3 soul treasures in your lifetime? Master Kuqin's face was abnormally dry. His skin was like a dried orange peel wrapped around his face, and his small head was comparable to a skeleton. Previously, Xiaohua only noticed a scar across his face, but now, under the light, he could see it even more clearly. That smile was very strange, and coupled with that face, under the light, it was really somewhat repulsive. Young Master Xiao, Ziming could clearly hear the dissatisfaction in Xiaohua's voice, and even the misunderstanding. He hurriedly said, Ming Mountain's crafting of soul tools is different from the Taoist sect's crafting of magical treasures. Every time we craft a soul tool, we need to consume life essence. Especially for a soul treasure like the soul-falling lamp, the consumption is even greater. Although Grandmaster's crafting skill is one of the best in Ming Mountain, but he can only craft 3 soul treasures in his lifetime. After fixing the soul-losing lamp for me, his life essence will be exhausted, and he will return to the arms of Huda Goddess. Ah? There's such a saying? Xiaohua was stunned. Therefore, although there are many master craftsmen in Ming Mountain, most of them will not craft soul tools for others, let alone soul treasures. Ziming explained again, only Grandmaster Kuqin would not refuse anyone who came to his door to craft a soul tool. Therefore, Grandmaster Kuqin's reputation in Ming Mountain is very good. But later, because Grandmaster's life essence was used up too much, many soul warriors who received Grandmaster Kuqin's favor joined hands and sealed off the guest reception platform where Grandmaster Kuqin was. No one could look for Grandmaster Kuqin anymore. But the Grandmaster was merciful. He personally chiseled the stairway to heaven from the valley to the welcoming platform. He earnestly invited the spirit warriors and made an agreement. If there was someone who needed to craft a spirit armament, as long as they could sit on the welcoming platform for a sufficient amount of time and use the stairway to reach the valley, the Grandmaster would be able to craft the spirit armament for them. When the soul warriors saw Grandmaster Kuqin's determination, they knew that they could not stop him, so they all knelt on the ground and left. At this point, Ziming looked at the darkness outside the cave and sighed. This guest reception platform is said to be a test, but what's so difficult about it? Young Master Xiao has walked all the way here, how could you see any difficulties? This is actually Grandmaster Kuqin's merciful heart. If someone were to craft a soul tool, they would first carefully consider whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Kuqin's life essence. Whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Kuqin's life essence. Whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Kuqin's life. Young Master, don't look at Qing Ming's cold face. When we came down, we might be summoned by Huda God. When Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. He did not know the secrets of soul cultivators crafting soul tools, but he was originally a craftsman. If crafting a soul tool, and even if it was a soul tool, could actually shorten his lifespan, then to tell the truth, even if he was beaten to death, he would not craft it. What's more, the person who wanted to craft the soul tool had nothing to do with him. Not waiting for Ziming to finish speaking, Xiaohua stood up and walked in front of Grandmaster Kuqin. He bowed and said, Grandmaster Kuqin, this junior has misunderstood you. My previous words were offensive, please forgive me, senior. It's fine, Grandmaster Kuqin still had a smile on her face, but this smile made Xiaohua look very benevolent. It was far from the strange smile from before. Grandmaster Kuqin raised her hand, indicating for Xiaohua to rise. Although she didn't use any of the magic power that Tao sect cultivators often used, Xiaohua couldn't help but stand up. He was afraid that if he was any slower, he would blaspheme this magnanimous soul cultivation grandmaster. This junior has always believed that I do not judge a book by its cover. But when it comes to this matter, this kind of narrow-minded thinking can't help but appear. Xiaohua didn't try to hide anything. He straightened up and spoke with a pained voice. Furthermore, this junior also knows some of the soul tool crafting techniques of the Tao sect. Judging others by my own standards immediately magnified my originally dark thoughts. This concubine really admires young master's magnanimity. Ziming's eyes flashed with joy. If young master is a craftsman, then you will definitely have Grandmaster Kuchin's heart in the future. AI, this junior also has some distracting thoughts. Li Zongbao stood up and bowed. In front of Grandmaster Kuchin, this junior also has to bow. Don't. Grandmaster Kuchin laughed. Don't stand up. Regardless of whether it's you or me. We are all humans, not gods. We cannot judge people by their hearts. This has always been the most important thing. This old one was also like this when he was young. But later on, with some luck, he slowly changed. You are so young, yet you can understand this. In the future, your actions will definitely surpass this old one. Grandmaster's bearing of risking her life to craft soul tools, Tiske, this junior will definitely not do that. Xiao Hua's heart was calm and his words were clear and bright. Don't speak so highly of this old one. Grandmaster Kuchin actually stretched out her thin and small hand. Ziming brought the Huda Stockade shaman token to this old one. This old one didn't dare to disobey. Ah. Grandmaster must be joking. Ziming shook his head slightly. The shaman token has no effect on Grandmaster. Sister. Fairy Hongxia was about to stand up and bow again, but was stopped by Grandmaster Kuchin. At this moment she found an opportunity to ask Ziming, why does Grandmaster Kuchin have to repair this soul lost lamp? And why did you consume life essence when you were crafting soul tools? Chapter 2858. Hearing that, Ziming was not surprised and laughed. I have long wanted to explain this to young Master Xiao and the rest, and there are some matters related to young Master Xiao. But this matter is very important. Only with Master Kuchin here, can I be at ease to explain. Even if my sister did not ask, I still have to say it. Of course, as for my soul refining method, I do not know the details, so I will have to ask Master Xiao to answer. I can only explain the reason why the fallen soul lamp must be restored to young Master Xiao and the rest. Hearing that this matter was related to him, Xiao Hua was startled, but he changed his mind and immediately understood and laughed and nodded. Xiao Hua nodded and Fairy Hongxia was once again in a fog, not knowing what was going on. At this time, Ziming patted his hand and from his waist, a palm-sized brocade bag took out a black object. This object was about a foot tall and was divided into two parts. The top part was a fist-sized weird beast head, and the bottom part was like a mountain peak, sharp at the top and round at the bottom. However, upon closer inspection it was different. The strange beast's head split into three under the light. The three heads were clustered together in the middle, forming a beast's mouth. This beast's mouth was pointing straight at the sky. It seemed to have some fangs but they couldn't see clearly. The beast's mouth was empty. Also, the lower part of the fallen soul lamp had the same weird pattern. These patterns seemed to be white bones, but also like a skeleton piled up together. It looked like a beast body. The soul-stealing lamp was abnormally dark. When the light of the lamp landed on it, it was immediately absorbed. There was no reflection, but the so-called shape was faintly discernible to the naked eye, as if it was the flickering light of the lamp. Dog heads? The beast heads of the fallen soul lamp had a sinister and ferocious expression, but their shape was familiar. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think to himself, a lamp made from three dog heads? Maybe the lamp was spat out from the dog mouths? This is my Ho-Tu stronghold spirit treasure, the fallen soul lamp. Ziming took out the soulfall lamp and twirled it in his hand. He proudly said, this thing hasn't been lit up yet. If Master Kuchin can repair it this time, my Huda stronghold will immediately regain its former glory. Young Master Xiao, even if the nascent soul cultivators of your Tao sect are very powerful, if they are enveloped by the lamp of the fallen soul, their lives will be at my disposal. Oh my God, you're making my little heart jump. Xiao Hua pats his chest exaggeratedly and says with a smile, it seems that no matter what, this Xiao can't let Master Kuchin repair this fallen soul lamp. Or perhaps this Xiao will have to consider whether or not to take the soul fall lamp. Back then young Master Xiao used the soul falling lamp. Ziming said meaningfully, back then young Master didn't even want it. What are you planning to do now? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood and said with some disbelief, what? That day Midnight actually took this soul lamp to Sky Patrol City? There was something like this in the storage pouch? The Xiao really can't believe it? Ziming smiles and looks at Master Kuchin. Refining a spiritual servant naturally requires this soul-falling lamp. Otherwise, Midnight wouldn't have brought this soul-falling lamp to Sky Patrol City. Spiritual servant? Hearing this, Xiaohua squints his eyes as if thinking of something. Sister, didn't you say that this soul-falling lamp hasn't been repaired? Fairy Hongxia asks curiously, then how can Midnight use it? The soul-falling lamp is a spirit treasure. Legend has it that it was passed down by the great god Hutu. Its functions are mysterious. Although it hasn't been repaired and can't be lit up, it still has other small functions. Ziming smiles. If that's the case, why must it be lit up? Fairy Hongxia asks curiously, this soul-falling lamp hasn't been lit up for many years. Now that it's repaired, Master Kuchin's life will be sacrificed? Sigh, if I wasn't forced into a dead end, how could this concubine do this? Ziming sighs and loosens his hand. The soul-falling lamp flew into the air, and a strange black shadow covers the entire cave. Although this soul-falling lamp is a spirit treasure, it's also my Hutu stronghold's inherited treasure. Ziming looks up at the soul-falling lamp and says faintly, but if the next generation Elder Wu or G-Man wants to inherit, they must light up the soul-falling lamp. Only when the soul-falling lamp is lit up, will it mean that they have received the approval of the great god Hutu. Ziming is not talented, but I am the next G-Man candidate. If Ziming wants to become G-Man, the only way is to light up the soul-falling lamp. G-Man? Xiaohua and the rest were stunned. They knew that Ziming's status in the Hutu stronghold was not ordinary, but they never thought that it would be so high up. Under one person above 10,000 people or even the one at the top. Ziming glanced at Li Zongbao and said faintly, moreover, according to our ancestors, if you control the soul-catching lamp, you might be able to control the mysteries of life and death, and you might be able to revive the dead. In this world, young Master Li is not the only one who wants to revive the dead. Ziming's voice is bitter, floating in the cave. Following the shadow of the soul-falling lamp, a kind of desolation suddenly rises. Miss Ziming, Li Zongbao also sighs in his heart. He thinks for a moment and asks, this soul-falling lamp has been damaged for a long time, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to ask Master Kuchin for help now. Perhaps Mrs. Second reason is the main point. Hearing this, Ziming does not hide and says with a nod, young Master Li is right. The second reason is the most important. As for this soul-falling lamp, it has been damaged for thousands of years. However, my Hutu stronghold has never had many children. The one who can inherit Elder Wu and G-Man has always been only one person. There will not be any disputes, and no one will care whether this soul-falling lamp is lit or not. But my generation is different. There is more than one person who is qualified to inherit G-Man or Elder Wu. Although I am in front of the line, if I can't light up the soul-falling lamp, I am afraid that I will not be able to sit firmly in the position of G-Man. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nods but suddenly asks again, Ziyi also has this qualification, right? That's right, of course Ziyi has it. Ziming smiles sweetly, but he will not fight with me. He came to the world a moment later than me. Moreover, since we are sensible, we have sworn together that we will not spoil the relationship between siblings because of this position. Young Master Xiao, don't worry. Even if I become the younger sister, I will definitely not fight with Ziyi. And that's for the best. Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed and he smiles and nods. In this world, all benefits are not as important as family. I know that young Master Xiao will say that. Ziming smiles again. Actually, I have already told Ziyi that if he wants to be Elder Wu, he only needs to say a word to me. I will definitely not fight with him. Very good. Xiaohua believes that Ziyi can say such words. That's the reason why I came here. Ziming continues, however, the fact that the soulfall lamp cannot be lit has always been a secret of our Hutu stronghold. Even many elders Wu and Ji-Man do not know about it. After all, this soulfall lamp is a precious treasure, and is usually enshrined in the ancestral hall. Only I knew that when I had to light this soulfall lamp, I begged Elder Wu to go to the ancestral hall to take it out. It was only then that I realized that something was wrong. How is that possible? Fairy Hongxia is puzzled. From what you said, this soulfall lamp has been damaged for thousands of years. How can so many elders Wu and Ji-Man not know about it? Whether the ancestors know or not, I don't know. Ziming smiles mysteriously, but the current elders Wu and Ji-Man definitely do not know about it. Otherwise, they would not have urged me to light up the Soulfall lamp. As for the fact that the Soulfall lamp has been damaged for thousands of years, it is recorded in the Soulfall lamp. When I got it, I knew about it. But how it was damaged and who damaged it, there is no explanation. The fact that the Soulfall lamp cannot be lit. I have kept it a secret for a long time, and now it has come to a point where I can no longer keep it a secret. Besides, if the other descendants know about this, I'm afraid there will be a dispute in our Huda stronghold. Now that there is a great change in Ming Mountains, it is no different from a great disaster to our Huda stronghold. So, I have to be careful. Ziming finally got to the point. Yes. After hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua suddenly understood the importance of the Soulfall lamp. At the same time, his heart suddenly felt heavy. When Midnight gave him the storage bag that day, he didn't just give him Qixin, but also the safety of the Huda stronghold. Karma. In an instant, the space around Xiaohua trembled again. His nascent divinity, which was comprehending the hand of karma, felt as if it was struck by lightning. An indescribable mystery was transmitted into his mind. Ziming did not notice Xiaohua's abnormality and continued, "In the early years, I also thought of all kinds of ways to light up the Soulfall lamp, and I even paid a heavy price. Later, I had no choice but to ask Wu Ling for help. I visited Master Kuchin 3 times, hoping that he could help. However, I heard that Master still has 2 more chances to refine a soul treasure, so I took the risk to visit him. I didn't expect. Master Kuchin met Ziming's apologetic gaze and did not care. On his ugly face, the expression in his eyes was very calm. Of course, Master. Ziming smiled again. I know that Master will consume your life essence because of this, and I have been trying my best to find a way to make up for it all these years. Coincidentally, when Ziyi went to Sky Patrol City, not only did he get to know a confidant like young Master Xiao, but he also brought back a spiritual medicine from the Dao sect. This spiritual medicine should be useful to Master. As he spoke, Ziming took out a jade box from the brocade bag at his waist and offered it with both hands. However, this is the last time Master will refine a soul treasure, and your life essence has been overdrawn. I don't know if this thing is still useful? Master Kuchin was surprised. He reached out and took the jade box. After opening it and looking at it, he asked, what kind of medicinal pill is this? It looks a little strange. Chapter 2859. This is the mysterious rejuvenation pill of the Dao sect. Ziyi only got 3 of them from the Sky Patrol City. I've already given one of them to Elder Wu. After Elder Wu took it, he regained his youth and looked even younger than me. Ziming smiled. I'll give this rejuvenation pill to you. Perhaps it can offset the loss of life essence from refining a spirit treasure. There's such a miraculous pill in this world? Master Kuchin was shocked. I wonder which immortal could refine such a miraculous pill? As he spoke, Master Kuchin's body flashed with an obscure fluctuation. The space within a few feet of him was slightly distorted. The rejuvenation pill in his hand flew into the air, and the pill's shadow flickered in and out of existence. After waiting for half a cup of tea's worth of time, a violent fluctuation rippled out from the surroundings of the rejuvenation pill. An indescribable hurricane swept through the entire cave. This hurricane was different from the usual wind. Once it was formed, it immediately rushed in all directions, seeping into the walls of the cave and blowing out of the cave. Hiss, Master Kuchin gasped. After the hurricane, he looked at the traces of green lines on the mountain walls. His face was filled with surprise and disbelief. He whispered, "Not bad, this miraculous pill is actually filled with the power of thunder. This power of life can replenish the life essence I used to refine a spirit treasure. After taking this pill, I can refine a spirit treasure again. Good." Ziming clapped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I can rest assured." Thank you, Ziming. Although Master Kuchin's temperament was outstanding and he did not care about life and death, this was life and death after all. Since he could survive, he was happy. This is what I'll do. Ziming beamed with joy and said, "Master, do you want to take it now or after repairing the lost soul lamp?" This. Grandmaster Kuchin pondered for a moment, then smiled. This immortal pill contains the power of thunder. Although it can replenish life essence, the power of thunder is the opposite of my secret soul cultivation method. If this old man takes it now, I don't know how long it will take for the lamp to be repaired. It's not too late to take it after repairing the lost soul lamp. Grandmaster, Please weigh the pros and cons yourself. Ziming naturally knew the severity of the situation and nodded with a smile. Putting away the rejuvenation pill, Grandmaster Kuchin raised her head again. Outside the cave stood a dozen or so soul warriors of different heights. It was impossible to see the expressions of these soul warriors in the dark. Grandmaster Kuchin ordered Qing Ming to come in. Smiling, Qing Ming explained the situation to Qing Ming. Finally, a smile appeared on Qing Ming's face. Bowing to Ziming and the others, he happily led his disciples away. The Dao sect spells are indeed profound. Grandmaster Kuchin also relaxed when she saw that all the disciples had left in satisfaction. She was once again in a leisurely mood as she sighed and said, "The rise of the Dao sect is not without reason." Hehe, Master. Ziming's face lit up as he said, "Junior wanted to give Grandmaster the rejuvenation pill, but I didn't expect that Hood, a great god, would send this alchemist here as well. I guess Hood, a great god, must have seen Grandmaster's magnanimity and knew how much Grandmaster had done for Ming Mountains. That's why she sent this alchemist here to save Grandmaster's life." Oh? Grandmaster Kuchin was shocked. She hurriedly stood up from her seat and looked around. She walked toward Xiao Hua and bowed, "Immortal Master Xiao, please accept my bow." Who would have thought that after Grandmaster Kuchin bowed, Xiao Hua only looked at her indifferently. He did not move at all, as if he was being extremely rude. Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. She looked at Xiao Hua's half-smiling face and hurriedly said to Grandmaster Kuchin, "Grandmaster, Xiao Hua probably had some enlightenment just now. Right now he is..." But before Fairy Hongxia could finish, Xiao Hua's eyes moved slightly. Countless stars flashed in his eyes. In this somewhat dark cave it was extremely obvious. Grandmaster Kuchin was facing Xiao Hua at this moment. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's reminder, she raised her head in surprise. When her gaze landed on Xiao Hua's eyes, she was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment. Then she shuddered and a trace of horror flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Xiao Hua seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at Grandmaster Kuchin strangely. Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia hurriedly said, "Xiao Hua, Grandmaster Kuchin is thanking you." "Thanking me? Thanking me for what?" Xiao Hua scratched his head in confusion. "Hehe, young Master Xiao, about the matter of the rejuvenation pill." Ziming laughed. "This concubine has already given the rejuvenation pill that Zai obtained from young Master to Grandmaster. Young Master Xiao has hidden it from Zai for a long time. However, this matter cannot be scrutinized. Zai has already secretly told this concubine. He suspects that you are that mysterious alchemy Grandmaster. You won't deny it, right?" "Rejuvenation pill? Alchemy Grandmaster?" Hearing this, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. Hehe, if it was someone else, this little one would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Hua laughed. However, facing Grandmaster Kuchin, even if this little one was beaten to death, he would still admit it. At this moment, Grandmaster Kuchin seemed to have returned to normal. There was a faint smile on her face. She stood in front of Xiao Hua and patiently listened to his words. Although Grandmaster Kuchin's height was only 3/2 of Xiao Hua's height, Grandmaster Kuchin did not seem to be uneasy standing there. She was calm and composed. She truly had the bearing of a Grandmaster. "Grandmaster, please, how could Xiao Hua dare to let Grandmaster Kuchin bow to him again?" He hurriedly raised his hand and asked Grandmaster Kuchin to turn around. "Master Immortal Xiao," contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Hua had just opened his mouth when Grandmaster Kuchin bowed again and said, "Many thanks for Master Immortal's guidance." "Don't." Xiao Hua's face turned red. He hurriedly supported Grandmaster Kuchin and said, "Grandmaster, you are the Grandmaster. Please don't say that in front of this little one. You are killing this little one's life essence. Even if this little one takes another rejuvenation pill, it won't make up for it." Ziming laughed. However, she also felt a little strange. When Grandmaster Kuchin thanked Xiao Hua and mentioned the effects of Xiao Hua's rejuvenation pill, she could understand why she called Xiao Hua Master Immortal. After all, this rejuvenation pill was very rare. She had never heard of a pill that could restore one's youth on Dawn Rain Continent. From this point of view, calling Xiao Hua Master Immortal was nothing. However, this second time, perhaps others didn't notice, but Ziming heard it clearly. Grandmaster Kuchin actually thanked Xiao Hua for his guidance. However, when Ziming thought about Xiao Hua's words just now, how could there be any guidance? Besides, Xiao Hua was an alchemist, not a tool refiner. How could there be any guidance? Come, Master Immortal Xiao, please sit. Grandmaster Kuqin pulled Xiao Hua's hand and insisted that he sit next to her. In fact, in Grandmaster Kuqin's cave, there were only some large stones paved with animal skins. The tea set was also placed on the stone table. There was no order to it. Even if Xiao Hua sat next to Grandmaster Kuqin, he was only a little closer to her. However, Xiao Hua didn't know how to sit. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Grandmaster, please don't call this little one Master Immortal. This little one can't afford it. Just call me Xiao Hua." "Oh, Grandmaster, if you really want to call me that, you can call me Master Xiao." "Ah? Master Xiao? You're that Master Xiao?" Hearing Xiao Hua's words, both Grandmaster Kuqin and Ziming were stunned. They asked almost at the same time. But then the expressions on their faces changed. Ziming's face was full of disbelief, but there was also a sudden realization in this disbelief, as if she should have known this long ago. Grandmaster Kuqin's eyes were shining. She looked at Xiao Hua with great admiration, then she bowed and said, "Kuqin thanks Master Xiao for your great kindness to the people of the world. If Master Xiao has the ability of an immortal master, please save the people of Meng Mountain from the abyss of suffering." While speaking, Grandmaster Kuqin actually wanted to kneel down and perform the great ceremony of millions of Meng Mountain people. "Oh no," Xiao Hua was so proud that he blurted out. His heart was filled with regret. Since Elder Wu of Bai and Stronghold knew that there were good seeds in the three kingdoms of cultivators, how could this Grandmaster Kuqin, who cared about the natives, not know? But in the next moment Xiao Hua felt a bit ashamed. This Grandmaster Qin really didn't care about cultivators, soul warriors, or even swordsmen. She actually brought the people of the three kingdoms to thank Xiao Hua, and then brought the millions of natives of Meng Mountains to thank him. Her breadth of mind was much greater than his. Therefore Xiao Hua hurriedly supported Grandmaster Kuqin and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Kuqin, since Grandmaster believes that I'm Master Xiao, then you must know that I don't like the customs. If you continue to be so long-winded, I won't care about the millions of Meng Mountain people anymore. Thank you Huda God, thank you Shibi God, thank you 12 gods of Meng Mountain." Ziming couldn't help but mutter, "Young Master Xiao is actually Master Xiao. The people of Meng Mountain can be saved." "Grandmaster, please sit down and talk." Xiao Hua lowered his head and looked at Grandmaster Kuqin. His neck was really sore, so he could only smile and say, "Please." Grandmaster Kuqin invited Xiao Hua to sit next to her, and then she carefully accompanied him. After all, Xiao Hua was not only an alchemist who concocted the rejuvenation pill, but also a benefactor who could save millions of Meng Mountain people. How could Grandmaster Kuqin dare to treat him poorly? Actually, looking at Grandmaster Kuqin and Ziming's eager eyes, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Regarding the millions of Meng Mountain people, I already have a plan, and I've already started to implement it in by Lu's stronghold." "Great." Ziming and Grandmaster Kuqin looked at each other, and their previous worries immediately disappeared. Ziming thought for a moment and understood. He smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, the matter of Bai Lu's stronghold, is it related to young Master Xiao Mao?" "That's right." Xiao Hua was also calm. "If it wasn't because I wanted to help Xiao Mao return to Shibi's stronghold and get what he deserved, I would have already told you about this matter." Young Master Xiao, since you want to help Xiao Mao, then all the more reason you should tell me about this matter." Ziming smiled and said, "As long as I can get Grandmaster Kuqin's help and repair the Soulfall lamp, I'll be the next G-man. My Hotian stronghold and Shibi stronghold are on the same side. With my Hotian stronghold supporting Xiao Mao, what worries do you have?" Chapter 2860. Indeed. After Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded and said, "This is also something that I want to discuss with Ziming after rescuing Xiao Mao." "It's all right. Master Qin is here, and young Master Xiao is Zai's good friend. How can Ziming forget Daoist Zhao's contribution?" Ziming smiled and said, "Besides, in my opinion, Daoist Xiao seems to be more reliable than Xiao Mao, right?" Xiao Hua thought for a while. Although he didn't trust Ziming too much, with Master Qin by his side, he really admired this master. Seeing Master Qin's smiling face, he reached out his hand and took out a storage bag. He handed it to Ziming and said, "This is the millet seed I got from a deserted island outside the sea. It was planted together with the rice used by the cultivators in the three kingdoms. If the rice seed can be used, then the millet seed can also be used." "Good." Ziming's eyes flashed with surprise. He slowly reached out his hand and took it. When he opened the storage bag he frowned and said, "Why, is there only so little?" "I remember. Haha, these are seeds. Ziming, they are not for you to eat." Xiaohua laughed. This Ziming was indeed a noble of Hutu village. He probably wasn't familiar with farming. Ziming suddenly understood. He hit his own forehead and said with a smile, "I was wrong." Xiaohua was very familiar with this action. It was exactly the same as what Ziyi did that day. They are really twins. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, he also lowered his guard against Ziming. Then Xiaohua said, "I still have some of this millet seed. It should be enough for Hutu village and Shebi village. As for the other shaman villages, after the two villages planted this millet seed, they can slowly circulate it to Meng Mountains. Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming understood the meaning of this action. He was really happy. He bowed and said, "With this millet seed, even if I don't have the soul-falling lamp, I'm afraid I can still get the position of G-Man." "No need to thank me," Xiaohua waved his hand slightly. "You are Sister Zai, you can help Xiao Mao. Moreover, with your help, we can plant this millet seed in Meng Mountains. How can I not help you?" "Zai, I should have known that young Master Xiao was Taoist Master Xiao." At this point, Ziming hesitated for a moment before continuing. That day young Master gave Ziyi a storage pouch. Ziyi remembered young Master's instructions and had his subordinates distribute the seeds to the people of the secular world near the state of Shi. When he came back he encountered the drought in Meng Mountains. Only then did he remember that you were a good seed of young Master. However, at that time, Zai only saw young Master as a close friend who had built his foundation. He never thought much about it. "Zai is really considerate." Xiaohua smiled. "Unfortunately, I didn't know that he was from Meng Mountain, otherwise I might have been able to give him this seed that day." At this point, he watched Ziming carefully put away the storage bag and asked tentatively, "I still have something to ask Miss Ming." Ziming smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, feel free to speak. What's going on with the Shibai village? Why did Xiao Mao, a pure god of Shibai bloodline, end up in the three kingdoms of cultivation?" Xiaohua had always been puzzled. Even Xiao Mao himself didn't know. This. Ziming was also troubled. She thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. "This? I really don't know. This is the internal affairs of the Shibai village. It should also involve the secret of the witch elder or G-Man. I've never been interested in it." "Master, do you know?" Xiaohua asked Master and I-Chin. Master and I-Chin also shook her head. "That's strange," Xiaohua said curiously. "Since no one knows, why would Yu, a swordsman, chase after Xiao Mao?" "Yu?" Ziming's eyes turned slightly. She understood a little and said, "This swordsman should be G-Man's husband, the Fu Man of Shibai village. If he chased after Xiao Mao, it would definitely cause internal strife in the Shibai village. It's very simple. Yi was afraid that Xiao Mao would return to the Shibai village and affect his position. Yes, it would affect G-Man's position. But, can a swordsman be the Fu Man of a witch village?" Xiaohua was puzzled. "Why not?" Ziming smiled and said, "Apart from the witch elder and G-Man who must be the descendants of the great gods, the Fu Man and Fu Woman can be anyone else. Also, as far as I know, in the witch village under the jurisdiction of Hutu village, there are many Taoist cultivators who practice soul spells and become Meng Mountain soul warriors. The sword realm is closer to Meng Mountains, so there are more swordsmen." Having said that, Ziming gave Grandmaster Qin a glance and continued, "Actually, without the bloodline of the 12 gods, it is impossible to cultivate the true soul spells of Meng Mountains. What they have cultivated is just the surface of the modified version. They can't understand the essence of the soul spells. As for true soul magics, they have to do with the bloodline, the soul, and the life essence." Master and I-Chi knew what Ziming meant and said, "It's the same for refining soul tools. Could it be that with the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it's impossible to chant witchcraft incantations and connect the life essence with the soul tools, let alone the refining method? So that's how it is." Xiaohua understood that the refining of soul tools was related to the Green Seal script. When the refiners of Meng Mountains refined soul tools, they were just like Yun Tingyu of Misty Cloud sect. When they used the Green Seal script, they would immediately age and die. It was better not to learn this kind of refining. From what Taoist Xiao said, it seems that in addition to alchemy, you also know some refining techniques? Master and I-Chin said, "May I have the honor of asking Taoist Xiao to repair this soul-falling lamp with me?" Hearing Master and I-Chin's invitation, Not only was Xiao Hua surprised, even Zi Ming was a little stunned. After all, Xiao Hua was a cultivator. Although Master and I Qin didn't see the difference between cultivators and soul warriors, but the refining of soul tools was a secret of Ming Mountains. How could it be shown to others? However, Zi Ming soon realized something. Didn't he just say it? Without the bloodline of the 12 great gods, one couldn't control the true soul spells. Even if Xiao Hua saw the refining method, he couldn't practice it, right? Even if he saw it, what could he do? It's my honor to be favored by Master and I Qin and be able to observe Master and I Qin's refining technique. After Xiao Hua was surprised, he beamed with joy. He knew the art of soul cultivation. Although this art of soul cultivation was just a minor detail in the eyes of Zi Ming and Master and I Qin, it was absolutely possible for him to gain some benefits from Master and I Qin's refining technique. Alright, Daoist Xiao, please go back and rest. 3 days later, I will ask Daoist Xiao to refine with me. Master and I Qin nodded and said, Thank you, Master. Xiao Hua stood up. When he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked casually, Master and I Qin, can you repair or refine a sorcerer puppet? Sorcerer puppet? Master and I Qin was stunned, then a wry smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect Daoist Xiao to know the name of sorcerer puppet of Ming Mountains. However, this sorcerer puppet is refined with all the life of a sorcerer, and it can only be refined once in a sorcerer's life. Not to mention that my soul cultivation has not reached such a level, and I am not a sorcerer. The secret method of refining sorcerer puppet has long been lost in Ming Mountains. If you want to truly refine it, I'm afraid you can only find it in the depths of Ming Mountains, where those sorcerers have not been in the world for a long time, right? What about Ming Mountains? Xiao Hua asked in a natural manner. I don't know. Master and I Qin laughed. Even the sorcerer and G-man of Huda village and Shibai village don't know. Then Master and I Qin stood up, waved her hand and said, Even the sorcerer villages of the descendants of the 12 great gods don't know. Why? Xiao Hua was puzzled. The vastness of this world is far beyond your imagination. The wonders of this world are also far beyond your imagination. So what if you know? So what if you don't know? When it's time for you to know, you'll know. When it's time for you to know, even if you want to know, you can't know. Master and I Qin said as she walked away, leaving Zi Ming and the other guests in the cave. Her voice once again traveled far in the darkness. When it's time for you to know, you'll know. When it's time for you to know, even if you want to know, you can't know. These words echoed in the valley for a long time. Master, you're right. Zi Ming clapped his hands and praised, You've enlightened me. Now that Master has left, what should we do? Xiao Hua smiled. Are we supposed to meditate here? Why not? Zi Ming also smiled. When it's time for you to meditate, you can meditate anywhere. When it's time for you to meditate, even if you want to meditate, there's no place for you to meditate. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. This night was not wasted. Of course, before long, Qing Ming and the other disciples of Master and I Qin came one after another. They led the guests out and arranged for them to rest in a quiet room that was similar to a cave. Xiao Hua naturally didn't stay with Fairy Hongxia. After sending off his disciple, Xiao Hua took out the newly refined jade talismans and placed them all around the cave. As Xiao Hua formed a hand seal, the simple capital sky star array was set up with a faint flicker of light. This jade talisman was indeed different from a spiritual talisman. Not only did it consume less spiritual power, but the tightness and concealment of the formation were also greatly increased. However, the capital star formation that was set up using a jade talisman absorbed too much spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth at the beginning. Fortunately, the mountain wind whistled in the valley, so these movements did not attract the attention of others. Very good. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness and checked the capital star array. He was very satisfied. Although he had refined it in a hurry and only had a few dozen talismans, this array was comparable to the array activated by the 100 spiritual talismans that he had given to Wuxia. When he thought of Wuxia, her beautiful smile involuntarily appeared in his mind. Chapter 2861. Damn it, I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of this guy in the future. Xiao Hua shook his head unhappily. It looked like he was trying his best to throw this beauty out of his mind. Sigh, forget it. Maybe I've been hit by some secret technique of Wuxia. Xiao Hua found an excuse for himself. When my magic power is strong enough, I'll naturally be able to break it. Then Xiaohua looked around, took out a futon from his dimension and sat down cross-legged. He was about to use the sun-shrouding art to nourish his divine sense, but just as he was about to activate the sun-shrouding art, Xiaohua stopped. He clapped his hand and took out 3 bone boxes from his dimension. This bone box was given to Xiao Mao by Ji-Man in order to show his loyalty back in Bai and stronghold. Xiao Mao then gave it to Xiaohua. According to Ji-Man, they hadn't given any treasures to Shibai village for a long time. These 3 bone boxes were the most precious of treasures. Of course, from Ji-Man's cautious attitude that day, Xiaohua knew that the things inside were definitely not ordinary. If Xiaohua hadn't heard Master Qin Qin and Zi Ming talking about how the millions of cultivators in Meng Mountains were all low-level soul warriors, he might not have remembered these useless treasures of Meng Mountains. Didn't Xiaohua start cultivating the soul cultivation method that cultivators passed on to him in the language of Dao sect? Although Xiaohua later learned the true meaning of cultivating the 9 heaven spirit origin from the jade slips of other soul cultivators, and his nascent divinity was now dancing with the little white dragon's soul, and his soul cultivation technique was gradually reaching the level of samadhi. But this soul cultivation technique was still a low-level, unorthodox technique. Perhaps I can get some benefits from these 3 treasures? Xiaohua's heart was full of expectations. However, when Xiaohua opened the 3 bone boxes and saw the 3 treasures with his own eyes, he still smiled bitterly even though he was somewhat prepared. Inside the first bone box was a palm-sized bone staff. It was flat and somewhat slender. There was a pure white luster on it and it was very smooth to the touch. It was somewhat similar to the jade stones seen in the Dao sect. However, this bone staff looked just like a bone staff. There wasn't a trace of strange fluctuation. Even when Xiaohua released his soul strands, he didn't see any reaction. This made Xiaohua smack his lips. He almost thought of using this bone staff to coax Junior Wu Qin. The thing inside the second bone box could be seen at a glance. It was a bone snake. It was unknown what kind of method was used to condense the tiny bone particles that were smaller than a grain of corn together to form a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and more than a foot long. This small snake was coiled inside the bone box. The small snake's head was slightly tilted up and its eyes were blank. Although it was also formed by 2 even smaller bone particles, there was no divine light. It was no different from a corpse. Xiaohua used his fingers to fiddle with the bone snake a few times. It was similarly ice-cold to the touch and a faint chill came from this coldness. This chill penetrated Xiaohua's skin and even seeped into his soul. Hiss, this thing is powerful. Xiaohua was happy. He knew that this bone snake had some background. However, just as this joy surged into his heart, he was suddenly startled. He thought of the day when Xiao Mao met Elder Wu of Bai and Stronghold. Elder Wu used a soul armament to create a statue of God Bai to test Xiao Mao's authenticity. That statue's ears. Were there not 2 jade snakes hanging from it? Ah, this item is not fated to be with this young master. Xiaohua immediately put the bone snake into the bone box. He knew that this item was used by the descendant of God Bai, and he couldn't steal it. It was better to return it to Xiao Mao. The item in the 3rd bone box was even more puzzling to Xiaohua. This was also a soul armament made from white bones. It was a ball about the size of a fist. Of course, rather than calling it a ball, it was more accurate to call it a skeleton. This skeleton wasn't a complete skeleton. Like the bone snake, it was made up of millions of tiny particles of bone. These particles of bone seemed to be condensed into a ball, but the skeleton was faintly discernible in and out of this ball of bone. This wasn't something that Xiaohua found strange. What Xiaohua found strange was that underneath the bone particles of the skeleton, there wasn't an empty space. Instead, there was another layer of bone particles. This layer of bone particles seemed to be the same as the outer layer of bone particles. Even below the second layer there were still bone particles. When Xiaohua scanned it with his Buddhist sense, he realized that this soul armament had 18 layers. At the very core, the hole formed by the bone particles was only the size of a soybean. Good heavens! Soul cultivator items are really strange. Xiaohua picked up the bone ball from the bone box and tossed it up and down a few times. The bone ball was abnormally light, as if it didn't have any weight at all. His Buddhist sense only contained the bone particles, so there was no reaction. Even when Xiaohua released his soul strands, the bone ball didn't move like the previous soul armament toad. This made Xiaohua even more happy. That soul armament toad was quite useful when fighting against sword cultivators, but when it came into contact with a soul warrior, it immediately turned to ashes. It was clearly a low-level item that couldn't be any lower. But this item didn't have any reaction from the soul strands. Xiaohua knew that this was an extremely powerful item. What Xiaohua needed to do was to find out how to use this item. Should I ask Master Kuqin? Xiaohua's hand casually tossed the bone ball as he thought to himself. The bone particles of the bone ball gradually shook up and down in the air. A fist-sized skeleton gradually appeared. In the dark night, Xiaohua's appearance became even more terrifying. Let's talk about it after I repair the soul-falling lamp. Xiaohua made up his mind. Since this item belongs to this young master, then it belongs to this young master. Xiaomao didn't say anything, so what can the others say? Could it be that Master Kuqin wants to take this treasure away? Oh. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's face showed a puzzled expression. This Master Kuqin is also strange. Why did she suddenly call me Immortal Master? If it weren't for the fact that he called me Immortal Master, and made my heart beat wildly, how could I have casually mentioned Daoist Zhao's name? Later on, Master Kuqin's behavior was also somewhat strange. The words she said were very puzzling. She even asked me to observe her repairing the soul-falling lamp? This was truly an inconceivable matter. But in the end she actually sang and left. It was quite disrespectful. Forget it, forget it. She is a master craftsman of Meng Mountain. Naturally she has an extraordinary bearing. Why should I be so serious with her? In the future I still have to ask her about how soul cultivators craft tools. I also have to ask her about the use of this bone ball. Smiling is the right way to go. In the end Xiaohua stopped thinking. His eyes swept around and his hands trembled. Damn it, this is really scary. How did it turn into a big skeleton? That's right, the bone ball in Xiaohua's hand had already turned into a skeleton bigger than a fist. Those empty eyes were looking at Xiaohua, and those white teeth were between Xiaohua's fingers. Let this young master take a look again. Xiaohua opened his transcendence vision. Sure enough, he could see a skeleton with his transcendence vision. What about this? Xiaohua took out the bone snake and the bone staff. In his transcendence vision, the bone snake naturally couldn't see anything. But the bone staff had a square shape, and there were traces of green light in it. Green seal script? Xiaohua looked at the familiar green light and his heart shook. He retrieved the bone snake and the bone ball and threw the bone staff into the air. Hundreds of soul threads stretched out, wrapped around the bone staff, and dragged it toward the center of his eyebrows. This drag didn't matter, but Xiaohua immediately felt something different. This bone staff seemed to be extremely heavy, and his soul threads couldn't drag it at all. There's hope. Xiaohua wasn't surprised but happy. He immediately released more soul threads. However, in the soul threads the bone staff only moved a little. It was like a mountain, majestic and unmoving. This is troublesome. Xiaohua's right hand's index finger and middle finger flicked up and down on his chin. He stared at the bone staff and thought for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand, placed the bone staff between his brows, and pulled the soul threads inside. After using a Herculean effort, Xiaohua's forehead only felt the coldness of the bone staff. But the bone staff couldn't feel his burning heart, and simply ignored him. Damn it, this young master is going to waste time with you. Xiaohua was a little angry. This young master has encountered so many magic tools, magic treasures and even spirit tools. Which one of them wasn't obedient to this young master? This young master doesn't believe that he can't subdue you. As he spoke, Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He really didn't have many soul techniques. Other than the cultivation method of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, these soul threads and those green seal scripts, he didn't have any other soul techniques. Right, this young master also has a primordial spirit that cultivates soul techniques. Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and his mind entered the mysterious dark clouds. He saw that in the Qingshan heaven, the human figure that seemed to be formed from a water bubble was swaying. Countless soul strands were dancing all the time, and mysterious waves of light were overflowing in the entire Qingshan heaven. Beside the human figure, little white dragon's soul seemed to be a little bigger, but it still leaned against the human primordial spirit. His body was also dancing with strange waves of light. These waves of light were different from the waves of light of Xiaohua's primordial spirit. However, occasionally when the waves of light collided with each other, it would affect each other's own waves of light. Thus, the waves of light emitted would also have extremely subtle changes. Not bad. Xiaohua slightly sized up this height. It was already much faster than when he was in the Ring of Spirit Origin. Could it be that this 9 heavens of spirit origin is easier to cultivate to the end? However, this was only Xiaohua's guess. There were no records in the cultivation method. When Xiaohua called out his primordial spirit, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this time his primordial spirit appeared in the cave. Layers of green brilliance appeared around the primordial spirit, and the entire primordial spirit was wrapped up. And this green brilliance was precisely the appearance of a human figure. The entire primordial spirit was lively, just like a small person. Chapter 2862. My goodness, isn't this the same as a nascent soul? Xiaohua froze for a moment, then thought, if other primordial spirits are like this, then this young master will have nearly 10 nascent souls? Haha, wait until this young master's divine ability reaches the great success stage. If anyone dares to compete with this young master will swarm them and beat them to death. Xiaohua laughed loudly, urging his primordial spirit to deal with the disobedient bone staff. The green primordial spirit's entire body shook, and countless soul strands extended from his body, completely covering the bone staff. Then, before Xiaohua could think of anything else, a faint green light was emitted from the primordial spirit, and transmitted to the bone staff according to the rhythm Xiaohua had seen in the clear spirit heaven. Following the flickering of this light, the bone staff began to tremble strangely. When the bone staff's trembling was the same rhythm as the green light, the green primordial spirit reached out and placed his hand on the bone staff that was taller than him. The entire bone staff rapidly shrank, turning into a small cube, and fell into the green primordial spirit's hand. Then the soul strands around the green primordial spirit pulled on Xiaohua's Dharma eye imprint, and with a whoosh, entered Xiaohua's mind following the soul strands, and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. Yes, the green primordial spirit's subsequent actions weren't driven by him at all. It was only after the primordial spirit had done that he had some awareness and understood. Even the green primordial spirit's final return to the mysterious dark clouds wasn't his command at all. This is bad. Seeing such a situation, how could Xiaohua not know that things were already showing signs of going out of his control? There is life and death in the lightning tribulation, this primordial spirit. Could it be that it has its own life? Xiaohua temporarily couldn't think about the bone staff's function, and his back was sweating a little. Just now he was still thinking about having 10 primordial spirits to fight with him, but now that he really saw such signs he was afraid instead. 10 primordial spirits with their own independent thoughts. That's 10 Xiaohuas. Who should he listen to? Who was the real Xiaohua? Maybe one day the 10 Xiaohuas would fight by themselves first. Damn it, little white dragon, you've caused this young master to be miserable. Thinking of the future consequences, especially when he thought of the primordial spirit splitting technique from Master Ming Ming and Li Xiubai, had already begun to come true, Xiaohua couldn't help but howl. Hurry up and wake me up. Xiaohua thought as he urged his primordial spirit to rush into the mysterious dark clouds, wanting to find little white dragon's soul. However, just as his consciousness entered the Ring of Heavens, he saw that in the center of the Ring of Heavens, there was an emerald green ball of light emitting a faint brilliance. That brilliance was formed from tiny green seal characters, and it was like an extremely pure emerald that illuminated the entire Ring of Heavens. Xiaohua couldn't care less about the strange bone staff. Xiaohua's mind was about to rush into clear spirit sky. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's mind had only just brushed past the green brilliance when the light exploded with a loud bang. The sound was like a thunderclap, and even more so like a landslide, shaking the entire clear spirit sky. What emerged from the light were dozens of huge green seal characters. These green seal characters were so vast in the clear spirit sky that they practically covered the entire clear spirit sky. Moreover, the green seal characters rotated from time to time, twisting from time to time, disintegrating from time to time, and gathering from time to time. Waves of desolate aura, waves of indescribable mystery 9 were born from these green seal characters. Motherfucker, at this point Xiaohua naturally couldn't go to the pure spirit heaven anymore. He hurriedly urged his soul strands and prepared to touch these green seal characters like before. At this moment, at the place where the green seal characters exploded, where there was still a ball of green light, Xiaohua's green primordial spirit appeared strangely. As soon as this primordial spirit appeared, the soul strands around its body waved and pointed at the green seal characters dancing in the sky. Just like before, every time the soul strands touched a green seal character, the green seal character would emit a green light and slowly shrink. Along with the soul strands it entered the body of the green primordial spirit. However, as the green seal characters entered the green primordial spirit, Xiaohua's mind also had a strange feeling. Moreover, the green seal character's information also appeared in his mind. At this time, the ring of aura sky was truly like a changing heaven and earth. The green seal character's flickering was like a heavenly phenomenon that could move mountains and overturn seas. The green seal character's dancing was like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. It was as if all the changes in the world were appearing in the ring of aura sky, and the center of all these changes was the green primordial spirit. Looking at the green primordial spirit dancing in the ring of aura sky, Xiaohua looked pensive. Why didn't the bone staff change when this primordial spirit sent it into the ring of aura sky? Instead, this bone staff can only change when the mind enters it? Why did this primordial spirit sense the green seal characters in the mind when it received them? Why did this primordial spirit not come out from clear spirit sky until the mind entered the ring of aura sky? As Xiaohua pondered, he gradually came to a conclusion. All kinds of signs indicated that the master of this mysterious dark cloud was still his mind. This green primordial spirit still couldn't control the entire mysterious dark cloud. Perhaps the other primordial spirits are also like this. Xiaohua's heart settled. No matter what, there has to be a distinction between the primary and the secondary. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete mess? As Xiaohua pondered, the green light in the ring of aura sky gradually disappeared. The green seal characters that filled the sky also gradually disappeared. In the end, they turned into 50 that revolved around the green primordial spirit. However, these green seal characters didn't seep into the primordial spirit. Xiaohua's mind was calm. He urged the 50 soul strands in the ring of aura sky to slowly touch the 50 green seal characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The green seal characters suddenly exploded again and swarmed into the green primordial spirit's body. In an instant, an enormous amount of information rushed into Xiaohua's mind. The Shaman Codex. This information entered Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. This is... However, when Xiaohua tried to find out more about the Sorcerer Codex, he realized that he only knew that it was a Sorcerer Codex. Apart from the Green Seal script recorded in the Sorcerer Codex, he was still clueless about everything else. This information was related to the 50 Green Seal characters. Moreover, the content of this information was somewhat different from the Green Seal characters that Xiaohua had previously obtained. Or rather, it was completely incompatible with Xiaohua's current understanding. If Xiaohua wanted to obtain something from this information, he was afraid that he would have to spend some effort to comprehend it. Damn it, what is this? If Xiaohua's mind could smile bitterly, he would definitely force out a smile. He had obviously obtained a treasure, but the content was something that he couldn't understand. Wasn't this the legendary, entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? What else can I do? This wasn't the first time Xiaohua had encountered this kind of situation. After all, his cultivation was still too shallow. Even though he had the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator, in front of the mysteries of heaven and earth, he was inferior to an insignificant ant. The primordial spirit disappeared. That Shaman Codex also disappeared. When Xiaohua regained his senses, the Shaman Codex that had caused the astronomical changes in the ring of aura sky had already disappeared. I'm afraid that the primordial spirit was sent into the clear spirit heaven again. Xiaohua somewhat understood. The Shaman Codex could only be opened in the soul. Moreover, it could only be opened layer by layer. Without his mind, the primordial spirit clone was powerless. Sure enough, when Xiaohua's mind rushed into the clear spirit heaven, the Shaman Codex once again exploded. Another 50 Green Seal characters appeared from the Shaman Codex. Moreover, when the Shaman Codex revealed the astronomical changes, the entire clear spirit heaven was directly expanded by 2 times. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity seemed to only belong to Xiaohua. Little White Dragon's soul seemed to have not heard this at all and was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, when the 50 Green Seal characters entered the body of the primordial spirit, a layer of green clothing appeared outside the primordial spirit. The style was actually somewhat similar to the clothing worn by millions of Ming Mountain soul warriors. Moreover, the 100 Green Seal characters even turned into dots of fluorescent light outside the primordial spirit's body. Following the fluctuations of the primordial spirit's green light, the faint brilliance was like twinkling starlight. This Shaman Codex gave birth to 50 Green Seal characters in both the Sky Ring and Sky Clear Spirit Heaven. Among them, I already knew some of the Green Seal characters, but I don't know most of them. In other words, when the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is completed, this Shaman Codex can give birth to 450 Green Seal characters. Perhaps the Soul Cultivator's Green Seal characters are only 450. My goodness, these 450 Green Seal characters can be separated. Moreover, 2, 3, 4, and so on can be combined into new Green Seal characters. In other words, all Soul Cultivator's soul techniques can be produced from these 450 Green Seal characters. What a Soul Warrior needs to do is to find the method to combine different Green Seal characters into a Soul Warrior. Xiaohua seemed to have understood. This kind of strange cultivation method is really unimaginable for us Dao sect cultivators. It seems like this Shaman Codex is really the most precious treasure of Ming Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a little embarrassed. If I got it from someone else, I would naturally be secretly happy. But this is Xiao Mao's. He didn't know the importance of this Shaman Codex and gave it to me, but I can't pretend that I don't know. I'll ask Grandmaster Pu Qin about it later. If it doesn't work, I'll just return it to Xiao Mao. After getting the Shaman Codex, Xiaohua naturally had the thought of dragging the bone ball into the mysterious dark cloud. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. After all, the soul was very important. Just now, Xiaohua was also a little impulsive, so he ruthlessly threw the Shaman Codex into the mysterious dark cloud. Fortunately, this was just the Shaman Codex and only the Green Seal characters were recorded in it. Also, the usage of these Green Seal characters was not a real soul tool. However, these Green Seal characters were able to cause a great disturbance in both the Sky Ring and Sky Clear Spirit Heaven. If this bone ball was really a powerful soul tool, wouldn't it destroy his 9 heavens of spirit origin? If that happened, perhaps Xiaohua wouldn't even have the chance to cry. Chapter 2863. Xiaohua's back broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of this. His arrogant guts shrunk in an instant. He finally understood why those cultivators with high cultivation were so cowardly. Han Zhu, for example, knew that there were many things he needed in the Buddhist ruins. But even after cultivating for so long, he still didn't dare to go there. That was because he knew that the Buddhist ruins were filled with danger. Without absolute confidence, he absolutely couldn't set foot in there. If it was him, he would have already barged in and turned into a skeleton by now. He didn't even know which soul weapon he'd become. Immediately after, Xiaohua stopped being distracted and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. As he circulated the sun-shrouding technique, he concentrated on comprehending the 100 or so Green Seal text. Strands of obscure comprehension were born from the Green Seal text from time to time, and a feeling of scratching his ears and cheeks involuntarily arose in his heart. Xiaohua was meditating. The 2 Dao sect cultivators on his left were also meditating. Li Zongbao held the slaughtering immortal whip in his hand. The slaughtering immortal whip in his hand flashed with a faint golden light. This golden light was like a bamboo shoot after the rain, slowly rising. Every time it grew taller, the golden light would grow a little brighter. Li Zongbao's face would also darken a few times. But even though the golden light of the slaughtering immortal whip was faint, the traces of blood within it could be seen clearly. It was the blood that changed according to Li Zongbao's expression. Sometimes it was dense, sometimes it was sparse, and sometimes it was dense. It looked a little strange. As for Fairy Hong Xia, the phoenix token flew to her forehead and resonated with the phoenix mark between her eyebrows. Rings of 5-colored brilliance were produced from the phoenix token and landed on the mark. The mark gradually danced and slowly penetrated Fairy Hong Xia's body. After her entire body was bathed in the 5-colored brilliance, the 5-colored brilliance went straight into the phoenix mark and into the phoenix token. The brilliance of the phoenix token shone even brighter, and the phoenix mark became even clearer. Even Fairy Hong Xia's jade-like skin became even more lustrous. The 3 Dao sect cultivators were bitterly cultivating, but the 2 soul cultivators were not. Ziming was lazily sitting on a bone bed with the soulfall lamp placed in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the pitch-black soulfall lamp, as if her gaze was being sucked in by it. Ziming's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together, like ice that hadn't melted in tens of thousands of years. Ziming wasn't happy about the fact that the soulfall lamp was about to be repaired. Unlike Ziming, Master Qin was also sitting under a huge, withered tree. The bright moonlight shone through the dark clouds and into the valley. It also shone through the branches of the tree and fell on Master Qin-Qin's face. Master Qin-Qin's expression was very strange. It was as if she had lost her soul, but also as if she was both happy and worried. She was even a little worried. After the time it took to eat a meal, the moonlight left Master Qin-Qin's face. Master Qin-Qin raised her head slightly, and her pair of dazed eyes gradually regained their luster and even clarity. Sigh, she let out a long sigh. Perhaps the moon rises and sets, day goes and night comes, and the tides rise and fall like this. Then Master Qin-Qin seemed to inadvertently look at a place in the valley. She paused for a moment, then stood up and left the huge tree. The place Master Qin-Qin was looking at was pitch black. Other than the night wind, there was no other movement. For a cultivator, 3 days was like the passing of a white horse. Before Xiaohua could scratch his head, he sensed that someone was calling him from outside the cave. Sigh, when will this young master be able to go into seclusion for a few years in peace? Xiaohua had no choice but to come out of his meditation. Although the green seal text was still being comprehended by his primordial spirit, that wonderful feeling was gone. Thinking about the process of something that was incomparably pleasant, but only let you participate in the result, no matter who it was, their heart would be filled with resentment. Xiaohua withdrew the capital star array and walked out of the cave. Qing Ming was standing respectfully at the entrance of the cave. He was not as cold as he was when Xiaohua saw him that day. Young Master Xiao. Qing Ming followed Zi Ming's greeting and said, Master has already gone to the soul refining cave. Young Master, please follow. Then he looked up at the time. In about an hour, Master will start crafting soul tools. Xiaohua tilted his head and smiled. Master crafting soul tools? Needs to pick an auspicious day. That's not the case. Qing Ming smiled apologetically. At noon, soul warriors are full of vitality and hundreds of ghosts will avoid them. It is the best time for us soul warriors to craft soul tools. Thank you for your advice. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. His feet didn't stop to rest as he followed Qing Ming along the valley. After walking for a while, Qing Ming smiled and said, Young Master Xiao should know how to fly, right? Let's fly over, don't let Master wait anxiously. Soul cultivators can also fly? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. That's right. Ever since Xiaohua saw a soul cultivator riding a soul beast and fighting against a swordsman outside of Million Ming Mountains, he had seen many soul cultivators inside Million Ming Mountains. However, even Ji-Man, the candidate of Huda's stronghold, Ziming, had never flown before. He had relied on his soul beast to fly. If Taoist cultivators can fly, we soul warriors of Ming Mountains can naturally fly too. Qing Ming smiled and took out a soul tool. He chanted an incantation. The soul tool flashed with a green light and wrapped around Qing Ming. His body immediately flew forward like a feather. His body was as agile as the flying technique of ordinary cultivators. Xiaohua's face was a little hot. He also circulated his magic power and followed behind Qing Ming. A faint green light flashed under Qing Ming's feet. It was more imposing than Xiaohua's light. I'm sorry, Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Since I came to Million Ming Mountains I've seen many soul cultivators, but I've never seen them fly. They all ride soul beasts so, not flying doesn't mean you can't fly. Qing Ming smiled and said, my Ming Mountain soul technique is a little different from your Taoist sect's magic. Your Taoist sect's cultivation technique, as long as you cultivate to a certain stage, you will naturally use a magic. But for my Ming Mountain soul cultivators, cultivation technique is cultivation technique, soul technique is soul technique, they have nothing to do with each other. I understand now. Xiaohua immediately understood. No wonder he didn't know any soul technique even though he practiced the 9 heavens of spirit origin to the stage of pure spirit heaven. But, it seems, the cultivation techniques I cultivate are also like this, right? Actually, what Grandmaster said is not completely correct. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Some cultivation techniques come with magic, but many cultivation techniques don't have the corresponding magic. Oh, I understand. Qing Ming didn't intend to ask further and nodded slightly. Not long after, under Qing Ming's lead, Xiaohua came to a hillside where the sun was rising. In front of the hillside, Grandmaster Qin Qin and Zi Ming were already waiting. There were also a few other disciples of Grandmaster Qin Qin. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xiao were not beside them. Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Grandmaster Qin Qin had already regained her calmness. When she saw Xiaohua flying over, she raised her head and called out. Young Master Xiao, Ziming also had a smile on his face. It was a far cry from the miserable look he had a few days ago. I'm late, please forgive me. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Since you're here, you're not late. Grandmaster Qin Qin said with a smile. This old one has refined swords with a few blacksmiths from sword domain. This is the first time I'm refining a soul tool with a Taoist sect alchemist. If there's any mistake, please advise me. I don't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Grandmaster is a grandmaster. This little one is just observing, not saying a single word. No, Taoist Xiao is wrong. Master Qin Qin shook her head. The crafting of the soul tool this time is a little different. If there are any mistakes, Taoist Xiao must take action. Moreover, during the refining process, this old man will also have some questions to discuss with Taoist Master Xiao. Oh. Xiao Hua somewhat understood why Master and I Qin wanted him to participate in the restoration of the lost soul lamp. I'll leave this matter to young Master Xiao, Ziming hurriedly said. If you need my help, I'll definitely do my best. Xiao Hua hurriedly agreed. Then he asked, did Grandmaster not inform my two Dao friends? Haha, other than weapon refinement masters, no one else is allowed to enter this soul refining cave. It's useless for them to come. Master Qin Qin said with a smile. Rather than that, it's better to let them cultivate in the cave. At this point, Master Qin Qin hesitated for a moment. She waved her hand to have Qing Ming and the other disciples leave. After thinking for a moment, she said, also that Li Zongbao's cultivation is a little off. His soul and bloodline are a little strange. I'm afraid the magic treasure he's using is causing a backlash. The backlash from the magic treasure is already beyond what he can control. If we don't correct it soon, it'll cause a disaster. Does Grandmaster have a better plan? Xiao Hua was shocked. Then he asked Master Qin Qin with great admiration. This old man has a few ideas. This is also one of the reasons why this old man invited Taoist Xiao to refine the soul tool. Master Qin Qin smiled. However, the root of his problem is his magic treasure. Although this old man's idea can treat the symptoms, it can't treat the root of the problem. It's best to start with young Master Li's magic treasure. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was convinced by Master Qin Qin's magnanimity. Not wanting to hide anything, he smiled. I won't hide it from Grandmaster Qin Qin. The spirit treasure Senior Li is talking about was made by this old man. However, because the spirit treasure is new, it hasn't been cultivated yet. Moreover, he used the spirit treasure again and again to fight with swordsmen and soul warriors. That's why his soul was damaged. This was also because he had no choice. Taoist Xiao? Master Qin Qin's mouth opened wide in astonishment. Spirit treasure? Ziming was also dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao can actually refine spirit treasures? I'm sorry. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I just happened to come across it by chance and was lucky enough to successfully refine it. Oh, actually, it can't be considered a successful refinement. It's more like a successful repair. Chapter 2864. Following that, Xiao Hua roughly explained the reason for the slaughter immortal whip. Although Xiao Hua downplayed it and emphasized the restoration, but even so, Master Anai Qin's expression became much more respectful. Nonsense, an alchemist who could refine the rejuvenation pill, an alchemist who could refine spirit tools, both identities were worthy of the respect of ordinary people, not to mention that these two identities fell on the same person. In fact, Master Qin Qin almost had to address Xiao Hua as senior. This is really a great god's arrangement. Master Anai Qin sighed, her eyes seemed to have a kind of determination. At this crucial moment, she sent Taoist Xiao to this old one, and this old one also asked Taoist Xiao to restore the fallen soul lamp under hooded great god's arrangement. If this fallen soul lamp cannot be restored, this old one will not have the face to see hooded great god again. Young Master Xiao, you? Ziming said a few words, did not know what to say, finally pursed her lips and said, can you give this concubine a few more surprises? Of course, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said very proudly. Ziming pursed her lips and said, this concubine only now knows why Zai is so respected by young Master Xiao, even this concubine feels familiar with young Master Xiao at first sight. As long as it is not at first sight. Xiao Hua said very casually, but just as he said those two words he felt that it was inappropriate, not to mention Master and I Qin just based on Ziming's identity as Zai's twin sister, he could not say those words out loud. But obviously, Ziming had heard it, although her face did not turn red, but the corner of her mouth revealed a smile without a doubt. Hee master, when will we enter the soul refining cave? Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic. In a moment. Master and I Qin raised her head and looked at the scorching sun that was about to reach the top of their heads, and said with some expectation, "This matter will trouble Master." Ziming clapped her hands, took out the fallen soul lamp from the brocade bag and handed it to Master and I Qin. This old one had 40% confidence before, now with Daoist Zhao's help, this old one feels that all of a sudden, this old one feels that it is 90%. Master Hua Qin extended her hand to take it, and held onto the middle of the fallen soul lamp and said, "A blacksmith who can repair spirit weapons, repairing spirit treasures shouldn't be a problem." "Don't, Grandmaster," Xiaohua anxiously waved his hands. Xiao Kuku has never seen a spirit cultivator refine equipment before, and doesn't even know what a spirit treasure is. How can you repair a spirit treasure? I'm just observing, just observing. There's a saying in the Tao sect, all arts return to origin. Master and I Qin said with a smile. Actually, isn't artifact refinement also called all artifacts return to origin? It didn't matter if it was a spirit item, a sword item, or a soul item. In the end, they all had the same power and had the same use. They didn't have to be different. It's just that the refining process is different and the materials used are different. Good, Xiaohua agreed, it's just as the master said. Just now when I saw Master Qingming's flying technique, I felt that it was true. It doesn't matter if a Taoist uses magic power to fly, a swordsman uses a flying sword to fly, or a soul warrior uses soul force to fly. As long as one can fly, the result will be the same. With that said, Xiaohua smiled and asked Ziming, "Ziming, can you and Ziyi fly? Why do you always use soul beasts?" Ziming smiled and muttered something. Then a faint green light flashed. White light and wisps of white mist appeared from Ziming's feet. Ziming's body flew gracefully from the mountain slope into the air. After circling in the air for a while, he landed back down. It's just as young Master Xiao said. Flying as a soul cultivator consumes soul power. Although this soul power can last for a long time, it's not easy to replenish. It can't be compared to the magic power of a cultivator. Ziming explained with a smile. Moreover, every soul cultivator has a soul beast. Since soul beasts can fly, why do we have to fly ourselves? Indeed, Xiaohua understood. It's just like the people of the secular world. They can walk with their legs, they can also walk with their carriages. Since they have carriages, why do they have to walk with their own legs? Right, Ziming smiled. He pointed his finger at the sky and said, "Young Master Xiao, you shouldn't ask any more questions. Please enter the cave." Good. Xiaohua laughed. He cupped his hands and said, "Master and I Qin, please lead the way." Please, Master and I Qin didn't stand on ceremony. She took the lead and walked towards a small cave on the mountain slope. "Thank you for your trouble." Ziming cupped her hands toward Xiaohua. It was as if she wanted to entrust the soul lamp to Xiaohua and not Master and I Qin. Xiaohua slightly nodded. With a smile on his face, he also turned around and followed Master and I Qin. Only Ziming was left standing under the sun. She let the blazing heat shine on her face. It was as if only this light could dispel the worries in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua's back. She was waiting for Xiaohua's back to disappear into the cave. Xiaohua was actually calm. This matter of repairing the soul lamp was not his business. He was just a passerby. Seeing Master and I Qin walk to the entrance of the cave, she slightly turned her head. Seeing that Xiaohua had already followed, she patted her hand. She also took out a brocade bag. From inside she took out a dark green bamboo joint. She chanted an indescribable syllable. Along with this syllable, a strange fluctuation appeared around Master and I Qin. Then, Master and I Qin pointed her finger at the top of the bamboo joint. Gulyalu, a bubbling sound came from the bamboo joint. The bamboo joint began to melt. An emerald green finger bone appeared in the air. Master and I Qin used her hand to support the finger bone and slowly extended it forward. When it touched the entrance of the cave, a rumbling sound came from the entrance. Xiaohua only saw a flash in front of his eyes. A pitch-black stone door appeared in the originally empty cave entrance. Not only was the stone door pitch black, but there were also some undulating veins. These veins were sometimes large and sometimes small, covering the entire stone door. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that these veins were made up of many talismans that looked like bones. Each talisman seemed to be in a trance, as if it could absorb a person's gaze. Xiaohua didn't dare to look anymore. He looked at Master and I Qin again. Master and I Qin's hand gesture didn't change. The finger bone was sent to the front of the stone door. There was a deep hole the size of a thumb where many symbols intersected. When the finger bone fell into the deep hole suddenly closed. Then, like a person's eyeball, it slightly rotated. Soon after it opened. A ray of azure light shot out from the eye, covering Master and I Qin and Xiaohua. Beep, 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 Master Kuqin was chanting some strange spells again. Green lights that looked like seal scripts fell down and rushed into the blue light. Swoosh, when the light touched the green light, it immediately shrank. Zalala, the pitch-black door suddenly cracked open. The two sides of the crack were like the teeth of a beast. I've made a fool of myself. Master and I Qin turned around and said humbly, this old man's soul-refining cave was passed down from the previous generation. There are some secrets inside. Compared to the Dao sect's magic, this soul formation technique is still a bit lacking. In Daoist Zhao's eyes. I've made a fool of myself. Not at all, not at all. Xiaohua looked around but didn't use his Buddhist sense. He smiled and said, this soul formation technique is very mysterious in my eyes. How can I say it's made a fool of myself? Or it could be said that each has their own strengths. Please, Master and I Qin walked into the cave. At this time the finger bone also floated to his side. The inside of the cave was very dark. One couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. Master and I Qin grabbed the finger bone and flung it. The entire cave suddenly brightened and was covered by a gentle green light. See, Xiaohua followed behind Master and I Qin. Suddenly he felt a green light pierce into his eyes. That green light was like a ghost baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Then, when he looked around and saw the situation of the soul-refining cave clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This soul-refining cave was very big. It was as if the entire cave was hollowed out. However, the four walls of the cave weren't stone walls. Instead they were dark green. Even the area under Xiaohua's feet was dark green. He couldn't tell where was up and where was down. The place where Xiaohua came in was already closed. It was also flat and no traces could be seen. Moreover, this dark green was so deep. Wherever his gaze fell he couldn't feel the boundary. It was as if it was infinitely big. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist sense. However, when his gaze swept past, that dark green revealed a strange aura. It was as if Xiaohua's gaze could stir up waves in the dark green. The moment those waves rose, one after another malevolent ghost head and one after another naked men and women would be revealed inside. So much so that, as Xiaohua's gaze shifted, one after another shocking pictures would appear in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Soul-refining cave, soul-refining cave. It really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua slightly turned around and looked at the situation of the entire soul-refining cave. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he sighed. This soul formation can see directly into the heart. It's indeed not something my Dao sect's formation can compare to. At this moment, Grandmaster Kuqin had already turned around. His eyes were glowing as he looked at Xiaohua with great interest. When Xiaohua finished sighing, he asked in a low voice, Daoist Xiao, you don't need to hide it from me. Have you practiced the soul cultivation technique before? Why do you say that? Xiaohua smiled. He didn't admit it and asked back. I won't hide it from Daoist. Grandmaster Kuqin laughed. This old one is a weapon refiner from Meng Mountain. It's precisely because I deal with soul tools that I'm very sensitive to soul cultivation techniques. There's no need to talk about Meng Mountain soul warriors. As long as it's a cultivator or a swordsman who has dabbled in soul cultivation, this old one will be able to find the flaw with a sweep of his soul sense. However, this old one clearly sensed traces of soul strands on Daoist Zhao's body. However, under my soul sense, I can't find any traces of Daoist Zhao cultivating soul sense. Soul sense? Xiaohua asked curiously, is it something similar to the divine sense of my Dao sect's cultivators? That's right. Grandmaster Kuqin nodded. Swordsman and cultivator have divine sense. Devil cultivators have devil sense. Soul warriors naturally have soul sense as well. However, soul sense is different from divine sense and devil sense. It's not obtained through cultivation techniques. Instead, it's tempered and tempered, Chapter 2865. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. This humble one is indeed ignorant. This soul technique is related to soul strands. If you haven't practiced a soul cultivation technique, I'm afraid you can't use it. Master Kuchin said with a smile. This old man has a record of this. I wonder if Reverend is interested? Alas, Xiaohua saw that Grandmaster Kuchin insisted on asking him whether or not he had practiced a soul cultivation technique. He could only sigh and say, this little one has always been curious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have practiced both the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy. Until now, I am still only in the foundation establishment realm. This humble one learned about the 9 heavens of Lingyuan and Meng Mountain a few years ago. However, I heard from Master and Ziming that the cultivation technique transcribed by those cultivators was inferior. Thus, this humble one didn't dare to say much. Oh, so that's how it is. Master Kuchin nodded. I'm afraid the cultivation technique Reverend obtained has already deviated greatly. Perhaps. Xiaohua didn't comment. He didn't like to talk about such laughable things. Can you tell this old man about your soul cultivation technique? However, Master Kuchin didn't let him go and asked. This. Xiaohua hesitated slightly. He didn't understand what Master Kuchin meant. He didn't know if Master Kuchin asked because he needed to rely on his soul cultivation technique to repair the soul falling lamp. However, when he thought about his low-level soul cultivation technique, he didn't mind. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip from his space and handed it to Master Kuchin. However, Xiaohua didn't go into detail about the true cultivation of his soul cultivation technique. Master Kuchin took the jade slip and glanced at it briefly before returning it to Xiaohua. He said with a mocking smile, the cultivators of your Tao sect are really good at making things up. According to the 3 souls and 6 spirits, my soul cultivation realm is divided into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint. Among them, aura ring and clear spirit heaven are called human stage, bright ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven are called earth stage, condensing meridian heaven and understanding heart heaven are called heaven stage, soul forming heaven, yuanshu heaven, and silent void heaven are called saint stage. Furthermore, he even compared my soul cultivation level with your Tao sect's cultivation level. He said that the mortal stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's Qi refinement stage, the earth stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's foundation establishment stage and golden core stage, the heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit severing stage, and the sage stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's unification stage, tribulation stage and Mahayana stage. All of this was purely false. It was nothing more than a division created by those cultivators based on their own understanding. How could the spirit of Meng Mountains, Yuan Zhuqian, cultivate like this? How can you get the true essence of soul cultivation with such a specious method? Isn't that the case? Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly asked, then, what should it be? Unfortunately, Grandmaster Qin Qin did not answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, I wonder if Taoist Xiao would like to obtain the true cultivation method of 9 heaven spirit from Meng Mountain? This time it was Xiaohua's turn to be surprised. Puzzled, he looked down at Grandmaster Kuchin. At this moment, Grandmaster Kuchin was standing in front of Xiaohua like a child. Looking at this soul cultivator who resembled Gao Zhuang, Xiaohua did not know what Grandmaster Kuchin was thinking. Just now, Grandmaster Kuchin had used the tempering of his soul consciousness as a lure. Now, Grandmaster Kuchin denied the soul cultivation method in the jade slip and used the true cultivation method of 9 heaven spirit as a bait. This was not something a master craftsman of Meng Mountain should do. Grandmaster Kuchin met Xiaohua's surprised gaze without any fear. With a calm expression she said, Taoist Xiao, please don't be surprised. This old man just has a matter to ask Grandmaster for help. That's why I'm using it as a price to ask for Grandmaster's help. What matter? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, if it's simple, Grandmaster doesn't need to pay any price. This little one can do it for you. Let's not talk about it now. Grandmaster Kuchin waved her hand and said, Taoist Xiao, you can think about it again. It won't be too late to answer me after the soul-setting lamp is restored. Alright, Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Grandmaster Kuchin hadn't even said what the matter was, so how could he think about it? However, since Grandmaster Kuchin didn't say anything, she probably wouldn't say anything even if Xiaohua asked again. However, at this moment Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, oh right, Li Zongbao, is the method to repair the soul-setting lamp included in it? That's not included in it. Grandmaster Kuchin clapped her hands and took out the soul-setting lamp. She said with a smile, "When the soul-setting lamp is repaired, Taoist Xiao will be able to see it." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Grandmaster is so straightforward. This little one can agree even if I don't think about it." Hee. Grandmaster Kuchin didn't say anything at this moment. "Oh right, Grandmaster, this little one has another question." Xiao Hua asked again, "May I ask?" Taoist Xiao is too polite. Grandmaster Kuchin said with a smile, "If Taoist Xiao has any questions you can ask me at any time. This old man will tell you everything he knows." "Does Grandmaster know about the Shaman Codex?" Xiao Hua asked cautiously, carefully looking at Grandmaster Kuchin's expression. "Of course I know." Grandmaster Kuchin's expression was normal. There wasn't the slightest bit of shock, as if the Shaman Codex was an ordinary thing. "Phew," Xiao Hua immediately let out a sigh of relief. "However, this old man doesn't know which Shaman Codex Taoist Xiao is asking about." Grandmaster Kuchin asked again. "How many Shaman Codices are there?" Xiao Hua didn't understand. The Shaman Codex of Meng Mountain is just a general name. It's a book that records the matters of Meng Mountain, cultivation methods and spirit warriors. Almost every shaman village has a Shaman Codex. Grandmaster Kuchin answered. Bailu village has a Shaman Codex. Shi Bailu village also has a Shaman Codex. However, it's obvious that the two Shaman Codices can't be compared. The biggest function of the Shaman Codex is to pass it down. The Shaman Elder of Bailu village has a Shaman Codex, so he can be called a Shaman Elder. If the Shaman Codex of Bailu village disappeared, then Bailu village would cease to exist. If you want to destroy Bailu village, you just have to take away the Shaman Codex of Bailu village? Xiao Hua was stunned. What this old man means is disappearing from this world. Grandmaster Kuchin said, as long as the people of this shaman village still have a trace of bloodline, this Shaman Codex will never disappear. Even if this shaman village declines and disappears, its Shaman Codex will still exist in Meng Mountain, until the people of this shaman village completely disappear. Of course, if someone finds this lost Shaman Codex, they can also rebuild the shaman village. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua finally understood. So this Shaman Codex of his was really not a rare object. Reverend, do you have any other questions? Grandmaster Kuchin asked with a smile. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, but when I look at the cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, I have no idea what it is. Haha, Grandmaster Kuchin laughed. The cultivation method of a spirit warrior is different from that of a cultivator. If Reverend doesn't have any doubts, then it would be strange. When Reverend obtains this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, you will naturally understand a lot. Oh, but let me tell you in advance, this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin only has 6 heavens of spirit soul, but it doesn't have 3 heavens of spirit. How many green seal characters are there in total? Xiao Hua ignored Grandmaster Kuchin's explanation and suddenly asked. 365. Grandmaster Kuchin answered very casually, but then his body shook violently. He raised his head to look at the smiling Xiao Hua and asked with an incredulous tone, Xiao. Reverend Xiao, could it be that you have already learned the green seal characters? I have. Xiao Hua's answer was powerful and resonant, but I was baffled by it and didn't know what it was. Although he said that, he was secretly thinking, that's not right. The Shaman Codex should have counted 450, why is it that Grandmaster Kuchin only has 365? Oh, I see. Grandmaster Kuchin looked at Xiao Hua's unusually young face and nodded. My Ming Mountain's green seal characters inherited from the ancient times, but now they have been completely annihilated in the dust of time. Of course, the green seal characters also exist outside of Ming Mountain, so it is normal for Reverend to have seen them. Actually, I still want to ask. Xiao Hua really wanted to know the origin of the green seal characters, so he asked again, what is the secret of the green seal characters? It seems to have the ability to understand the world. Could it be that every green seal character has its own origin? Facing Xiao Hua's question, Grandmaster Kuchin's reaction was very strange, as if he didn't come to the soul refining cave to repair the soul-losing lamp, but specifically to teach Xiao Hua. He patiently answered, this old man doesn't know the origin of the green seal characters. This secret of Ming Mountain is probably directly related to the 12 great gods, and only the ancient Yi clan in the depths of Ming Mountain would know about it, right? However, according to this old man's knowledge, if you can completely master the Green Seal characters, then you will have the ability to understand the world. The ancient Yi clan in Meng Mountain? Xiaohua was stunned again. This world was really mysterious. He used to think that Meng Mountain was mysterious and unfathomable, but now that he came into contact with soul cultivators, he realized that this was not the only mystery of Meng Mountain, the mystery was still inside. This time, Grandmaster Kuchin did not answer the question about the ancient remnant races. Perhaps he did not know either. He continued, the crafting techniques of Meng Mountain are completely related to the Green Seal script. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that Grandmaster Kuchin was waiting for him here. However, a few days ago when Xiaohua heard that Grandmaster Kuchin could only refine 3 soul treasures in his lifetime, he already had some understanding. He didn't hide it and nodded, Grandmaster, when you said that refining is related to life essence, this little one understands a little back then? Then Xiaohua briefly explained the matter of Misty Cloud sect's Yun Tingyu. So in Meng country, there are also Taoist disciples who inherit the Green Seal characters of Meng Mountain? This old man really didn't expect this. Grandmaster Kuchin was really surprised. This method of using the Green Seal characters is somewhat similar to this old man's refining techniques, but it also consumes life essence. Alas, what a pity. If this technique could be used, the drought in Meng Mountain could be alleviated. But I'm afraid no one would be willing to exchange their lifespan for the Green Seal characters. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This old man can. Grandmaster Kuchin said indifferently, but this old man doesn't know how. All this old man knows is the Green Seal characters of refining. Chapter 2866. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He understood the Green Seal text, but how could he teach it to this master craftsman who cherished Meng Mountain? It seems like he still doesn't know how to display the Green Seal text. Let's listen a bit more. Xiaohua thought to himself. If Taoist has already seen Sect Master Yun use the Green Seal text, then you should already know my refining technique. Master Kuchin waved her hand, and the soul-falling lamp immediately flew into the air. Yes, I understand. As long as you sing the Green Seal text will produce the ability to refine tools, refining soul tools like my Dao Sect's magic. Xiaohua nodded. Taoist is still wrong. Master Kuchin said bluntly, singing the Green Seal text is something only the descendants of the 12 great gods can do with the power of the great gods' bloodline. Us spirit scholars need to use soul strands to make soul sounds, and use the power of the soul to chant the Green Seal text. As for Sect Master Yun, because he doesn't have any soul power, he can't make sounds, so he took the unorthodox path and used his body to make sounds. This kind of Green Seal text can't be used to its full potential, and it also consumes a lot of life essence. I can refine tools 3 times, but he can't even do it once. Xiaohua was extremely excited. This was a secret technique he had been searching for a long time. However, he still suppressed his joy and said with a smile, I want to see Master's divine technique. I'm ashamed, Master Kuchin shook her head, I haven't reached the divine technique realm that Taoist mentioned. Using soul power to make sounds is also borrowing the power of my bloodline. The power of bloodline? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile, what's the matter with the power of bloodline? Xiaohua used blood essence to refine spirit tools, and he also used blood essence to control magic treasures. Even the cultivation method of the demon realm included the cultivation of bloodline. He really wanted to know how Master Kuchin explained it. Taoist is a cultivator of the Tao sect. I'm afraid you only know how to use the power of bloodline, but you don't know the origin of the power of bloodline. Master Kuchin said with a smile, just like Taoist said Ziming, you only know that soul power can fly, why do you need to know how it can fly? Indeed, Xiaohua nodded. He was talking about her, but there were many things that he didn't understand. In fact, the bloodline power is way too mysterious, and I haven't read any Magus books about it. I've only read a lot of books about it and added my own understanding of it. Master Kuchin said. She pointed her finger and a drop of blood fell into the air. Then Master Kuchin's body started to vibrate. The vibrations caused the air to vibrate and spread throughout the entire soul refining cave. The blue light around the soul refining cave also started to vibrate. It was as if Xiaohua and Master Kuchin were standing on a sea with monstrous waves, surrounded by the sound of waves. As the sound became louder and louder, A voice that Xiao Hua was familiar with spread out from the soul-refining cave. Countless tiny green seal characters appeared in the surroundings and fell towards the blood drop in front of Master Kuchin. I understand. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly realized why Grandmaster Kuchin wanted to refine weapons in this crafting cave, and what was going on with the azure surrounding his crafting cave. The green seal characters on the blood drop gathered into a big green seal character and fell into the blood drop. With a peng sound, the blood drop suddenly turned into a small human figure. Daoist, please take a look. If an ordinary person was injured, who knows how much of this small blood drop would fall? Master Kuchin's face was a bit pale. She pointed her finger and said, but under the stimulation of the green seal characters, this blood drop can produce a powerful bloodline power. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, this is only the most basic power of the bloodline. Master Kuchin was really resting. She explained, in my opinion, the greatest use of the bloodline power is inheritance. Inheritance? Xiao Hua stared blankly and didn't understand. Whether we are cultivators, soul warriors, or swordsmen, whether we are the descendants of the 12 gods, or the descendants of the sword ancestor and the Tao ancestor, we are all humans. This bloodline is something that has existed since we were born into this world. Within this bloodline is the inheritance of the information from the ancient people. With this bloodline we are humans, not beasts, not grains of rice and millet. From this bloodline humans can be divided into cultivators and soul warriors. From this bloodline, Ziming can recite the witchcraft incantation of the Hutu great god, but ordinary soul warriors like us can't. From this bloodline, cultivators can refine their own magic treasures. From this bloodline, swordsmen can refine their own spirit swords, and even fuse with their bodies with the sword. Moreover, according to what I know, the demon world also has blood refining techniques. From this bloodline, demons can cultivate into demon lords. Even soul weapons, spirit weapons, and so on need the power of this bloodline. Ordinary blood sacrifices are the same. They all extract the power of the bloodline and accumulate it to reach a level that ordinary people can't reach. I also don't remember if it was passed down from ancient times or recorded somewhere, but if I, a soul warrior, cultivate the power of this bloodline to the extreme, I can become a god through the bloodline. Master Kuchin said with almost longing, just by relying on the bloodline, I can see through life and death and live forever between heaven and earth. See, Xiao Hua didn't dare to believe. Is this possible? Actually, although the power of the bloodline is strong, it is not the most mysterious thing in the world. Master Kuchin didn't answer him but continued, the soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. If the bloodline is the inheritance of the human race, then the soul is the inheritance of the individual, or in other words, the most fundamental difference between everyone. Xiao Hua heard Master Kuchin change the topic and frowned slightly, not understanding why. But he heard Master Kuchin say again, this world is boundless. From mortals to cultivators, then to the immortal world and so on, human cultivation seems to have no end. But within the soul, doesn't the 9 heavens of spirit origin cover all cultivation? This old man bluntly said that the 9 heavens of spirit origin is connected to heaven and earth. As long as you completely understand the 9 heavens of spirit origin, you can definitely reach the supreme realm. Xiao Hua heard the last part and couldn't help but smile, asking, Master also cultivates the 9 heavens of spirit origin, right? I wonder what level of heaven you have cultivated to now. Taoist Master Xiao. You still don't understand what this old man means. Master Kuchin said with a smile, how can the current 9 heavens of spirit origin be considered a true comprehension? This old man is not talented, but he has already cultivated to the full reality realm. But this kind of cultivation is simply a passing observation. It is simply impossible to truly understand the meaning of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. Then, how can you understand it? Is there such a cultivation method? Xiao Hua asked curiously. How can there be such a cultivation method? Master Kuchin said with a smile, just by a sentence recorded in the cultivation method, you want to control heaven and earth? You want to be free and unfettered in the 9 heavens? That is absolutely impossible. All the cultivation methods in this world, or rather, as long as there is a cultivation method, it is impossible to reach such a realm. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Hua was even more shocked. Doesn't the cultivation of the Tao sect rely on cultivation methods? How can one cultivate without a cultivation method? Cultivation is only to obtain power or use power to make up for one's realm. This is the purpose of your Tao sect. Master Kuchin said patiently, my soul cultivation method is also the same. However, the good thing is that my soul cultivation method is a cultivation method, and my soul technique is a soul technique. You only need to comprehend the 9 heavens of spirit origin, and you will also have a profound soul power, tempering your soul to a solid state. But this kind of tempering will never reach the height of the 12 great gods. Moreover, Taoist Xiao, do you think there is a soul technique in this world that can let people cultivate to the level of a great god? This. Xiao Hua instantly thought of his own backtrack time, and thought of the light escape method. All cultivation methods are in the same direction, and in the end, there is an end. Master Kuchin pointed at the little blood man in the air. The blood man seemed to have gained intelligence, and rushed into the soul-falling lamp floating in the air. Wung, the soul-falling lamp immediately appeared to be a blood-red color, and an indescribable vibration came from the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the surroundings of the soul-refining cave, and with the help of the power of the bloodline and the power of the soul, one can make this cultivation method go in the right direction, allowing one's cultivation to have no end. Master Kuchin finally finished speaking, and suddenly his body began to tremble rapidly. Waves of green light came out from his body, and waves of fluctuations were also emitted, echoing the vibration of the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the 4 walls. Woo! Sounds like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came out from the surroundings of the soul-refining cave. The azure light set off violent fluctuations, and hundreds of thousands of tiny green seal characters rushed out from the azure light, fluttering around the entire soul-refining cave. Xiao Hua looked at the sky full of green seal characters, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Master Kuchin's words seemed to be a bit extreme, putting the soul cultivation method above all sword cultivation and Taoist cultivation methods, and saying that the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were the only powers in the world. But thinking about it carefully, Xiao Hua felt that Master Kuchin's words were quite reasonable. After all, many inexplicable cultivation methods could be explained from these 2 aspects. In particular, Master Kuchin said that all cultivation methods were in the same direction, and in the end there would be an end. This really made Xiao Hua feel enlightened. Yes, if such a cultivation method could be casually obtained by anyone, wouldn't they immediately have a meteoric rise? Wouldn't they be able to cultivate to become a Buddha without any effort? Wouldn't they be able to immediately ascend to the immortal world? All cultivation methods were created by people, and they were all related to that person's realm. Could it be that the so-called great deity could write a cultivation method that would allow someone to cultivate to become a great deity in an instant? If that was the case, then wouldn't this great deity be too worthless? Were the heavens full of great deities? Of course, Master Kuchin's words were enlightening, but Xiao Hua didn't completely believe it. Although the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were very important, if there were only these 2 in this world, then where did the 3,000 great Daos come from? How would Xiao Hua explain the karmic hand in his space? How would he explain the heavenly Tao starry sky? Chapter 2867. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was once again puzzled. Why is this soul cultivator weapon refining grandmaster wasting so much time talking to me? Does she want to accept me as her disciple? Does she want to teach me the soul cultivator's weapon refining techniques? Since when was my character so lovable? Of course, Xiao Hua was only thinking about it. He didn't believe that Grandmaster Kuchin, who he had just met, would accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Xiao Hua himself wouldn't agree, right? Helpless, Xiao Hua looked at Grandmaster Kuchin again. Woo! With a loud roar, Grandmaster Kuchin's figure floated into the air. It seemed that the lecture just now had released all the suppressed emotions in her heart. However, her angry roar seemed insignificant in the soul-refining cave where the green seal characters were chanting. However, after this roar, huge tentacles appeared around Grandmaster Kuchin. These were the soul strands that Grandmaster Kuchin had refined for hundreds of years. The soul strands nimbly tapped on the green seal characters that filled the sky as if they were plucking the strings of a zither. Every time they tapped on a character, a strange sound would be emitted. After dozens and hundreds of green seal characters were tapped on, the green seal characters formed a green seal character that was 1 zhang long and emitted an even louder sound. This sound was ear-piercing and extremely strange. It seemed as if it had existed since the beginning of time, but also as if it had never existed. The source of the sound was the soul-falling lamp. As the sound faded, a thick layer of black fog appeared above the soul-falling lamp. As soon as the black fog appeared, it emitted a strange sound that was extremely similar to the sound that had disappeared before. A sharp, awl-like piercing pain emerged from Xiaohua's mind, directly approaching his soul. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly urged his soul strands, blocking the area around him. Xiaohua's soul strands were originally vibrating, but this sound affected the vibrations of the soul strands and forced them to change. Naturally, following the change in the vibration of the soul strands, the sound and the piercing pain did indeed gradually lessen. However, the vibration passed through the soul strands and into Xiaohua's soul. The mysterious dark clouds once again emitted a rumbling sound as they underwent some slight changes. This mysterious vibration even penetrated into Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua's soul strands stretched out, and he immediately sensed Grandmaster Qin-Qin's abnormality. If his soul strands were a gurgling stream, Grandmaster Qin-Qin's soul strands would be a boundless ocean. However, Grandmaster Qin-Qin didn't notice Xiaohua's change. The tentacles formed by the soul strands kept poking at different green seal scripts. Then more green seal scripts appeared. Different sounds shook the entire soul refining cave. As the green seal scripts entered the soul refining lamp, it gradually came alive. A black hound formed by countless ghosts appeared from the soul refining lamp. A dark and suffocating aura filled the entire soul refining cave. This black dog looked like an ordinary black dog. It had a body, 4 legs, and even a tail with a ghostly face. However, the most eye-catching thing about this black dog was that it had 3 heads, and each head had a pair of dark red eyes. The dark red light was extremely gloomy and bewitching, as if it could see through everything in the world. Hiss, a feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It was as if he had no power to resist this strange black dog. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua frowned again. Although this black dog appeared and its dark and irresistible aura filled the air, the black dog only appeared and didn't move at all. Oh, I see. Xiaohua dodged the dark red light of the 3-headed black dog and looked at it. He saw that in the middle of the black dog's chest, between its 2 front legs, there was a fist-sized gap missing. When Xiaohua took a closer look, he found that the black dog's head, ears and mouth were all chipped. They weren't complete. It should be because these places are missing that the soul refining lamp can't be lit. Xiaohua understood. But, how do I fix it? While he was thinking, Master Qin-Qin slapped her hand again and took out a dozen different bones from her bag. These bones were of different sizes and some even had strange shapes. These bones were also strange. As soon as they were taken out from the bag, they turned into balls of black gas under the sound of green seal script. Terrifying ghostly heads were born from these balls of black gas, but these ghostly heads were extremely unstable. They roared and writhed in the black gas as if they were struggling with all their might. Ming Mountain soul artifacts are made from living souls. As long as there are enough living souls, they can connect to the 9 underworlds. Grandmaster Qin-Qin finally spoke again, but her voice was old and powerless. When Xiaohua looked at the Grandmaster again, there was an unconcealable sense of age on the Grandmaster's face. If you want to repair a soul armament, you naturally have to use living souls. The Taoist school uses a cauldron and a spirit fire when crafting, but we soul cultivators use the world as the cauldron, life essence as the fire, and souls as the supplement. As she spoke, Master Qin-Qin's body began to tremble again. The soul strands that looked like tentacles began to dance in the soul refining cave. Another green light was emitted from the soul strands and then rushed towards the walls of the cave. Naturally, as the green seal script came out, Master Qin-Qin's body began to age rapidly. Countless wrinkles appeared on her face. After the green seal script came out, it quickly landed on the black gas. The black gas suddenly stopped moving and became still. It didn't take long for it to turn into thin strands of black gas. Then, under the entanglement of Master Qin-Qin's soul strands, the black gas landed on the black Cerberus body. Every time a strand of black gas landed on the black Cerberus, a ripple would appear around the black Cerberus. The ripple would then land on the walls of the cavern and cause the cavern to roar again. For the next couple of days, Grandmaster Qin-Qin had been patiently injecting the black threads into Black Hound's body. Seeing the black energies gradually becoming complete, Xiaohua finally understood. So, this is how the soul treasures of millions of Meng Mountains are repaired. This is really out of I can't say that it's out of my expectations. Isn't the fixing of a magical treasure also fixing the formation in the body of the treasure? Since it's a spirit treasure, then the spirit soul inside must be repaired. 10,000 weapons return to origin. Grandmaster Hua Qin is right. In the past 10 days or so, Master Qin Qin didn't say a word to Xiao Hua. She seemed to be concentrating on repairing the dog and didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. In the end, there was only a small flaw in the dog's ear. Master Qin Qin let out a long sigh. She turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Zhenren Xiao, I'm sorry you had to see this. It seems, to cultivators, repairing soul tools is similar to repairing clothes in the mortal world, right? If Grandmaster really thinks so, then it's not impossible." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Left and right are all mended. Magic tools are like that, spirit treasures are like that, clothes are also like that." Ah! Taoist Master Zhao's words have enlightened me. Master Qin Qin laughed heartily. She pointed at the black dog and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao has been watching from the side for a long time. He already knows how to repair this spirit treasure. If he knows how to refine the spirit treasure and how to control the soul strands, I'm afraid he can also repair this fallen soul lamp?" Xiao Hua nodded and said without hiding anything, "Indeed. This black dog is the core spirit of this spirit treasure. It's like the array of a magic tool or the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It knows how to cultivate the array and the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It only needs to be repaired slightly to succeed. This is not a difficult task for me. But the problem is how to refine this spirit treasure and how to refine this spirit treasure. I don't know anything about it. The array of the Taoist sect has always been difficult for me to understand." Master Qin Qin finally began to teach Xiao Hua again. A few talismans and a few spirit stones can produce unparalleled power. Although it can't be considered profound, it still has its own uniqueness. Since spiritual Master Xiao can refine spirit treasures, you must also be proficient in refining spirit treasures. Perhaps. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This is Meng Mountain's secret. I don't dare to be so bold as to covet it. Actually, I'm sure Taoist Master Xiao has already figured out the problem of young Master Li suffering from the backlash of the spirit artifact when I was repairing the spirit artifact. We can start from repairing the spirit artifact's artifact spirit and let young Master Li nurture the spirit artifact. He can grow along with the artifact spirit and gradually eliminate the hidden danger of the backlash." Grandmaster Qin Qin said after thinking for a while. "Indeed," Xiao Hua nodded. "Grandmaster had already given us some hints before you repaired the soul lamp, so this humble one has been thinking about this problem. However, Xiao Hua can't use the green seal script. I'm afraid it won't be easy to repair the artifact spirit." Of course, Great Master Qin Qin took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua solemnly. "Taoist Xiao, as I said before, I have the true method of tempering soul strands, the method of creating soul remembrance, and even the true cultivation method of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. I can give all of this to Taoist Xiao, but I beg you to do something for me." "He, Grandmaster, you can speak frankly about this matter." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Even if you don't have these things, this humble one can still do something for Grandmaster that doesn't go against his conscience." Great Master Qin Qin also smiled. "However, later on I found out that Taoist Xiao is Taoist Xiao, and that you can bring benefits to Meng Mountain. Later on, when I found out that Taoist Xiao is also a Grandmaster Artifact Refiner, I changed my mind. Even if Taoist Xiao doesn't do this, my Artifact Refiner? Yes, according to the Tao sect, it's a Tao orthodoxy. I still have to hand it over to Taoist Xiao. Whether Taoist Xiao comprehends it yourself or helps me find a successor, it's all up to Taoist Xiao." "Huh?" Xiao Hua was baffled. He pointed at his nose and said, "Grandmaster, could it be, you wanted me to help you find a successor?" "Indeed." Great Master Qin Qin said without hiding anything. Chapter 2868. That's strange. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. "This is really not in line with the heavenly Tao. You have so many disciples here, but why don't you find a suitable master? Besides, can't you find a fated person to pass down your orthodoxy to? Or can't you ask your disciples to find one? Also, don't you have the rejuvenation pill? After you finish repairing the soul-losing lamp, you can take it yourself. Perhaps you can even regain your youth and take in 8 or 10 more disciples. Why did you find me, a cultivator of Taoist sect? If not, you can also find Zimming?" These questions. I won't answer you. Master Qin Qin said with a smile. I have my reasons for giving it to you. And this old man also believes in you. You are a benevolent cultivator. Even if you can't find a suitable disciple for this old man's orthodoxy, you will certainly be able to use this old man's refining skills to refine a suitable soul weapon. This soul weapon will not do evil at will. This old man can rest in peace in the arms of hooded God. Xiaohua was a little dazed by this pie that fell from the sky. He had been coveting the soul cultivation technique for a long time, and he wanted to come to Mount Meng to get some. But before he could do anything, Master Qin Qin had offered it to him with both hands, and even the artifact refining technique of soul cultivation. He really couldn't believe that such a joyous event had happened. I'll think about it again? Xiaohua actually declined. Taoist Xiao, you don't have time to think about it. Master Qin Qin pointed at the black dog and said, this soul is almost fully repaired, and now is the most critical moment. Without Taoist, I only have a 40% chance of success. But with Taoist, I have a 90% chance. In half an incense stick's worth of time, I will finish repairing the soul item, and I will need Taoist's help at that time. If I succeed, that will be good, but if I fail, I will return to the arms of hooded great God. Of course, this has nothing to do with Taoist. Whether I succeed or not, Taoist will not be harmed. Therefore, Taoist needs to give me an answer now. Can't I give it to other disciples? Xiaohua asked in the end. Of course not. Master Qin Qin said with a smile. If I could, I wouldn't have said so much to Taoist. All right, Xiaohua nodded. This is an extremely good thing for little Ku. How could little Ku not agree? However, I must say that Xiaohua will take a look at it yourself. But I can't guarantee that you can find a disciple to pass down this orthodoxy. Good. Seeing that Xiaohua had agreed, Master Qin Qin was overjoyed. She pulled out the brocade pouch and handed it to Xiaohua. Everything I have is here. I've written some superficial things on a jade slip. Taoist Xiao, please take a look when you have the time. You'll understand my intentions. All right, I'll try my best to fulfill your wish. Xiaohua nimbly took the brocade pouch and placed it in his bosom. Then he bowed and said, in addition, although Grandmaster didn't impart his skills and name, he did impart his skills. Please accept this humble one's respect. All right. Master Qin Qin did not hold back and accepted Xiaohua's bow. Reverend, you have a rejuvenation pill that can replenish your life essence. In the future, you won't have to worry about your life essence being depleted when you use green seal runes to refine soul artifacts. My crafting skills in the soul refining cave will definitely flourish in Reverend's hands. Even in the embrace of hooded God, I will be happy. I hope so, Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile. He had already said that he must take a look at the soul refining technique in this brocade pouch. Master Qin Qin heaved a sigh of relief after explaining the matter. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and spoke first. Oh right, I still have a question to ask Master. It's just that. I didn't dare to trust Master before, so I didn't say it. Now I have to ask. Oh? Enlightened Master, please speak. Master Qin Qin was not surprised and nodded. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the oil lamp that he accidentally obtained in the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He respectfully handed it to Master Qin Qin and said, Master, this is something that I accidentally obtained. If I'm not mistaken, the cultivator who traded with me should be a nascent soul cultivator. He said, this item is probably something from the 10,000 demon realm. A soul warrior summoned a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm and brought it here. Soul demon? 10,000 demon realm? Master Qin Qin took the oil lamp and coughed twice. Her bent body seemed to be even weaker. After she carefully looked at it, she nodded slightly and said, Reverend is right. This item is not a soul artifact of my Ming Mountain, nor is it a magical item of Sword Realm or Dao Sect. It should be something from the 10,000 demon realm. Then she hesitated for a moment and said with an uncertain tone, as for what it is, I'm not sure. However, in the past, when this old man was unable to master it, he had seen something similar to this item. This item is called a spirit treasure in my Ming Mountain. It's quite similar to your Dao Sect spirit treasure. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He thought that this item was a soul artifact, but he didn't expect it to be a spirit treasure. If that was the case, then he had taken advantage of it. Haha, Reverend, this spirit treasure is different from your Dao Sect spirit treasure. Master Qin Qin laughed. If it's a real spirit treasure, how could a nascent soul cultivator be willing to trade it? That's true. Xiaohua scratched his head, embarrassed. The reason why I call it a spirit treasure is because it's rare, and it's formed from the spirit of a demon beast. That's why it's worthy of the word spirit. Master Qin Qin explained again, as for the soul warrior who can summon a soul demon, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the descendant of the great god Di Jiang of Meng Mountain. They have the ability to tear space and summon a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. Of course, it could also be the work of the ancient races in my Meng Mountain that I mentioned earlier. This spirit treasure should be formed from the spirit of the soul demon. This thing, how do I control it? Xiao Hua took the oil lamp from Master Qin Qin and asked impatiently. A spirit treasure is a real spirit treasure in the hands of a soul demon. If it's in the hands of a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, he can only control it with his soul sense and a special soul technique. However, its power is incomparable to the spirit treasure of your Dao sect. Master Qin Qin shook her head slightly. Instead of focusing on this thing, Reverend Xiao Hua should refine more spirit treasures. Yes, I've learned something. Xiao Hua felt a little regretful. He put away the oil lamp and said, actually, I took this thing out for 2 reasons. First, I want to know its origin. Second, we're both lamps. I want to see if this thing can be used to repair the soul-falling lamp. Reverend Xiao Hua is very thoughtful. Master Qin Qin nodded, looked at Black Hound and said, Reverend Xiao, when you refine spirit treasures, do you control the power of bloodline? Xiao Hua knew that the power of bloodline mentioned by Master Qin Qin was the demon realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth and a wisp of spirit fire flew out. As Xiao Hua performed the fire-controlling art, the spirit fire turned into a tiny fire snake that shuttled back and forth in the air. This is the demon realm's artifact refining technique? Master Qin Qin was indeed knowledgeable. She immediately saw through it and cried out in astonishment, Reverend Xiao, you know so much. I'm just lucky. Xiao Hua smiled. Alas, no wonder. Master Qin Qin sighed. That day I was very confused. I didn't know how the Dao sect's artifact refining technique controlled the power of bloodline. If Reverend Xiao knew the demon realm's artifact refining technique, this would be easy. Then Master Qin Qin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, saying, Reverend Xiao, please do it. All right, Xiao Hua did not hold back. He controlled the spirit fire and tempered the blood essence bit by bit. Gradually, a tiny human figure appeared. Roar. Upon seeing the blood-colored avatar appear and Master Qin Qin controlling the green seal text, the entire soul-tempering cave emitted a strange sound once again. Wisps of black gas appeared again and were sent into the Black Hound by Master Qin Qin. After half a day, the last wisp of black gas was sent into the Black Dog. Then Master Qin Qin shouted, Reverend Xiao, send the power of bloodline into the soul. All right. Xiao Hua shook his hand and the blood-colored avatar flew into the air. Before Xiao Hua could release the soul strands, Master Qin Qin's soul strands grabbed the blood-colored avatar and sent it into the Black Dog. Woof, as the little person entered the Black Dog's body, a clear bark rang out. The entire Black Dog began to move. All of the black gas and green light entered the Black Dog's mouth along with the bark. Even the azure surrounding the soul-refining cave was torn apart, turning into blue waves that fell into the black gas mouth. Woof! Another soft bark sounded. A blurry black shadow appeared in the air. It looked like smoke but also like a ghost's hand. Crack. With a thunderous sound, Master Qin Qin activated another green seal rune. This green seal rune landed directly on the black shadow. The black shadow disappeared the moment it touched the green seal rune. The green seal rune also turned into specks of light and fell to the left. Woof woof, the Black Dog seemed to be angry and kept barking. Then, one black shadow after another appeared around the Black Dog. Reverend Xiao, help me, Master Qin Qin shouted anxiously. How do I help? Xiao Hua was confused. Use the flame to envelop the soul. Master Qin Qin said anxiously. Okay, when Xiao Hua heard that it was so simple, he quickly activated the spirit flame. Sure enough, the Black Dog in the soul was afraid of the spirit flame. It didn't dare to move when it was enveloped by the spirit flame. Occasionally it would touch the spirit flame but it would be burned into smoke. Master Qin Qin chanted a few more green seal text and killed the black shadow summoned by the Black Dog. Then she took a deep breath and withdrew all the soul strands into her body. She opened her mouth and a huge green seal text spun and enveloped the Black Dog. Wang, a loud roar came from the green seal text, causing Xiao Hua's heart to tremble. Reverend Xiao Hua, quickly withdraw the spirit flame. Master Qin Qin's voice sounded like an ant in front of the green seal text. Chapter 2869. Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly opened his mouth, and the spiritual fire turned into a fire snake and returned. The black dog, who had lost the restraint of the spiritual fire, was about to bark. However, at this moment the green seal script fell on the black dog's body, and all the black gas was wrapped up by the green seal script, emitting a green light. As the green light flashed, the black dog became smaller and smaller, and the soul-falling lamp was born from the black dog's body. The black gas of the black dog gradually solidified and turned into the shape of the soul-falling lamp. Phew! Seeing that the green seal script had disappeared and the soul-summoning lamp had returned to normal with a flash of black light, Master Qin Qin heaved a sigh of relief. She shook her head and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, this black dog would have escaped. My soul-refining cave couldn't trap it at all." "Ah, I was lucky." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the lamp again. He asked, "Has the lamp been repaired? Can it be lit?" "Of course not." Master Ma Qin shook her head. "Although the soul-losing lamp has been completely repaired, it still requires the blood of the hooded great god's descendant to be dripped on it, the incantation of the hooded great god, and the blessing of the great god to light it up." "Haha, then I'd like to see the appearance and power of the soul-falling lamp after it's lit," Xiaohua said expectantly. "Spiritual Master Xiao, you'll be disappointed. Although Ziming is the descendant of hooded great god, her blood can still be used." Master Qin Qin slowly walked to the soul-falling lamp. At this moment his hair and beard were all white and he looked like an old man. He reached out his hand and took the soul-falling lamp, saying, "However, the soul-falling lamp can only be lit in the ancestral temple of Hutu village. This is a kind of ancestral rule and a kind of ritual. Without the blessing of the previous generation's Grand Elder and G-Man, Ziming can't light up the soul-falling lamp." "It's so complicated." Xiaohua couldn't understand. "I've already said that the power of blood and the mystery of the soul are the most mysterious things in the world. That's the reason." Master Qin Qin said as she walked away. "Let's go. This matter is over. I don't want to stay here any longer." Following which, Master Qin Qin took out the green finger bone and opened the door to the soul-refining cave. It was already sunset and Ziming, Fairy Hong Xia and the others were waiting outside the cave. When they saw Xiaohua and Master Qin Qin walking out safely, the two of them couldn't help but walk over quickly. "Grand Master." Ziming wanted to say something but hesitated as if he was afraid to hear the result. His gaze fell on the soul-losing lamp in Grandmaster and I Qin's hand. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Master Qin Qin looked at the sky, and her wrinkled face twitched slightly. Then she handed the soul-losing lamp to Ziming and said, "With Taoist Master Zhao's help, it has been completely repaired. Ziming can ask Elder Wu and G-Man to light it up when he returns to the ancestral shrine." "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming cautiously received them. Not only was his face filled with joy, but his eyes were also filled with tears. Don't mention it, Xiaohua waved his hand. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Looking at Grandmaster's face, "I know how hard it was for Grandmaster." "That's right, Grandmaster. You should quickly consume the rejuvenation pill." Ziming kept the soul-losing lamp and hurriedly said, "Junior will wait in the valley. When Grandmaster regains his youth, Junior will thank Grandmaster again." No need." Master Qin Qin laughed. "When I was repairing the spirit treasure, I chatted with Taoist Master Xiao for a long time. From him I learned a lot of refining techniques." Now I am going to use the rejuvenation pill to go into seclusion for a while. During this period, it is better not to be disturbed. Ziming, bring Taoist Master Xiao and the others and leave this place now. When you light up the soul-losing lamp, I will bring my disciples to Huta village and observe the ceremony with Elder Wu and G-Man. Grandmaster, is there a need to be so anxious? Xiaohua was puzzled and asked softly. I can't wait to see the effects of the rejuvenation pill." Master Qin Qin laughed. "Furthermore, the people of Huta village are in deep trouble. Ziming's problem has been solved. Shouldn't you consider your own people? Taoist Master Xiao wants to help Ziming. How can I dare to keep a few people here?" "This is true." Ziming nodded. "Junior's maids have not arrived yet. I don't know what happened on the way here. Young Master Zhao's millet seeds are very important. The earlier we send them back to Huda village, the more lives we can save. Junior understands. Junior will bring young Master Xiao and the others back to Huda village. There is no news about Ziming's mates? Is there news about Hitorigami? Xiao Hua was anxious when he heard. Yes, it should be about Hitorigami. Ziming nodded, otherwise they would have come here long ago. All right, Grandmaster Qin Qin. Then I will not stay here any longer. As the matter involved Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless. He quickly bowed and said, Grandmaster, I will definitely do what you say. Yes, I believe in Taoist Master. Grandmaster Qin Qin nodded and reached out to hold Xiao Hua's wrist. Xiao Hua hesitated but did not avoid her. Let's go. I will send Taoist Master Xiao and the others out of the valley. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xiao Hua and the others replied respectfully. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin Qin walked at the front. One was extremely tall and the other was extremely short. They looked like an adult holding a child's hand. However, Ziming, Fairy Hongxia, and the others as well as a few disciples who came later, looked at them respectfully. No one dared to show any disrespect. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin Qin's figures were elongated in the afterglow. They were reflected on the stone steps leading to the peak, moving bit by bit. By the time they reached the reception stage, the sky was already dark. Everyone said a few words and Li Zongbao took out the flowing cloud airship. The four of them stepped onto the airship and bid farewell to Grandmaster Qin Qin before flying off into the distance. Grandmaster Qin Qin watched as the airship disappeared into the distance. She slowly turned her head with an indescribable expression on her face. She did not say a word. When she reached the top of the stairs, she gritted her teeth and ordered, Qin Ming, I will not go down. Hurry up and inform the disciples of the valley to come to the reception stage immediately. This? Qin Ming was taken aback, but he immediately bowed and said, This disciple understands. This disciple will go down and inform them. Good. Go and come back quickly. Grandmaster Qin Qin looked up at the sky and urged, Everyone must come up in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Do not delay for even a moment. Yes, Qin Ming didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly waved his soul armament and flew down the stairs. The other two disciples were strangely accompanying Master and I Qin. Grandmaster Qin Qin watched as Qin Ming flew down. She looked around and randomly found a place to sit down. Then, she put her hand into her bosom and took out the rejuvenation pill given by Ziming. She looked at it carefully, then looked at the pitch-black valley. She opened her mouth and was about to swallow the rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua and the others boarded the airship and flew for a long time in the night. They watched as the bright moonlight gradually turned into a light red color. Then, the light red color darkened and turned into a blood red color. The millions of Meng Mountains, which were originally filled with shadows, became even more mysterious under the blood-red moonlight. A bloody feeling emerged in everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the airship. He wasn't controlling the airship to fly. Instead, he was comprehending what he had learned over the past few days and thinking about how to repair Li Zongbao's spirit artifact. He wasn't in a hurry to check Grandmaster Qin Qin's pouch. He knew very well that the pouch contained all of Grandmaster Qin Qin's treasures. It was bound to be vast. If he were to check it now, he might be distracted and delay his own cultivation. There were many techniques that he needed to comprehend. These soul cultivation techniques, he would have to wait until he had the time to do so. When the blood-red moon came into being, Xiao Hua felt a slight disturbance from the dark clouds and was pulled out of his comprehension. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the blood moon, then looked at Ziming who was kneeling on the flying boat. He asked curiously, Ziming, why are you doing this? We have been here for a long time now, but I don't think we've ever seen anything as strange as this. Ziming seemed to have something on his mind. As soon as he boarded the airship, he sat down. Unlike when he was whispering to Fairy Hongxia, when the blood-red moon rose, he immediately knelt on the airship and chanted something in a low voice. At the same time, his hands were constantly moving. It looked somewhat similar to the Tao sect's incantations. Ziming didn't immediately answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he closed his eyes and chanted. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the blood-red light of the blood-red moon began to fade. The red light was mixed with a pure white color. Ziming then stood up respectfully from the airship and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. Young Master Xiao, you may not know this, but for the sake of the reproduction and inheritance of the Wu tribe, the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain transformed into the 9 underworlds. When she succeeded, the heavens and earth changed colors and the sun and moon cried for her. This moon weeping is a rare night sacrifice in Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua had naturally heard Grandmaster Qin Qin's explanation in the soul-refining cave. He opened his eyes slightly and looked up at the blood-red moon in the night sky. It's because the great god Hutu gave up her eternal life that the lineage of Meng Mountain can control the power of souls, and the people of Hutu's stronghold can control ghosts. Even the souls of the human race can only return to the embrace of the great god Hutu after the fall of our fleshly body. Ziming explained sincerely, moreover, every night during the night of the great god Hutu's sacrifice, the entire Meng Mountain will be covered in the color of blood. The heavens and earth will be grateful and the people will be grateful. Even some soul beasts will come out from their hiding places and offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu to express their gratitude for the great god Hutu's virtue. Oh, even that Hamba will come out from his hiding place tonight to offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu. Perhaps it's because Hamba sensed that the night of sacrifice will be held that he appeared in Meng Mountain in advance? I see. Xiao Hua nodded, but he was also puzzled. There was only one moon in the Xiaoyu continent. Why hadn't he seen the blood-red moon in all these years in the state of Xi? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then asked cautiously, does the night of sacrifice of the great god Hutu happen every year? No, Ziming shook his head. According to the records of the stronghold's Magus canon, it may be 10 years or 100 years. It's not certain. Chapter 2870. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Her snow-white face was stained with blood, making her look rather strange. An indescribable wildness flashed from her dark red eyes. Hiss, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. He took a closer look and realized that Fairy Hongxia's face was very calm. The expression in her eyes was also very indifferent. It was just that when the blood-red color was reflected in those black eyes of hers, it gave him this illusion. Xiao Hua looked at Ziming again and found that he was the same. Other than the sacrificial night of Hutu great god, what other uses does this moon tear have? Xiao Hua asked again. Well? Ziming hesitated for a moment and said, according to the ancient legends, the moon tear is the divine eye of the Hutu god. Under the bloody light, it can investigate the right and wrong of Meng Mountain, and all the evil spirits will be wiped out. Many of the sacrificial ceremonies in Hutu village will be held during this sacrificial night. If I were to light up my soul-falling lamp at this time, it will be easy for me to obtain the blessing of Hutu great god. Elder Wu won't even need to do anything. After hearing what Sister said, I also thought of my Dao sect's ghost festival. Fairy Hongxia interrupted. On the day of the ghost festival, the 9 underworlds door will open. Hundreds of ghosts will roam the mountain and all living things will avoid taboo. Ziming was a little unhappy when he heard that. However, he looked at Xiao Hua and did not say anything. After a moment he said, when Hutu great god opens her divine eye, it is also the time when Hutu great god opens her arms. If you can enter the arms of Hutu great god at this time, you will definitely obtain the mercy of Hutu great god and preserve the consciousness of these descendants of Meng Mountain. On the day of reincarnation you will still retain the memories of this life. Oh? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Isn't this similar to my Dao sect's condensed knowledge treasure? What is condensed knowledge treasure? Ziming was puzzled again. After Xiao Hua explained, Ziming smiled and said, condensed knowledge treasure is condensed from cultivation techniques and other things. What the people of Meng Mountain leave behind is all the memories of this life. Therefore, some old soul warriors who feel that they don't have much life essence will organize their legacy and wait for the Hutu great god's sacrificial night so that they can safely and smoothly return to the Hutu great god's embrace, so that they can retain all their memories and reincarnate into the future. Elder sister, isn't this night of sacrifice something that might not even appear for 100 years? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Fairy Hongxia laughed. You're right. How can it be so easy to find all of them? Ziming also laughed. According to the Magus Codex, only 1 in 10,000 people can actually find one. Of course, as the saying goes, there's no harm in being prepared. If one of them receives the grace of Hutu then. I understand. Just as Ziming was explaining, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but cry out. Young Master Xiao? Ziming looked at Xiao Hua with some surprise. Even Fairy Hongxia was stunned. It was very rare for Xiao Hua to lose his composure like this. Master Hua Qin. Xiao Hua frowned, somewhat at a loss for words. But this still isn't right. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? When Ziming heard that Master Hua Qin was involved, he hurriedly asked, what's wrong with Master Hua Qin? Alas, Master Qin told me something inexplicable when she repaired the soul-losing lamp, which made me very confused. Now that Ziming mentioned the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God, I feel. Although Master Qin didn't tell Xiao Hua about the secret, Xiao Hua still explained it vaguely. I'm afraid that Master Qin has already known that it's the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God tonight. Therefore, she has long prepared to return to the arms of Hutu Grand God tonight. Impossible. Ziming immediately said decisively, the night of sacrifice of Hutu doesn't have any pattern. No one can know in advance that the night of sacrifice of Hutu is coming. Moreover, Master Hua Qin has taken the rejuvenation pill. Even if she can't recover her youth, she definitely won't return to the arms of Hutu tonight. But Xiao Hua naturally felt that this explanation was a bit strange, but if he wanted to think of other reasons, he really couldn't think of any. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, let's not talk about it now. Oh. Ziming suddenly shouted, young Master Li, please stop the airboat. I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Li Zongbao had been driving the airboat all this time. After all, soul cultivation was different from Taoism, so the explanation of the blood moon was different. He wasn't close to Ziming, so it was better not to talk about it. Previously, I asked Master Hua Qin to help me twice, but he didn't agree. Ziming explained, however each time he would let me stay in the valley for a few days. But today something is wrong. Although he is a bit tired, he shouldn't have sent us out immediately. In particular, if he is tired, why did he personally send us to the reception desk? Xiao Hua was already puzzled, so when he heard this he nodded. If he hadn't been worried about Xiao Mao and was in a hurry to find Ziming's maidservants, he definitely wouldn't have left the valley so easily. Moreover, I felt that the maidservants didn't come to find me because they encountered Hanba. Ziming continued, but now that I think about it carefully, if they encountered Hanba, they would have sent me a message immediately. Even if they were all killed by Hanba, I would definitely have sensed it. Ah? Xiao Hua was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed the case. Therefore, I have to return to the valley and carefully plan with Master Hua Qin. Ziming said again, I also need to borrow Master Hua Qin's soul tool to find the location of my maidservants. Senior brother, quickly return. Xiao Hua nodded. He also had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know if it was because of Master Hua Qin's strange condition or because of the blood moon, but since Master Hua Qin treated him so well, he would definitely repay her generously. Okay, Li Zongbao obeyed and turned the airship around. Under the blood moon they flew back to where they came from. Several hundred kilometers in front of the airship, there was also a blood moon. In a cave there were a dozen natives dressed in strange clothing. Their faces were all covered, only revealing 2 eyes. In the innermost part of the cave, there were 9 people dressed in black. Their entire bodies were covered in black, making it impossible to see their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were soul warriors or natives. The inside of the cave was shrouded in a black mist. Under the blood moon's light, there was a hazy blood moon that seemed to be on the surface of the water. The blood moon's light was faintly discernible. The blood moon's light was slowly moving, but it suddenly stopped and then faded away again. Gg. One of the natives facing the mist hurriedly waved a soul tool that looked like a water bottle in his hand. Then he muttered an incantation and a green light fell down, causing the blood moon's light to become clear again. Why did it turn around? A hoarse voice sounded in shock. Reporting to my lord, this subordinate doesn't know either. Maybe it's because this subordinate soul technique didn't work during the sacrificial night? The native hurriedly argued, or maybe she realized something was wrong. It's fine. Without waiting for the native to finish his words, the hoarse voice waved his hand and ordered, no matter where she goes this time, she'll die without a burial place. If she returns, she'll die even faster. Let's go. As the master, who had also concealed himself, walked out of the cave, the other natives hurriedly followed him out. Only after the natives left did the 9 black-robed people move. Strangely, the 9 of them walked together in unison. Although their faces were covered with black cloth, they easily walked out of the cave. The bloody night gradually faded away, and the snow-like moonlight slowly came. It was like a late awakening. When the flying boat was still far away from the soul-refining cave, Xiaohua couldn't help but release his Buddhist awareness. When he saw the situation on the reception platform and everything in the valley, he finally understood the meaning of Master Go-Chin's words and why Master Go-Chin invited him to watch him repair the soul-losing lamp. At the same time, he finally understood the painstaking efforts and helplessness of Master Go-Chin to hand over his mantle to him. Master Go-Chin, how is it? Ziming might have soul sense, but she clearly knew that her cultivation wasn't as strong as Xiaohua's. She was constantly observing Xiaohua's expression. When she saw Xiaohua raise an eyebrow, she immediately asked, Ziming. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain, so he just sighed and said, Sai, you should see for yourself. Xiaohua's sigh had said everything that needed to be said. Ziming felt a chill in her heart, and she bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. From afar, one could see that under the moonlight, a small body was lying on the welcoming platform. Around this body were a few corpses. There were no bloodstains near these corpses, but the pale white moonlight that looked like snow reflected off the welcoming platform and shone on these people of Ming Mountains, who had returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God. The bloodstains on their heads, the cracks on their skulls, and the pitch-black holes between the cracks were truly a shocking sight. Li Zongbao stopped the airship in midair. Before the airship could land, Ziming flew out from the airship. With some white mist swirling under her feet, she flew straight to Master Go-Chin's side. Master. Ziming let out a sorrowful cry and knelt down. Xiaohua sighed in his heart as he followed behind Ziming and landed on the ground. Master Qinqin's eyes were wide open as if she was unwilling to close her eyes. However, there was neither disbelief nor astonishment in her eyes. Instead, there was an abnormal calmness in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything and understood everything. Looking at Ziming's sorrowful face, Xiaohua glanced around again. The other disciples were not as transcendent as Master Go-Chin. Some of them had ferocious expressions, some were panicking, and some were at a loss as if they had never expected their own deaths. Chapter 2871. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia flew to Xiaohua's side, shrank her neck and whispered, I feel a little cold and I'm scared from the bottom of my heart. And don't be afraid. Xiaohua was also a little scared. After all, from the signs on the reception platform, it seemed that not long after they left the reception platform and before Master and I Qin returned to the valley, he and his disciple were killed. At that time they were not even dozens of miles away, right? If they had left a little later, or if he had used his Buddhist sense, the situation might have been different. However, fate seemed to be playing tricks on people. He was worried about Xiao Mao, and because his divine sense was injured, he did not use his Buddhist sense. Thinking of the Buddhist consciousness, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He patted Fairy Hongxia's hand and pulled her in front of Ziming, saying in a low voice, Ziming, this Xiao has a secret technique that can be used to find the situation of Grandmaster Ni Qin's death from his dead soul. Ziming raised his head, his eyes red. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you're talking about the Taoist sect's soul-searching technique. Ming Mountain also has this kind of soul-searching technique. But young Master Xiao doesn't know that during the night of sacrifice, all the souls returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God and did not stay in this world. Even if young Master Xiao uses the soul-searching technique now, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anything. Not necessarily. Xiaohua did not believe it. Ziming said again, besides, even if Master Ni Qin's soul is still here, we can't disturb him. Although Master Go-Chin had been killed, for Master Go-Chin, meeting the night sacrifice was a blessing in disguise. It was also a blessing that Hutu God had given him for his whole life. If he was reincarnated as a human being, he would certainly be another master of refining who would achieve greater achievements in the future. If we disturb him, we will make Master Ni Qin lose the blessing from Hutu Great God. Not only will we be disrespecting Master Ni Qin, but also Hutu Great God. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. He could only respect Ziming's opinion and hope that Master Ni Qin could retain the memories of this life and be reincarnated as a human. By the way, when will Master Ni Qin reincarnate? Is it still in Ming Mountain? Xiaohua thought of Ni Qin's request. Ziming shook his head slightly. No one knows. It could be tomorrow or 10 years or 100 years or even 1,000 years. Maybe it's Ming Mountain, maybe it's the Sword Domain, or maybe it's the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation. Huh? Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua nodded. Then he looked at the dark night sky and the dark valley that gave off a strange atmosphere. He said, "How should we deal with the corpses of Master Anai Qin and her disciple? Young Master Xiao, please bring their corpses to this reception table." Ziming said without hesitation, "Your body must be given to Hutu before the sacrificial night, or it will affect their reincarnation." "Alright, you wait here." Xiaohua nodded and flew into the valley. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Lang Yu, be careful." "Yes, I know." Xiaohua turned around and smiled. He looked at the reception table and then looked around. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and took out the capital star formation jade talisman. He placed it around everyone and activated the capital star formation. Then he said, "I don't know if the murderer who killed Master Anai Qin is still here. You all be careful and don't leave this formation." "Alright, I know. You be careful too." Ziming's eyes flashed with relief. He carried Master Anai Qin's corpse and was about to place it in the center of the capital star formation when Ziming suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, Master Anai Qin, did not take your rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the jade box is in her hands. The rejuvenation pill is gone." Master Anai Qin's hand that was holding the jade box was pressed under her body. Xiaohua and the others did not see it. Now that Ziming carried the corpse, her hand was exposed. The jade box containing the rejuvenation pill naturally fell out as well. "Oh, is that so?" Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the empty jade box and then reached into Master Anai Qin's clothes. There was a dark green bamboo joint in her clothes. It was the soul armament used to open the soul refining cave. There were also a few other things, but there was no trace of the rejuvenation pill. Strange, Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. "Senior brother, can you see if the other disciples have any rejuvenation pills on them?" Xiaohua ordered. Flying out from the capital star formation, he clapped his hand to take out the wishful staff. Looking at the night wind, he flew down the mountain. However, as soon as he flew to the top of the stairs, he saw a corpse lying on the ground about 10 zhang in front of him. That corpse was Qing Ming, who had welcomed Xiaohua earlier. Qing Ming's face was filled with shock and pain. There was also a big hole in his head. His brain had long disappeared and dried blood was stuck to his head. "Good." Xiaohua reached out and grabbed Qing Ming's corpse. Just as he was about to return to the reception stage, he heard Ziming shout from the high platform, "Young Master Xiao, come quickly." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He did not have time to use his Buddhist sense to sweep out. His figure immediately used the wind escape technique to fly back. Fortunately, there were still 3 living people in the capital star formation. However, the corpses of Master Anai Qin and several other disciples were placed on the reception stage by Ziming and the others. Their heads were slightly tilted and one of their feet was slightly raised. It was an extremely strange posture. Young Master Xiao, seeing Xiaohua return, Ziming hurriedly pointed to the ground where Master Anai Qin had fallen and said, "Look, this was left by Master Anai Qin." Xiaohua handed Qing Ming's corpse to Li Zongbao and squatted down to carefully examine it. On the ground, close to where the jade box had fallen, there was a faint and indistinct blood stain left on the mountain rock. The blood stain seemed to be a talisman character, but it also seemed to be a mark. Xiaohua was baffled when he saw it. "Young Master Xiao, this is a simple witchcraft incantation used by the natives of Ming Mountains." Ziming explained, "If we use the words of Taoist sect to describe it, it can be interpreted as death, or 6. Oh? So, the reason why Master Anai Qin left this blood stain before her death is to tell us who killed her?" Xiaohua frowned and said hesitantly, "Death, 6, what does it mean? Is it the name of the murderer?" Ziming was also puzzled. After pondering for a while, Xiaohua could not find the trick. He looked around the valley and said, "I'd better go to the valley and have a look. If Master Anai Qin's disciples are not alive, we must hurry before dawn." After saying that, Xiaohua looked at the pile of corpses in a strange posture and said, "Let them return to Huda God's embrace as soon as possible." "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Xiao," Ziming said with relief when he saw Xiaohua was so considerate, ignoring his own safety and going to the dangerous place. Xiaohua jumped down from the reception platform, held the wishful staff in his hand, and released his Buddhist sense. His figure slowly flew down the stairs. He had a hunch that the murderer of Master Anai Qin had not left, and was still hiding somewhere in the valley, waiting for the next attack. Since it was before dawn, it was even darker. The wind blew in the valley, scraping the dry treetops and stone walls, making a very strange sound. Moreover, there was an inexplicable fluctuation coming from different places in the valley, which made Xiaohua shudder. However, when he heard the movement, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, but he could not find anything strange. Everything was like this, which made Xiaohua feel a sense of crisis. This soul cultivator, this million Ming mountains is really strange. Xiaohua flew carefully and thought to himself, it's more terrifying than the ghost festival or the 100-ghost parade. Thinking of this, Xiaohua came to the cave where he met Master Qin for the first time. At this time there were still some lights in the cave, but when Xiaohua scanned it with his Buddhist awareness, he knew that there was no life in the cave. When he carefully walked into the cave, he found that the whole cave was silent, and there was only the flickering of the lights. Why are there less animal skins in the cave? Xiaohua's eyes swept over and found something different. Then his eyes fell on the two corpses lying on the animal skins. These two corpses were the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their brains were eaten and there were no other wounds on their bodies. However, one of the two corpses was holding a slightly bigger brocade bag in his hand, which was similar to the brocade bag that Master and I Qing gave to Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the corpse and picked up the brocade pouch. He used his divine sense to sweep it out, but he couldn't see what was inside. He understood in his heart that this was probably a soul scholar's storage pouch. He should have used his soul sense to examine it. However, even if Xiaohua could not see anything, he already knew that these two disciples were tidying up the cave. With a sigh, Xiaohua placed everything in the cave into a storage pouch. Then Xiaohua left the cave and cautiously scanned the valley with his Buddhist sense. In front of him was the location of the soul refining cave. The entire valley was still pitch black. Although this darkness couldn't block Xiaohua's vision and his Buddhist awareness could see everything clearly, Xiaohua was also clear in his heart that there were many things in this world that couldn't be seen by Buddhist awareness and the naked eye. And this thing was obvious. Right now it was in this valley where he had just killed someone. With that kind of uneasiness in his bosom, Xiaohua once again flew towards his resting place based on his previous knowledge. The night wind was also a bit weaker at this time, but the sound became increasingly strange. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, and sometimes it was high. It was like the cry of a monster. When Xiaohua arrived, sure enough, he saw 3 corpses lying on the ground, and their state of death was exactly the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their faces were filled with a kind of savageness, as if someone had dug out their brains before they died. This kind of pain was probably the best torture in the world. After putting away the corpses and the items in the cave, Xiaohua muttered to himself, if Master and I Qin was the only one who died in such a miserable state, then it might have been some kind of torture. But if all of the corpses were the same, then maybe... Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to when he heard Shui talk about how powerful the fire ape was. Chapter 2872. Could it be a demon beast similar to the fire ape? Or a hitorigami? Thinking of the hitorigami, Xiaohua's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The hitorigami was a natural spiritual creature, and its divine ability was innate. With Xiaohua's cultivation he was no match for it. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, looking at the darkness around him. There was no anxiety from the bottom of his heart, and only then did he feel slightly relieved. But then Xiaohua sneered again, maybe this is a deceptive tactic. Someone deliberately set up a maze to harm Master Qin so that no one can guess who did it. But who is it that made things difficult for a master refiner revered by millions of Ming Mountain soul warriors? Thinking of the purpose of Ziming's visit to Master Qin and some of Ziming's words, Xiaohua gradually had an idea. Who? Just when Xiaohua felt that he had an idea in his heart, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at a stone wall in the distance. This stone wall was dozens of feet in size and it was somewhat flat. In fact, it was covered with dried vines that made a rustling sound in the night wind. Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and flew close to the stone wall. He looked at it with his naked eyes and his Buddhist awareness also swept through it. He did not see anything strange, but the indescribable feeling just now swept past the front of the stone wall. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua formed a seal and used the earth escape technique to escape into the stone wall. He inspected the stone wall within dozens of feet of it, but still did not find anything. Strange, is this young master being paranoid? Xiaohua flew out of the stone wall. He didn't dare to look back. Soon after, he went to the other caves and collected the corpses of Master Qinqin's disciples. Only then did he walk to the front of the soul-refining cave with grief in his heart. These dozens of disciples had all died miserably. Every one of them had their brains dug out and died. Every disciple seemed to be packing their things before they died. However, there was no exception. Not even half of the things in the valley had been packed. Only the soul-refining cave is not checked. Xiaohua looked at the cavern in front of him. The bamboo-shaped soul armament was in his hand, but he didn't know how to activate it. He didn't know how to open the cavern. Right at this moment, a bright light shone from the distant horizon. Then, as if the curtain of light had been pulled open, the surrounding horizon and the valleys at the foot of the mountain were all lit up. The night was about to leave, and a new day was about to arrive in the millions of Meng Mountains. Forget it, Xiaohua remembered Ziming's warning and didn't dare to delay any longer. He activated his magic power and returned to the reception platform without consulting anyone. Young Master Xiao, seeing that Xiaohua is late, Ziming is somewhat anxious and also somewhat worried. He hurriedly says, "Quickly bring Great Master's disciples." Alas, so many disciples, back to the embrace of Great God Hudu? Seeing Xiaohua actually take out dozens of corpses in succession, Ziming's gaze also revealed shock. Xiaohua didn't say much and placed the corpses on the ground. According to what he saw, he imitated and arranged them into strange postures. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia didn't dare to delay and hurriedly came to help. But Ziming, on the other hand, was somewhat absent-minded when he saw so many corpses. Alas, Ziming sighed softly. After a long time he faintly says, "Although I don't know the cause of this matter, but it seems it has something to do with my arrival. Let's send Great Master and I Qin back first." Xiaohua looked at the dawn sky. Although he didn't believe Ziming's words, but for the sake of Ziming, and for the sake of his own beautiful dream, Xiaohua was willing to follow the ritual of the millions of Meng Mountains and properly send Great Master and I Qin back to the embrace of Great God Hutu. "Yes, I understand." As Ziming spoke, she raised both of her hands and her body began to dance. The slight trembling of her mouth sounded like a song, but also like a dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, this dance was more like the dance of one's nascent soul. A faint sense of solemnity emerged from Ziming's dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, Ziming's dance didn't give rise to any feelings. On the contrary, looking at Ziming's movements and her swaying black hair, Xiaohua seemed to be able to see Ziming's confession to heaven and earth, the sorrow in her heart, and the admiration she had for Great Master and I Qin. Xiaohua was even surprised to find that he could see Ziming's worship for Great God Hutu from her dance. Xiaohua had a feeling of enlightenment. The earliest things in this world were definitely not words, nor were they words. This dance was probably the most primitive way for people to express their emotions. Using this as an extension, Xiaohua naturally thought of the way of cultivation. The Taoist sect used words to pass down their teachings. The Buddhist sect passed down their teachings by picking flowers. The soul cultivation method used the dance of one's nascent soul. Perhaps it directly pointed to the essence of cultivation. Could it be that soul cultivation is? Xiaohua suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that the 12 great gods are comparable to my Taoist sects? That's right, who is the founder of my Taoist sect? I've never heard of him before. Great Master and I Qin's death was also a kind of trigger for Xiaohua. Ziming's dance was also a kind of trigger. Xiaohua couldn't help but have the impulse to let his imagination run wild. Just as he was thinking of some inexplicable things, Ziming had already stopped. He saw her prostrate on the ground with great sincerity, facing the almost overflowing sunlight in the east and muttering something. Boom! Ziming didn't seem to do anything, but a cluster of jade-green flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the corpses of Great Master and I Qin and the others. In the midst of the flames, the corpses of Great Master and I Qin and the others were instantly reduced to dust. At this moment, the brilliant sunlight pierced through the sky like a bright sword, and an orange sun appeared in the clear sky in the east. A rather strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua couldn't help but open the Dharma eye on his left hand. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out. About 90 feet above everyone's head, a crack was closing. Dozens of blurry figures had disappeared in that place. A rather tall figure was looking back. Wasn't that great master in I Chi's face? Xiao Hua, beside him, Fairy Hongxia's face was also solemn. Hearing Xiao Hua's cry, she hurriedly asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Although Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with astonishment, a smile appeared on his face and he slightly shook his head. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Fairy Hongxia didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the jade-green flames again. As the corpses of Great Master and I Chin and the others disappeared, the jade-green flames also gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Xiao Hua used his Dharma eye to look up again. Like the jade-green flames, the crack disappeared without a trace. It seems, this situation is very familiar. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought to himself. It seemed that he had seen this situation before. Master Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was about to recall, Ziming walked in front of Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice, Thank you for your trouble just now. May I know if there's anything unusual in the valley? After Xiao Hua told Ziming what he saw, Ziming was also puzzled. He looked at Xiao Hua, then at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao and said hesitantly, I think, Great Master and I Chin seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and was about to leave. It was at this moment that she met with a calamity? Yes, I think so too. Li Zongbao nodded. But Fairy Hongxia disagreed. If Great Master and I Chin had sensed that something was wrong, why didn't she leave with us? Instead, she waited for us to leave before making this plan? Xiao Hua restrained himself for a moment and did not tell her about Great Master and I Chin's request. At this time he actually understood that Great Master and I Chin must have foreseen something, and even foreseen the death of all the disciples in the valley. That's why he entrusted his legacy to me. However, Xiao Hua was also puzzled. Since Great Master and I Chin knew something, why didn't she leave with them? What if she left with them? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked again. If Great Master and I Chin left with them, perhaps they would all die inexplicably here, right? Perhaps Great Master and I Chin knew that if she left with us, we would definitely die. She didn't want to drag us along and ruin our lives? Ziming bit her lips and whispered. Unexpectedly, she had the same idea as Xiao Hua. The question now is, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, who killed Great Master and I Chin? Was it a demonic beast, or a human? Yes, the thing that ate human brains was definitely a demonic beast. Ordinary soul cultivators, and sword cultivators would not have such a hobby. If it was a demonic beast, then what was the meaning of Great Master and I Chin's talisman? Fairy Hongxia whispered, maybe it was a trick to set up a maze, to hide the real culprit. I'm also inclined to think so. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Judging from the situation in the valley, it's very likely that many people attacked at the same time to catch Great Master and I Chin and the others off guard. But Great Master and I Chin has always been famous in Meng Mountains. Ziming whispered in disbelief. Haha, for fame, for profit, what can't she do? Li Zongbao sneered. Perhaps Great Master and I Chin blocked someone's path and did something that someone didn't want her to do. Yes. Hearing this, Ziming was shocked. He looked up at the rising sun and said, Young Master Xiao, we can't stay here for long. If that person could kill Great Master and I Chin so easily, we are no match for him. Besides, Ziming hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything more. Then he pointed in another direction and said, Young Master Li, thank you for your trouble. We'll leave from there. Okay. Li Zongbao wasn't surprised by Ziming's change of direction. He immediately activated the flowing cloud airship that he hadn't put away. When the four of them stepped on the airship, it hurriedly flew in another direction, leaving the empty welcoming platform to welcome the rising sun. Only the valley below the welcoming platform was left crying in the morning breeze, as if mourning the fate of the master of the valley, and also as if retelling the vicissitudes of life. Chapter 2873. After flying far away, Xiao Hua retracted the Buddhist sense he had left on the reception desk. He still felt lucky, hoping that he could find traces of the murderer before he left. However, he was still disappointed. The murderer was very careful. Not only did he not leave any traces, but he also left immediately after the attack. How could he let Ziming and the others who had arrived late find traces of him? Looking at Ziming's sorrowful expression, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Ziming, this matter is already like this. It's useless for us to think too much. Although this is the first time this Xiao has met Grandmaster Kuqin, Grandmaster's character has left an indelible impression in Xiao Mao's heart. What we need to do now is to pull ourselves together and find the real culprit as soon as possible to avenge him. Alas, Ziming heard inside, who is the murderer? It's really confusing and hard to say. However, I thought about it just now. In fact, Master may not be unable to write down the murderer's name or more clues. Young Master Xiao, look at Master's calm expression as if everything was within his expectations. He didn't even have the thought of asking others to avenge him. See, that's right. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Isn't that right? That day, Grandmaster Kuqin had entrusted his legacy to him for no reason at all. Obviously, he had sensed something, but he had never mentioned anything about wanting this Xiao to take revenge for him. And at that time, he probably didn't know that he had encountered the sacrificial knight, right? In fact, the old man is also thinking of trying to escape from the valley. That was Master's idea. Since we encountered it, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, how can we face Master? Xiao Hua thought for a while and shook his head. Alas, Master is merciful. He doesn't want to drag others down because of his own matters. Ziming said with emotion. Even he couldn't resist the murderer. Young Master Xiao, and I may not be a match for him. If Master Kuqin knew this, he wouldn't have warned us. He didn't even want to board our airship. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked, this Xiao has only seen Grandmaster Kuqin refine tools, but I have never seen him fight. Grandmaster Kuqin only said that he has cultivated to the full reality realm. So, Grandmaster Kuqin should be an expert, right? How do you classify your 1 million soul warriors in Meng Mountains? Is there also the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and nascent soul stages of the Dao sect? When Ziming heard this, she bit her lips slightly and did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, she continued, actually, in the end, I still feel that I've implicated Master Go Qin. If it wasn't for this concubine begging him to refine a weapon, he wouldn't have died an unnatural death. It's all my fault. Sigh, Ziming, don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Hua understood that this was a knot in Ziming's heart and comforted him. Everything in this world is caused by karma. Ziming had already planted this seed when he first visited Master and I Qin. Master and I Qin's death has already been decided. At that time, I thought that Great Master Hua Qin still had 2 more chances to refine spirit treasures. This time, I came with the shaman token to meet you. Moreover, the Soulfall lamp is not only useful for me to take over the Back Earth stronghold, it is also related to my greatest wish in this life. Ziming couldn't help but become excited when she mentioned her greatest wish. That's true. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao who was steering the boat and Fairy Hongxia who was nodding at him, indicating for him to comfort Ziming. He then said, Master Kuqin did not agree to your request previously, and it was because he had 2 chances to refine spirit treasures. However, during this period of time, there must have been a second chance to refine spirit treasures. He agreed to wait for you to come back for the 3rd time. He obviously only had 1 last chance left. He obviously knew that as long as he helped you repair the Soulfall lamp, his life essence would be exhausted. However, he still agreed to it. Obviously, he had already made preparations to return to the embrace of Great God Ho too. But I still brought young Master's spring returning pill. Ziming said again. Yes, this is the real cause and effect. Xiao Hua nodded. Although you obtained the spring returning pill from Ziyi, and Ziyi also went to Sky Patrol City to meet me, but all of this can't prevent the karma of Master Kuqin's death. Didn't you see? Before Master Kuqin died, he had already seen all of this clearly in his heart. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resentment in his heart, so why do you feel so conflicted? Young Master Xiao, where did the spring returning pill go? Ziming hit the nail on the head. If there were demon beasts coming for the spring returning pill, then, if I gave the spring returning pill to Master Kuqin, wouldn't I be sending Master Kuqin to his death? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, this was also a kind of cause and effect. However, before Xiao Hua could say anything, Fairy Hongxia who was next to him chimed in. Elder sister, all the causes and effects are intertwined, it's hard to understand. However, elder sister, think about it again. Master Kuqin's entire life was devoted to others. For you and the millions of spirit warriors of Meng Mountain, he was never stingy with his life essence. This is a good cause. It's because of this good cause that he passed away during the sacrificial night of Great God Ho Tuesday. This is a rare opportunity for a spirit warrior. Isn't this the good cause that Master Kuqin pursued his entire life? All of this is because Great God Ho Tu remembered Master Kuchin's kindness. Elder sister's matter was done by Great God Ho Tu. What does it have to do with elder sister? Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. Hongxiar is right. Ziming, do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ziming sighed, but in my heart I still feel sad. After all, I'm separated from Master Kuchin. When I see him again, I don't know what will happen. Master has his own path, Ziming has his own path, and Zi also has his own path. Why should there be any intersection? Xiaohua said indifferently. Then he pointed his finger forward and said, besides, from today onwards, you and I may have all kinds of paths. Our paths are all connected to the heavens, but there may not be any intersection. If you lament for my future and I wish for your future, isn't it beneficial? Master Kuchin asked for benevolence and got benevolence. He comforted us and didn't board the airship. How can we, under his great kindness, have any doubts? Forget it, I know you because of Ziyi. That's all I have to say. You can think about it yourself. Young Master Xiao, Ziming's eyes flashed with tears. She nodded and said, I've learned. I'll remember Master's words and let the people of Huda's stronghold live peacefully and peacefully under my control. Good. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Ziming forced a smile onto his face as he said, you wanted to know about the cultivation levels of soul cultivators, right? I'll have to disappoint you. My soul cultivation method is the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. When I'm in the 6 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a soul scholar. When I'm in the 3 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a shaman. As for the division between soul scholars and shamans, there's no further division. In addition, the depth of soul cultivation method is different from the Taoist sex method. The 9 heavens of the spirit origin and soul techniques are separated. Even shamans, if they don't practice soul techniques, I'm afraid they won't be a match for soul scholars. Or if they're both soul scholars, if they don't compete, it's impossible to know each other's depth. Moreover, soul techniques are also divided. Only when 2 soul scholars use the same soul technique can the strength of 2 soul scholars be distinguished. So it's like that. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Xiaohua, don't ask too much. If you want to know the depth of a soul scholar, there's a chance in front of you. What? Xiaohua was stunned. He swept his Buddhist awareness forward and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. About 10 miles ahead, a vague human figure was standing in midair. This figure was surrounded by a thick black fog, so Li Zongbao couldn't see his face. Although he didn't know whether this figure was looking for trouble, how could Li Zongbao not be vigilant when he was right in front of the flying boat? Young Master Li. Ziming seemed to release her soul remembrance again. She whispered, let's change direction and see if this soul scholar is looking for us. Yes. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He urged his magic power, and the airship roared as it charged in the direction Ziming pointed. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness remained in that place. He saw that the figure didn't move at first, but when the airboat flew a few miles away, the figure suddenly disappeared. When Xiaohua hurriedly used his Buddhist consciousness to search in front of the airboat, the figure had already arrived in front of the airboat. This figure's speed wasn't necessarily fast, but its whereabouts were really strange. It actually avoided Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness. It wasn't inferior to the demon realm's concealment techniques. It seems we don't have to hide anymore. Xiaohua said indifferently, this soul scholar should be coming for us. Young Master Xiao, this soul scholar looks very powerful. Ziming bit her lips and said, let's turn back. The airship should be faster than his flying speed. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua shrugged, I'm going to Huda's stronghold to see Zai, so I'll send Ziming back while I'm at it. It's best if we don't provoke the soul scholars of Meng Mountain. Yes, thank you, young master. Ziming said in a low voice with a rare smile on her face. But when she raised her head and released her soul sense, as if to search for the right direction, her face suddenly lost all color and turned deathly pale. Ziming? Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness. However, not to mention 10 kilometers, even within 100 kilometers, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Except for that strange figure that was still hovering in the air. Young Master Xiao. Ziming bit her lips and said, the whereabouts of my soul scholars, or many of my Meng Mountain soul scholars can shield themselves from the Tao sect's divine awareness. If they don't want to be discovered by cultivators like you, they can hide with a simple soul technique. Moreover, young master's divine awareness has already been injured? So that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder the Dao sect's cultivators were so afraid of the millions of Meng Mountain soul scholars. The soul technique was really mysterious. When facing a soul scholar, cultivators really didn't have the confidence and were somewhat afraid. Chapter 2874. Have we been surrounded by them all this time? Xiaohua asked faintly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the white fog in front of them that didn't dissipate under the sunlight. Indeed. Ziming nodded. Although I can't see some places, I can still detect them with my soul sense. These soul warriors should be here for me. Those maidservants of yours? I'm afraid we can't find them either. Li Zongbao said from the side. I hope I won't see one or two of them again. Ziming's expression slowly calmed down as she said faintly. Let's go, senior brother, let's go and see what's so powerful about these millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Xiaohua exhaled a long breath and said coldly as he pointed at the direction of the human figure. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that was barren and dry. There wasn't even the slightest bit of greenery, and yellow sand could be seen in many places. Ziming looked around curiously and said in a low voice, Strange, why would the land of Meng Mountain have such a landscape? However, she only muttered a few words before her eyes were attracted by the human figure. Sure enough, this human figure was different from what she could see with her Buddhist sense. It was a big man about 10 feet tall. This big man was wearing very little animal skin, and his limbs were exposed under the sunlight. This big man's skin was abnormally dark, and strange runes were engraved on his skin. These runes looked like bone grains, and each bone grain had a ghost head the size of a grain of rice attached to it. When the sunlight shone on it, it didn't reflect the usual 7 colors, but only a layer of green light slowly overflowed. This green light not only blocked everyone's vision, but there were also wisps of black energy lingering around it. Looking behind this big man about 1,000 feet away, there were a few more human figures wrapped in black clothes flying in the air. These black figures were scattered widely, and as far as the eyes could see, they surrounded the airship. Ziming took out her bone staff from her brocade pouch and flew into the air. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew into the air as well, staying several feet away from Ziming. Ziming looked around and scolded sternly, Who are you? How dare you block the way here? Do you know who I am? As he spoke, Ziming waved his hand and took out a fist-sized object. This object was crystal clear and abnormally white. It was like a crystal, but it was still in the shape of a skeleton. Ziming pointed his finger and the crystal skeleton flew into the air. As Ziming waved his bone staff, he chanted the same shaman language as Xiao Mao. Ting, with a muffled sound, black smoke flew out from the crystal skull. The black smoke rushed into the sky, and a loud sound resounded. Then, the black smoke gradually transformed, and a strange person appeared. This humanoid figure had a human body and a snake tail. What was strange was that it had 7 arms on its back. These 7 arms were holding something strange, but its specific shape could not be seen clearly. Moreover, this humanoid figure also had 2 arms in front. These 2 arms were holding 2 flying snakes. The flying snakes seemed to have a pair of wings. They looked like they were flying, and their ferocious snake heads were very eye-catching. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This humanoid figure looked a little similar to the god statue of Shanghua Ming. Moreover, from the strangeness of this humanoid figure, it looked a little similar to the great god Shuebai that Xiao Mao activated. Needless to say, this must be the great god Hutu that Ziming spoke of. This is the great shaman token of the Hotian stronghold. You are all soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. How dare you not salute the great shaman token? Ziming shouted sternly again. Ziming's great shaman token was indeed useful. Among the black figures on the left, several of them bowed slightly. Even the soul warrior at the front bowed. Humph, you still have me, the great god Hutu, in your eyes? At least you have a bottom line. Ziming sneered, If that's the case, you should know who I am. Do you know that you have committed a great crime of disrespect by stopping me here? Haha. While Ziming was speaking, a soul warrior also dressed in black flew over from afar. After saluting the great shaman token, he laughed and said, We naturally respect the great god Hutu and the great god Shuebai. As for those below the great god, they are all the children and people of the great god. You are neither G-Man of Huda's stronghold nor G-Man of Shuebai stronghold. What harm is there in blocking your path? Who are you? Ziming heard this person's hoarse voice and sneered, we the people of Meng Mountain have never hidden our faces. By doing this, are you still the descendant of the two great gods? You don't need to know who I am. That person did not say much. As for whether or not I am the descendant of the great gods, only the great gods will know. You don't need to know either. Take out the soul-extinguishing lamp. For the sake of the great god Hutu, I won't make things difficult for you too much. I was ordered to do this by someone else. Don't force me to do it. Soul-falling lamp? You really came for the soul-falling lamp. Ziming sneered, looks like my maidservants won't be able to see it for the rest of their lives, right? That's right. Since you already know, why do you have to say it so bluntly? That person laughed. Besides, the soul-falling lamp has been in your hands for decades. Don't you think it's time to change the person? You can't light it up yourself, so why do you keep blocking others from trying? I can't light it up and there's still midnight. Who has the right to speak? Ziming said indifferently, even if that person wants to try, he has to line up and wait for decades. Besides, if you take away the soul-falling lamp from me, will that person be able to light it up? If that person lights it up, will Elder Wu and G-Man agree? Ah. That person laughed. If you are honest, it will be difficult for me. If you are so stubborn, it will be easy for me to do this. Now that the village lacks candidates for G-Man and Elder Wu, do you think that if someone holds the soul-falling lamp, G-Man will ask? In addition, midnight, Ziming, how long do you think you will keep this secret from others? After that person finished speaking, he paused for a moment and laughed coldly. With this secret, even if that person lights up the soul-falling lamp, how will you explain it in front of G-Man? Who are you? Ziming turned pale with fright. He first looked back at Xiaohua and said loudly, how do you know all this? Ziming, midnight has already been dead for 20 years, right? That person said indifferently. Looking at Ziming's panicked expression, he was very proud. Or, it's even longer? Do you think that the two of you have done it perfectly? Even if the two of you are twin brother and sister, who wouldn't find something fishy after a long time? Hearing that, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Ziming with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ziming seemed to have eyes behind his back. At this moment, he hurriedly turned his head and said apologetically, fellow Taoist Xiao, I have let you see a joke. Originally, I wanted to wait until we reached the Back Earth village to tell you about it. But there is no other way to actually encounter such a sudden change here. I am also helpless. Sigh. Xiaohua heard those extremely familiar words. If not for Ziming's female disguise, this would really be Ziyi who was admiring the snow with Xiaohua in Sky Patrol City. Ziming. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao also kept the flying boat at this moment. They came behind Ziming and whispered, what you said earlier, your biggest wish in this life, is to revive Ziyi? And that's right. Ziming nodded slightly and gritted his teeth. That's why I want two people to hold the soul-losing lamp in my hands. It's not for the position of G-Man in the Back Earth village, but for the hope of reviving Ziyi. Seeing that Ziming was ignoring him, the man was not in a hurry. He waited for Ziming to finish his words, then continued with a smile. Besides, Ziming, you've colluded with the cultivators of Taoist sect and infiltrated Meng Mountains. You've even instigated a dispute between Patriarch Wu of Shebi village, all for the sake of seizing the position of G-Man. Don't you think that even if I kill you and send you back to the embrace of Huda Great God, G-Man and Patriarch Wu will not blame me? Little Six. It's really you? Ziming's face showed that he was enlightened and even a little excited. As early as when Master Kuchin was killed, I thought that it might be you. But thinking about it, you also owe Master Kuchin a favor. How could you kill him so ruthlessly? What I really didn't expect was that you were so ambitious. You actually took advantage of the time when Master Kuchin repaired the soul-losing lamp to kill him. It's also because he saw an acquaintance like you that he did not have his guard up. Master Kuchin? That person was stunned. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled down the black cloth covering his face from his head. He said coldly, what does Master Kuchin's life have to do with me? If I didn't want you to know, how could you know it was me? You. Oh Yen. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao were stunned. Even Xiaohua was surprised. Although they thought that this Ho Yen must be the son of Huda village and had some relationship with Ziming, They did not expect that the two of them would have such a conflict of interest that it had reached the point of life and death. Young Master Li has seen Ziyan before? Ziming immediately understood. That's right. This guy called himself Ho Yan. He and you killed my people. Li Zongbao said coldly, I didn't expect. Enemies really don't meet. We meet again here. A person who changed his name and hid his head and tail when he got there. Xiaohua sneered. He felt a little apologetic. He did not believe Ziming that day. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened. Ziming is Ho Ming, Ziyan is also Ho Yan. My Huda village has always used Ho as our surname. This Ziming can also be called Ho Ming. Ziyan smiled faintly. You Dao sect cultivators have always been self-righteous, pouring dirty water on others. This seat does not care anymore. As for Master Kuchin, this seat wants to kill him. But this seat will not take the risk of being punished by G-Man to find trouble with him. Moreover, he has already repaired the soul-losing lamp. This seat can't thank him enough. Chapter 2875. If it wasn't you, then why did Grandmaster Kuchin leave behind the word 6? Ziming said coldly, isn't the word 6 meant to remind me to be careful of you, little 6? Whatever you say. Ziyan didn't care at all. After today there will be no more Ziming in this world and there will be no more Ziyi. I will report to G-Man that Grandmaster Kuchin was ambushed by Dao Sect's cultivators in order to repair your soulfall lamp, and you, Ziming, because you fought against Dao Sect's cultivators, you returned to Huda Great God's embrace during the sacrificial night. Let them wait for a few decades before finding another descendant with your memories. Hehe, little 6, do you think you are the only smart one? Ziming sneered, don't you think that without G-Man and Elder Wu, I would have been able to pretend to be Ziyi for so many years? Is that important? Ziyan didn't care at all. Since they agreed to let you pretend to be Ziyi, they must be afraid that someone would shake the foundation of Huda's stronghold because of G-Man or Elder Wu's position. After all, if I lit up the soulfall lamp in front of G-Man, Elder Wu, and the other elders of Huda's stronghold, would they not let me take the position of Elder Wu's substitute? Besides, why don't you think about it, how would I know that the soulfall lamp is broken? It's a little complicated. Listening to Ziming and Ziyan's conversation, Xiaohua could tell that the fight for Elder Wu and G-Man's position in Huda's stronghold was complicated. Hearing this, Ziming's expression changed again, but she still looked around in disbelief. Little 6, even if you and I can fight for G-Man and Elder Wu's position, but you and I have the same bloodline. You actually set up such a formation here, are you trying to take my life? Ziming, you still don't understand. Ziyan said indifferently, the Meng Mountains of today is no longer the Meng Mountains of the past. Not only do we have to leave Meng Mountains and step foot into the Sword region and the 3 dynasties of cultivators, many sword cultivators and cultivators are also mingling among the descendants of Meng Mountains. That Yiyu from Shibi was originally a swordsman from the Sword region, and now he has become the servant of Shibi village. The one who just appeared with the bloodline of the great god Zabi is a cultivator who grew up in the country of Shi. Look, there are also cultivators from the 3 countries behind you. Don't you think there's no difference between me wanting your life and others wanting yours? I want to see how you're going to take my life. Ziming said coldly, I'd like to see which one of the people of Huda village dares to attack me. Haha, Ziming, you think too highly of yourself. If you become the G-Man of the Huda stronghold, it won't take long. My Ho-Tu stronghold will be swallowed up by Shibai stronghold. Ziyan laughed loudly. Ziming feels good, but I feel even better. Xiaohua sneered, if you become the elder shaman of Huda village, my 3 dynasties of cultivators will definitely suffer. Let me choke you to death today. After saying that, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and was about to use the nascent soul's hand. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua abruptly converged, but the shocking might had only just risen when it instantly transformed into smoke and clouds. Ha, Xiaohua. Ziyan, who was not far away, said with a smile, the pain of having your divine sense burned by Hitorigami must be very uncomfortable, right? Now that you don't have your divine sense, you're like the soul beasts of Meng Mountains without wings. I'd like to see what other divine abilities you have. Xiaohua's expression was also unsightly. Indeed, using the nascent soul's hand not only required magic power, but also divine sense and pressure. He had just sent out his divine sense when an uncontrollable pain came from his divine sense that had yet to recover, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Needless to say, since the nascent soul's hand couldn't be used, then other magical techniques couldn't be used. Just as Ziyin said, Xiaohua was like a strong man with his hands tied. He had strength but couldn't move. There's still me. Li Zongbao said coldly as he slapped his hand and took out the immortal slaughtering whip. Don't forget I. Fairy Hongxia also stretched out her hand and took out the phoenix token. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's phoenix token again, Ziyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed to be a kind of eagerness but also a kind of greed. Don't worry. I've already prepared everything for you. Not a single one will be left behind. Ziyin clapped his hands and a crisp sound of clapping rang out. Around everyone about 30 meters away, 9 soul warriors dressed in pitch-black robes flew out, their bodies emitting black smoke. They surrounded Xiaohua and the others. At this moment, the spirit warrior near Ziyin waved his hand and a foot-long bone staff appeared in his hand. A gust of strong wind was generated and flew towards Xiaohua and the others. There were 2 forces in this gust of wind. One was as hot as fire and the other was as cold as snow. You're the spirit warrior of Shebi village. Ziming sensed the gust of wind and his expression changed slightly. Since you know, then don't make things difficult for me. The face of the big man was covered by the black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. When he heard Ziming's reprimand he coldly said, I respect you as a descendant of Huda village, so I won't make things difficult for you. My opponent today is this cultivator from Dao sect. Xiaohua is the benefactor of Huda village and the benefactor of Meng Mountains. With me here, don't you dare touch a single hair of his. Ziming couldn't say anything about Xiaohua, so he could only reprimand the spirit warrior. The spirit warrior indifferently looked at the image of Huda god on the shaman token and said, You have the shaman token, so you're a descendant of Meng Mountains. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask Xiaohua, are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to kill these cultivators? The gust of wind was circling above Xiaohua and the others. It was as sharp as a pair of scissors as it alternated between hot and cold. It was as if it could destroy everything in between the hot and cold wind. Xiaohua had already sensed that even if his divine sense was intact, it wouldn't be easy to deal with these wind blades, let alone now that his divine sense was injured. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were only foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they had the immortal slaughtering whip and the phoenix token, they wouldn't be a match for this spirit warrior. It seemed that he could only lure this spirit warrior away first. Just as Xiaohua's thoughts were stirred, a crisp phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hongxia released her phoenix celestial body, and a towering aura pressed down on the spirit warrior. Humph, with such power, you can't even compare to my family's soul beast, and you still dare to show off in front of me. The spirit warrior sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of wind blades appeared on the phoenix celestial body. With a humming sound, they all cut towards the phoenix celestial body. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dozens of thin streams of primordial water appeared. They were like chains that were linked together, blocking the wind blades. Oh? Nether primordial water? The spirit warrior was slightly surprised. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you have such a rare item. However, the spirit warrior's cold wind blades didn't stop. They cut into the primordial water at an extremely fast speed. Pa pa pa, many tiny sounds rang out like firecrackers exploding. All the cold and hot wind blades rushed into the primordial water. Then, without waiting for the phoenix celestial body to make any other moves, peng peng peng, a series of sounds rang out. It was similar to the sound just now, but it was much louder. Xiaohua's gaze swept over. All the primordial water released by Fairy Hongxia had been shattered by the wind blades, turning into droplets of water that scattered in the air. This method is too strange. Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This primordial water was extremely strange. Even he didn't have any way to deal with it. He didn't expect this spirit warrior to break it so easily. But Xiaohua's shock was just beginning. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings again, and a watery light appeared in the surrounding dozens of feet. The droplets that had been shattered by the wind blades earlier also turned into water threads. Those water threads were like sharp flying swords, sealing off the surrounding dozens of feet of space. The spirit warrior's actions made him even more shocked. The soul warrior was clearly taken aback. But then he saw the water silks surrounding him, and the wings of the phoenix celestial body spread out. The wings were releasing a strong restrictive force, as if they were trying to squeeze the space within a few dozen meters under the wings. You're quite strong. No wonder you dare to come to Meng Mountains. The spirit warrior's voice rang out. Boom. A strong hurricane was born from the spirit warrior's body. It was as if several dragons were madly rushing towards the phoenix celestial body. This hurricane was both hot and cold. As it spun, it easily tore apart the primordial water threads. Moreover, the restrictive force of the primordial water was also torn apart. Seeing the hurricane attack the phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua knew that Fairy Hongxia wouldn't be able to easily block it. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a mace. His body turned into a shadow as he used the wind escape technique to smash towards the spirit warrior. He shouted, "You want this daddy to come over? Then eat this daddy's mace first." Xiaohua's wind escape technique was extremely fast within the hurricane. As he spoke, he was already in front of the spirit warrior. The huge mace whistled through the air and smashed into the spirit warrior's forehead. "Hee hee, you finally came out." The soul warrior sneered and waved his bone staff again. A green brilliance emerged from the bone staff. Accompanying this green brilliance was a powerful force that blocked the spiked club. Furthermore, the several hurricanes that had been blown out earlier suddenly turned around. It was as if the soul warrior had already anticipated Xiaohua's attack. These hurricanes were nothing more than a feint, that's all. These tornadoes were like a giant hand, pressing down on Xiaohua's body from all sides. That powerful force was like a fist blocking the front of the mace. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the mace hit the green brilliance. That powerful force was defeated by Xiaohua's attack. The green brilliance scattered in the air like a pile of tattered green seal characters floating in the air. The spirit warrior's body was lifted up by Xiaohua's mace in an instant. The spirit warrior was barely able to stabilize himself after the black aura around his body rapidly curled up. The spirit warrior looked at Xiaohua in surprise. Chapter 2876. Hiss, the soul warrior didn't expect Xiaohua's strength to be so great. But what the soul warrior didn't expect was that this wasn't the end of it. He watched as a large hand and scissor-like hurricane blew towards him from behind. Although the sharpness of the wind couldn't be seen, the feeling of it being able to split apart a boulder had already attracted Xiaohua's attention. Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, his feet seemed to be using some kind of strange footwork. The wind that sealed off all the angles behind him, and the wind that imprisoned his body, unexpectedly flashed past him one by one. Although Xiaohua's clothes were a bit scattered, and although the light protecting Xiaohua's body was somewhat extinguished, Xiaohua was still completely unscathed. Evasion technique? The soul warrior was slightly astonished. The black aura on his face somewhat receded, revealing an old man with a somewhat blurred face. Of course, this old man didn't want Ziming to see his true face, so he still couldn't let anyone see it clearly. "How about it, old bastard?" Xiaohua coldly said, "Eat this daddy's club." As he spoke, Xiaohua urged his body to move forward again. Once again, the wolf-tooth club struck towards the soul warrior's forehead. The soul warrior didn't dare to be negligent. Still waving his bone staff, several large hand-like forces were generated and blocked in front of Xiaohua. "Hang, your soul force seems to be a bit weak." Xiaohua sneered. His arm once again increased the strength of his bone staff by 30%. In an instant, the force released by the bone staff was defeated. His body actually managed to close into the soul warrior by a zhang. Immediately after, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the dream executor and mountain splitter flew out. "Haha, don't think that you're the only smart people in this world." At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the soul warrior's face. Not good. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately knew that the situation wasn't good. As the flying sword in his mouth rushed out, his body suddenly retreated. However, he was still too late. Just as he was about to fly away, a powerful force was born from his heart. As if his heart was about to explode, it rushed through his blood vessels. This. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. As he spoke, he couldn't retract his mace in time. His left hand immediately clutched his chest, doing his utmost to suppress it. It was as if he was trying to resist the explosion that was about to jump out of his chest. Moreover, the feeling of his blood vessels exploding instantly filled his entire body. A kind of numbness and uncontrollable swelling came from his hands and feet. What kind of soul technique is this? Xiaohua hastily released his soul strands again. Only when all the soul strands protected Xiaohua did this uncontrollable explosion show signs of decreasing. Strange, the soul warrior's body was glowing with a green light. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen, one could tell from his tone that he was surprised. He didn't understand why his soul technique didn't work. Beezies, an intense sword hum suddenly rang out. Xiaohua no longer dared to hide his strength. The sword elemental energy around his body was activated. In a flash of sword light, a giant sword appeared around Xiaohua. With a flash of sword light, the giant sword slashed towards the soul warrior. Haha, interesting. It's actually comparable to a sword transformation swordsman. The soul warrior laughed. The bone staff in his hand waved again. The same heat as the giant sword soared into the sky and hit Xiaohua's giant sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword's gleam overflowed and the heat wave dispersed. The soul warrior's body was once again sent flying by Xiaohua's great sword. But the moment the gleam of the sword shattered, Xiaohua's body suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and rushed towards the soul warrior who was sent flying. The soul warrior was not afraid. He opened his hand again and was about to hit out with his bone staff. At this time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappeared. Just when the soul warrior hesitated, Xiaohua's figure actually appeared beside the soul warrior. Following Xiaohua's appearance was the five elements wishful heaven staff. The head of the staff fell on the soul warrior's bone staff. Humph! The soul warrior was stunned at first and immediately understood Xiaohua's mind. His bone staff was too late to withdraw. The soul warrior immediately urged his soul power. A green light was born from the bone staff. Hundreds of tentacle-like cold air rushed out with the green light, blocking Xiaohua's wishful heaven staff. There was a crisp sound like glass breaking. The green light and the cold and hot air could not stop Xiaohua's full blow. The wishful heaven staff hit the bone staff. The soul warrior was shocked. But it was not only that. The bone staff had just been broken. Two green and red sword lights were born from Xiaohua's chest. It looked like a sword gourd. The green and red sword lights had already flown out. They immediately turned into a thin thread and wrapped around the spirit warrior's neck. The spirit warrior only had enough time to wave his hand once, but the bone staff in his hand was already broken. How could he still make any movement? Then, without waiting for the soul warrior to do anything, his head that had not yet revealed his face was reined in by the sword light. Xiaohua was forced to leave the side of Red Dawn Fairy and the others by this unknown soul warrior. Seeing the hurricane under the phoenix celestial body slightly hovering to counterattack Xiaohua, Red Dawn Fairy's back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. It was as Xiaohua expected. Red Dawn Fairy's phoenix celestial body was not the opponent of this soul warrior. If it was hit by the cold hurricane, the phoenix celestial body would be seriously injured. However, seeing the hurricane counterattack Xiaohua, Red Dawn Fairy was anxious. She wanted to help Xiaohua. However, before she could make another move, an indescribable killing intent and an unfathomable deathly stillness came from all around her. The 9 black-robed soul warriors that surrounded the group lifted their legs in unison, separating Fairy Hong Xia and the rest from Xiaohua. That kind of silence came from the 9 people. Ziyan, you actually called out the 9 divine guards. You. Seeing the 9 people's actions, Ziming panicked and said angrily, "Do you really want to force me into a corner? Haha, if it weren't for the divine guards, which soul warrior from Huda's stronghold and Shibai stronghold would dare to join hands with me?" Ziyan said coldly, "You think you can scare them with just your shaman token?" Then Ziyan looked at the image of Huda God in the sky and said, "You better keep your shaman token. Don't make a fool of yourself here." Ziming coldly groaned and said, "Ziyan, since you have summoned your divine guards, you must have decided to kill me as well when you killed Master and I Qin, right?" "That's right." Ziyan did not deny it. "The shaman elder's position is very important to me. Since you're standing in front of me, don't blame me for being impolite." Ziming frowned and looked at Ziyan from head to toe. "When did you learn to call yourself, this seat? When did you throw our blood ties to the back of your mind?" "When I knew that Ziyi was dead, you hid this secret and wanted to take G-Man's position for yourself." Ziyin said without hesitation, "Since you didn't even give me a chance, why should I care about our family ties? Is power really more important than family ties?" Ziming looked at the black smoke on the shaman token and waved the bone staff in his hand. The black smoke withdrew into the crystal skull. Ziming looked at the crystal skull and murmured, If I didn't want Ziyi to come back to life, if I didn't promise Ziyi that day, I would have given you this soul lamp. Ha, Ziyan laughed, when the soul lamp is used, the soul will fall. When did you hear that the soul lamp can bring someone back to life? You killed Ziyi with the soul lamp, didn't you? You even took the soul lamp and said that you want to bring Ziyi back to life. This is just an excuse for you to miss G-Man's position. It's just a tool for you to control Huda's stronghold. Ziming's face turned pale and he shook his head. You're not me. How do you know what I'm thinking? If you swear a soul oath right now, after you obtain the soul lamp, if you have the chance to learn its secret, you will definitely bring Ziyi back to life. Even if you want my life, I'll agree to it, not to mention giving you the soul falling lamp. Do you think I'm stupid? Ziyan pointed to the left. Open your eyes and take a look. Xiaohua, who you rely on, has already been blocked. The shaman token you rely on is also useless. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve against the divine guards? Even if these two are Foundation establishment cultivators, how can they be a match for the divine guards? With this kind of opportunity, what kind of deal would I want to make with you? You aren't Little Six. Ziming said word by word, Little Six wouldn't be so inhumane. Aha, you've really lost your mind. Ziyan laughed again. You killed Ziyi and slandered me for not being Ziyan. Then who else can control Huda's stronghold? I'm afraid you're the only one, right? Ziming, you and I are no longer the children we used to be. If it's a memory from the past, I can talk about it. Besides, I've said so much to you, isn't it so that you can go in peace? People can change. In this world, there has never been anything that can remain unchanged for eternity. At this point, Ziyin clapped his hands. The sound was very strange, but when the 9 divine guards heard it, they raised their hands in unison and charged towards Zi Ming, Fairy Hongxia, and Li Zongbao. These 9 people were very strange. Not only did they not speak a word during this period of time, even when they were flying, they did not bend their knees naturally like ordinary people. What was special was that when these 9 people surrounded Fairy Hongxia and the rest, an extremely cold feeling arose around them, cutting off their connection with the outside world. Fairy Hongxia activated her cultivation technique but was unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. An uncontrollable feeling of suffocation arose from the bottom of her heart. Young Master Li, Sister Hongxia. Ziming slightly bit his lips and hesitated for a moment. When he saw the 9 divine guards flying towards them at a moderate pace, he reminded, these 9 divine guards are actually commonly known as iron corpses. However, they are more powerful than iron corpses. They have been tempered in the Hutu stronghold's netherworldly maelstrom. Not only are they invulnerable, even the flying swords of swordsmen are unable to harm them. Their only weakness is that they move slowly. If we can fight them from afar, we still have a chance to escape. However, I didn't expect Ziyin to be able to get them out of the netherworldly maelstrom. I was too careless. Now that we are surrounded by them, even I can't do anything. Chapter 2877. Don't tell me, we're just going to surrender like this? Fairy Hongxia was a little displeased. After all, this was a matter between Zi Ming and Zi Yan. It was also an internal affair of millions of Meng mountains. She had only known Zi Ming for a short period of time. Furthermore, Zi Ming had disguised herself as Zi Yi and befriended Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was already displeased with Zi Ming, and now she was even more displeased. Besides, Fairy Hongxia was a cultivator of the Dao sect. She did not like the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains. Now that she was involved, how could she be as enthusiastic as Xiaohua? Zi Ming saw the coldness in Fairy Hongxia's eyes and understood that she did not know what to say to Fairy Hongxia. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, there are only 2 ways to break the soul formation of the 9 divine guards. One is to use an item of extreme yang. Xiaohua can concoct pills and refine items, so he must have some sort of true fire. This item is very useful to restrain the iron corpses. The second is to take away the soul vessel that controls the 9 divine guards from Ziyan. Without the control of the soul vessel, the 9 divine guards will not attack anyone. It's all nonsense. Fairy Hongxia said coldly. She clapped her hand and took out the phoenix token again. As far as I know, this is all I can do. Ziming bit her lips until they turned purple. She knew in her heart that Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao might have a chance to escape. However, Ziming had invited the 9 divine guards instead of soul warriors or shamans to deal with her. It was clear that she wanted to take her life. Facing the 9 divine guards, she had no way to deal with them. She could only rely on Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. Fairy Hongxia and Ziming were whispering to each other. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. His feelings were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. Seeing the 9 divine guards closing in, Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and the immortal slaying whip appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's face flushed red. The immortal slaughtering whip drew 2 golden rays and smashed towards the 2 divine guards closest to him. Roar, like 2 dragons, the shadows of the whips drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air, sucking in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that could be absorbed, and pouncing toward the 2 stiff iron corpses. Li Zongbao had learned from Ziming that the 9 divine guards were very powerful. Otherwise, he would have lashed out at the 4 divine guards. The shadow of the whip was very sharp, and the magic power it contained was also very deep. One could tell just by listening to the sound of the wind. However, the 2 divine guards facing the immortal slaying whips continued to press on towards the trio. When the whips were almost in front of their eyes, they stretched out their arms and made a slight slash. A black light flashed and an indescribable vortex gushed out from the black light. These vortexes were only the size of a thumb and were distributed very evenly. Boom! The whips fell and scattered these vortexes. Wisps of black gas emerged from these vortexes but were still split into 2 by the whips. Bang! 2 loud sounds seemed to be produced at the same time. The immortal slaughtering whip had struck the 2 divine guards. A black brilliance flickered around the 2 divine guards. Wisps of black gas spurted out from their pitch-black robes. Soon after, the immortal slaughtering whip disappeared in the black gas and black light. The 2 divine guards merely paused for a moment. Even their robes were not damaged in the slightest. They continued to press on towards the 3. Hiss! Li Zongbao's expression changed greatly. He was very confident in his immortal slaughtering whip. After all, it was a spiritual weapon. Even a 3rd-grade illusory sword could not withstand it. He did not believe that the flesh of these divine guards could be comparable to an illusory sword. However, he still underestimated by Xiaoshan's soul arts. These iron corpses tempered by the netherworld I could really surpass an illusory sword. Swoosh! Ziming saw Li Zongbao make a move. He knew that Li Zongbao's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. This kind of attack was extremely powerful. Although Ziming did not have any suitable soul arts, he had no choice but to make a move. As Ziming waved the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black crack appeared in mid-air. A cold wind as strong as a flying sword blew out from within. Then, another 100 or so ghost heads rushed out from the crack. Together with the cold wind, they pounced on the iron corpse closest to Ziming. Moreover, Ziming's other hand didn't stop. He touched the brocade pouch at his waist and took out a pure white finger bone that was over an inch long. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence on it. The finger bone was instantly covered in blood veins. Ziming didn't dare to be careless. He muttered an incantation and threads of green light fell on the finger bone. Woo! The cold wind blew on the divine guard in front of Ziming. Layers of black light were produced from the top of the divine guard's head. The black light enveloped the cold wind. Under the pressure of the black light, the cold wind turned into a whirlwind that revolved around the divine guard. Looking at the divine guard's natural movements, it was obvious that the divine guard was very familiar with this action. There was no sluggishness in his movements. The 100 or so ghostly heads aggressively charged at the divine guard like a torrential flood. The divine guard stretched out his arms and slowly clenched them with his stiff hands. As the black light flickered, the dozen or so ghostly heads in front of his arms immediately exploded. Popping sounds could be heard as the ghostly heads turned into black gas. They let out ear-piercing screams. Roar! The divine guard finally opened his mouth. Under his pitch-black robe, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the black gas into his stomach. The remaining ghostly heads were thrown into disarray. They fled in all directions in panic. However, the divine guard beside them extended his hand and in just a few moments, the 100 or so ghostly heads were all swallowed up by a few divine guards. They were of no use at all. Seeing this and sensing that there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Fairy Hongxia waved her hand. The phoenix insignia streaked across the sky with a brilliant radiance. A cluster of 5 colors emerged from the phoenix insignia and enveloped Li Zongbao and the others in a brilliant radiance. When the 9 divine guards saw the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token, it seemed as though they were afraid of the multicolored brilliance. They came to a halt and extended their hands. Black smoke emerged from their hands and shielded their bodies. The black radiance on their bodies flickered as though they were trying their best to resist the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token. Ziming was a little surprised to see this. He sized up the phoenix insignia in Fairy Hongxia's hand with an odd expression. At this moment, the finger bone in her hand was already surrounded by a green radiance. Ziming concentrated again and tossed the finger bone in his hand. The finger bone flew into the air and instantly turned into a dark green flying sword that pierced towards one of the divine guards. Roar! That divine guard was blocking Fairy Hongxia's phoenix insignia. When he saw the flying sword piercing towards him, he grabbed with his hand. A black stream of air appeared and blocked the flying sword. Then the flying sword flew towards the divine guard's hand. Ziming's face was very calm. Suddenly he spat out a green light from his mouth. It was a green light that looked like a green seal character. The green light flew forward faster than the flying sword and landed on the flying sword. With a boom, a green light that was slightly thicker than a thumb flew out from the flying sword and headed straight for the divine guard's head. With a muffled sound, the green light hit the divine guard's head. The black radiance and black aura around the divine guard's head dissipated into nothingness. A skull that looked like a skull was revealed from the black aura. Traces of green light tore at the skull and left large cracks on it. Roar! The divine guard that revealed his face let out a furious roar. He bared his white teeth. Faint traces of black aura flowed out from his mouth and his lips turned scarlet. Following the divine guard's furious roar, traces of black aura flowed out from his face and rushed towards the wounds on his head. In just a few moments the wounds were healed. The green light was also driven away by the black aura and disappeared without a trace. Ziming's green soul tool fell into the divine guard's hand. The divine guard's eyeless eyes looked at the soul tool in his hand. He pushed it into his mouth. With a crunching sound, the soul tool was chewed into pieces by the divine guard. Ziming narrowed her eyes and looked on expressionlessly. This was what she had expected. As expected of the descendant of Divine Mother Pifao. This 5-colored radiance is really difficult to deal with. Ziyan's voice sounded from behind the divine guards. Divine Mother Pifao? Ziming frowned as though she had thought of something. Fairy Hongxia was completely confused. However, do you think it's possible to escape from my hands with just this 5-colored radiance? Ziming smiled coldly. With a clap of his hand, a small wine cup flew into the air. Immediately, a foul stench of filth mixed with crimson-red light sprinkled onto the 5-colored brilliance of the phoenix token. Squeak squeak, a series of noises came from the filth. The 5-colored radiance immediately melted and rapidly shrank back into the phoenix token. This is the method of the demonic realm? Li Zongbao was stunned. Although there wasn't any demonic energy in the wine cup, the method of using filth to destroy a Dao Sect's treasure had always been the work of a demonic cultivator. Li Zongbao's suspicions had only just risen when the filth started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The bloody stench turned into tentacles and grabbed at the group. Moreover, without the 5-colored radiance blocking them, the 9 divine guards flew towards Fairy Hongxia and the others again. The cold aura of death firmly locked onto the 3 of them. It seemed as though the 3 of them were doomed. Xiaohua's soul slayer Yuan Light was forcefully shot out and took the soul warrior's head by surprise. But before Xiaohua could rejoice, a sense of foreboding rose up from the bottom of his heart. That was because the head of the soul warrior wasn't bleeding from the neck. Instead, it was bleeding from the neck. Following that, the headless body of the soul warrior started to shrink. Like a bubble that had no air, it deflated in an instant. Not good. Xiaohua knew that he had been tricked. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to shoot out the soul slayer Yuan Light again when he heard a sneer coming from the headless neck. As the body shrunk, a dwarf with a head half a size smaller than an ordinary person's and a body smaller than an ordinary person's appeared in the air. This dwarf's face was very wretched and his 2 small eyes stared straight at Green Bean. Chapter 2878. I didn't expect you to have a sword. This is beyond this old man's expectations. The soul warrior clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized flag from the pouch at his waist. He coldly said, "If this old man didn't have a way to deal with you, I'm afraid I would have been defeated today." This voice was perfectly articulated, and it was the language of the three kingdoms. Go, Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. The spirit-slaying light from the sword gourd flew out and twisted towards the soul warrior's head. Whoosh, the soul warrior wasn't afraid at all. He swung the flag in his hand and a black smoke appeared above his head. When the spirit-slaying light fell into it, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. Go to hell. The soul warrior's body flashed with green light. Following the soul warrior's roar, a green light rushed into the flag. The soul warrior's face immediately shrank as if he had used up his life essence. He seemed to have aged 10 years and his entire body was somewhat stooped. However, when the green light landed on the black flag, the black aura on the flag flourished. The corner of the flag swept towards Xiaohua, and a faint, almost invisible black light flashed. Xiaohua suddenly felt dizzy and the world spun around him. His entire body was sluggish and he was like a wooden person standing in the air without feeling anything. Ziyin had been paying attention to this from a distance. When he saw Xiaohua being restrained by the Soul Warrior and Red Dawn Fairy and the rest being torn apart by the Divine Guards, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. However, at this moment, the spirit-slaying light and spirit-slaying light that were previously taken into the Buddhist Association flew out from the mouth of the dumbstruck Xiaohua. They hovered in front of Xiaohua as if they were protecting their master. The Soul Warrior was somewhat stunned, but he didn't stop. He waved the black flag in his hand and completely ignored the sword gourd and the flying sword. He attacked Xiaohua. At this critical moment, the situation changed again. Damn it, who dares to fight in front of this old man's door and not say hello to this old man? Do you want to die? At this critical moment, the endless yellow sand under everyone's feet surged rapidly, and a huge whirlpool appeared from the yellow sand. Then, the yellow sand suddenly rose, and a figure of several tens of feet in size stood up from the yellow sand. An extremely hot aura swept through the surrounding space of several hundreds of feet. This figure appeared too abruptly. The spirit warrior could not help but stare blankly. When he saw the figure clearly, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He saw that this was a 3 zhang tall giant. Wasn't this the Hamba that Ziyin had been chasing earlier? However, the current drought demon was different from before. After not seeing it for dozens of days, most of the red hair on its body had faded, leaving only less than an inch long covering its body. The phosphorescence on its red hair had also disappeared. Instead, its skin bulged like runes under the red hair. Furthermore, the red hair on Hamba's face had all faded away, revealing a large, ferocious face. Its crimson eyes were glaring at the Soul Warrior with an ominous glint. Most importantly, Hamba's arms and legs were already moving freely. Although there was still a bit of stiffness, it was fundamentally different from before. Hamba's entire body was draped in a large animal skin that covered all of his private parts. A man wearing the uniform of the Shibai village was sitting on his broad shoulders. The man pointed his finger at the spirit warrior and spoke a few words in a resolute and decisive manner. Although his pronunciation was very obscure, the man's eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't kill him, what else could it be? This man was the one that Hamba had kidnapped, Xiao Mao. Oh my god, Hamba's voice was very hoarse, even a bit rough. But this voice sounded very similar to what Xiao Mao had said. Immediately after, Hamba stretched out its large hand and grabbed at the Soul Warrior who was about to flee. A black aura surged around the Soul Warrior's body. The black light was also chaotic. The Soul Warrior hurriedly waved the black flag in his hand. The flag emitted a green light in an attempt to protect the Soul Warrior's body. But as soon as the green light entered the Soul Warrior's body, the Soul Warrior's body began to violently swell. With a "pa" sound, the Soul Warrior's body exploded from the inside out into a fine powder of flesh and blood. Then Hitorigami waved its hand and the black flag fell into its hand. GGGG, Hamba seemed to be asking Xiao Mao something. Xiao Mao looked worriedly at the dumbstruck Xiaohua and then at the panicked Ziyin. Impatiently he said a few words. Hamba's appearance was very sudden. Killing the Soul Warrior was also very easy. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths. Ziyin seemed to have yet to recover from his shock. Or perhaps, Ziyin was really unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Ziming. He was somewhat hesitant in his heart as he pondered how to deal with it. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow path. Hoyin, we meet again. Xiao Mao flew up from Hamba's body. His body was also suffused with an indescribable hot aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What seemed like a flame but also like a blood-red light. In short, a rapid splendor sprinkled down. It fell right below the wine goblet where there was a lot of filth. Ting, all the filth in the splendor actually flashed into threads of fire. These threads of fire strangely wrapped around the filth, and in the blink of an eye, all the filth was burned away. Without the corrosion of the filth, the five-colored splendor of the phoenix token shone brightly again. When Hamba appeared, the 9 divine guards were already somewhat alarmed and stopped in their tracks. However, under Ziyan's command they did not retreat. At this moment, the five-colored splendor was so bright that the iron corpses could not help but retreat. They appeared to be scattered. Wu, at this moment Hamba's figure flew up. The black flag in her hand suddenly exploded. Waves of black gas were emitted from within. Hamba breathed on the flag and all the black gas disappeared. All that was left in the black gas was a soul essence that looked like a bird. This bird was very strange. It actually had 3 legs. Following the appearance of the bird's soul essence, the dumbstruck Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. The dream executor and mountain splitter that were protecting him let out 2 joyful sword cries. Xiaohua looked around. When he saw Hamba and Xiao Mao, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. When he saw the 9 divine guards surrounding Fairy Hongxia and the others, his gaze fell on the alarmed Ziyan. Naturally, the smell of blood that entered his nose made him extremely fearful. He looked at Hamba, who had already thrown away the 3-legged bird's soul essence and flew towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been reversed. He really should have left the moment Hamba appeared. Big brother, Xiao Mao gave up on Ziyan and turned his head to shout with concern. No worries, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Good, Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He coldly looked at Ziyan and said, Hoyin, hand over your life. As he spoke, Xiao Mao once again stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. His arm was like Hamba's grabbing hand. An indescribable palpitation and an uncontrollable explosion erupted from his blood. Damn it! How could Ziyan not know that this was the power of the blood lineage of the great god Shibai's descendant? He hurriedly tapped the bone staff in his hand and a thick layer of darkness appeared around his body, firmly enveloping him. He then clapped his hands and the 9 divine guards howled and pounced towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan then turned into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the distance. Roar! Hamba let out a furious roar. A torrential heat once again swept across the space of several dozen feet. In an instant, the death aura of the 9 iron corpses was swept away. The 9 iron corpses immediately panicked and fled in all directions like headless flies. You want to leave? How is this possible? Xiao Mao waved his hand and wanted to use the power of his blood lineage again. However, his face flashed with a green light and there was no movement. Clearly he was not proficient in using the power of his blood lineage. Kaji, Xiao Mao saw that Ziyan had already flown several dozen feet away and hurriedly gave out a few orders. Kaji, Hamba actually laughed. The ferocious expression on her face seemed to have turned pure and honest. She stretched out her hand that still had some red hair and a strange aura rushed out. Young Master Xiao, have mercy. Ziming shouted. She was still unwilling to part with her family. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao did not know Ziming and did not even acknowledge her. Xiao Mao. Xiaohua knew what Ziming was thinking and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, it was already too late to send a message through words. With a muffled bang, a bloody light appeared again. The thick black aura around Ziyan's body was unable to block Hamba's attack. After a few surges, it still exploded from the inside. However, Ziyan was not that dwarf spirit warrior. He had the blood lineage of the great god Hutu and was somewhat resistant to Hamba's attack. The right half of Ziyan's body had exploded, but the left half of his body was still intact. GGGG, just in time Xiao Mao also gave the order. Hamba retracted her hand and a resentful expression appeared on her ugly face. However, at this moment, just as Ziming was about to fly over, Ziyan's body slightly swayed and disappeared from the sky. A concealment technique? Seeing this, Xiaohua could not help but be alarmed. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger at the sword gourd and shouted, "Quick!" Following Xiaohua's incantation, The soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out from the sword gourd and flew into the place where Ziyan's body disappeared. A miserable scream came from not far away. Ziyan's head and a bloody light appeared in the sky along with the scream. Young Master Xiao? Ziming turned pale with fright. His flying body unconsciously stopped in the sky and looked into the distance in a daze. However, right in front of Ziming's eyes, the moment all of Ziyan's corpses fell from the sky, a pitch-black demonic shadow flew out from the corpses and fled into the distance in a panic. Demonic person. Ziming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A kind of realization came from the bottom of his heart. All of his previous doubts had an explanation. Ziming's face was cold. He waved the bone staff in his hand and a black aura rushed out and trapped the demonic shadow. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.